Hello, everyone. Welcome to this month's episode of the Arete podcast. This podcast is brought to you literally by the Spur of the Moment podcast. More on them in about a second. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. How are you?
It's good to bring something to people.
Well, as you probably have inferred from the title, we are going to be unfairly comparing Godzilla Minus One.
I maintain it's an unfair comparison.
Apples to oranges.
Oh god, it's apples to cucumbers, but
Yes.
in much the same way apples and cucumbers are both edible.
Yeah. Well, I saw a meme that perfectly summarizes what I think is going to be the point of this, which is it was a picture of Godzilla X Kong, and it was like a big greasy cheeseburger, and then it was a picture of Godzilla Minus One, and it was a steak, and they're like both serve a purpose, but they're both food. And I was like, that is a great analogy.
Yeah,
that's pretty perfect.
And both are technically beef. Well, they're not technically,
exactly.
they're both beef. There's no technically there. Like, these are both technically Godzilla. And again, and it's probably because I'm so abrasive when I overly criticize certain movies. But I think there's a misconception about me where when I criticize something, it means I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's not true. I'm simply pointing out how this good thing, or in this case, it's probably a little deserved, this thing could have been so much better, even though it's just popcorn garbage fun. It still could have been.
Yeah.
It still could have been. It could have been done better so that it could have been a better mess of popcorn garbage fun.
So you know what we thought of Godzilla X Kong. What did you think of it? Because I'm so fast. I haven't seen anything about what you thought of it.
So, and again, this is because I am the guy. Whenever I go see a movie with a group of friends, 9 times out of 10, I am either the one person who hated it or the one person that loved it. Generally speaking, it doesn't matter. I did not hate this movie. I was frustrated by this movie because it had all the ingredients to be a fun Godzilla romp. Could have actually been a decent movie too, but I'd say half the movie, my expression was something along these lines. Just like to me, the biggest problem with Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire was the fact that they clearly wanted to get to a place, but they didn't really care that much how they got there.
Yes, I do see what you mean. Yeah.
They have the ending, and it was all about how they were going to get to that ending. Didn't matter how they rammed the rails together; it was going to take them to that destination.
I imagine there were a lot of scripting sessions where they went, "It'll be fine."
Probably.
And I'm not like. Here's the thing. So I'm not cutting it up overly. I'm just saying it's like you would think that with the amount of money that was spent on this movie, they would have put a little more thought into, say, scripting, because reviewability is a thing. And this movie doesn't have any reviewability, in my opinion.
I mean, the thing is, for me, I get a giggle when things are stupid. Like, I love when things are stupid. And Godzilla suplexing King Kong off of the pyramids might be one of the greatest things I've ever seen. We laughed so hard.
Which, by the way, you'll appreciate this, Justin. I'm in the theater because you had told me, you specifically said, as a wrestling fan, there's a wrestling move that is performed, and I'm thinking it's going to be something that's kind of like like a wink wrestling move, like maybe he puts him in a headlock or something, or like, no. And here's the thing. It's not like a German suplex, which is something that can pretty well organically happen, where you just get behind the guy, put your arms around his waist, and then you take him back. No. King Kong does a legit suplex to Godzilla, and I'm just in the theater. I'm in the theater, and I just went.
We died. We died.
Where
we're like, amazing.
For me, when it comes to movies, I refer to some movies as like good bad, where it's like they're not good movies, but they're still entertaining. And that's what this one was for me. Is it's like it's no Godzilla minus one. It's not like breaking any records for me or anything, but it's a good time. Like I laughed at it.
Today on our podcast, we used the phrase "for what it is" a lot, and Jordan had spoken about Dracula Untold. He watched Dracula Untold, and he said that was a good movie. ... For what it was. It is. Yeah, and I think that's what King Kong X Godzilla is. It's good for what it is.
Yeah.
See, I actually disagree in the sense that because and again, fair criticism. We all know what this was.
Yeah.
But this kind of movie's been done before. Honestly, Godzilla vs. Kong is very much the same thing. Tremendously better than this movie, and I have issues with that movie. They lost me at the Hollow Earth bit. That's when I
could see why.
That's when I went. So, and I'm in it, and this is my problem though, because I think about shit too much, and I understand it. And a lot of people say, like, why do you care? I'm like, I don't know, but it bothers me. So I'm watching Godzilla vs. Kong, and I'm just sitting here, because there's what, in the Monsterverse, there's over a dozen individual kaiju spread across the planet.
At this point, Godzilla's murdered most of them, so I don't know. He's like, I saw someone say that they thought that Godzilla might be a woman. But Godzilla, he killed and absorbed most of their powers. That's why he's pink. So I think there was there's a whole montage of them at the end of Monsters.
He's pink so they can sell more toys.
I mean, yeah.
So I have a theory. Controversial theory. I think that when they decide, because I can understand, again, they want to sell more toys, right? I can understand wanting to turn Godzilla a different color. Why pink, you may ask? Well, he was blue before when Dragon Ball Super happened.
I've seen some people have that theory.
So I'm in the theater, I'm like, Godzilla Rosé.
Godzilla Red, yeah. I've heard that joke. I've heard so many people say that. I'm like, great. I see it.
I see the color. I see the color.
This doesn't. But it's like this doesn't work as well as you think it did.
No, I don't think.
Because I saw another like meme video. It was on TikTok. It might have been Instagram. But anyway, it's got the scene where Pink, Godzilla, Rosé, and Kong, which we're going to talk about
the convenient glove. The super convenient glove that happened to be there.
To quote,
exactly what they need.
To quote one of my favorite people on YouTube, Critical Drinker, 80% of this movie was, "Wow, that was lucky."
Yeah, that's what I said. I turned to him at one point and went, "Well, that's convenient."
That's convenient.
I'm watching this movie with someone whose first or primary language is not English, and even they were like,
JSS love?
Yeah, I mean, but anyway, so where was I going with that? Pink, Godzilla, Rosé. Oh, so the meme video I saw, I forget who sings it, but they're basically showing that scene where they're both running together in like the epic action running sequence.
Big old money shot, yeah.
But they're playing I Am the Warrior.
Oh.
And I'm just like, this works, and it shouldn't.
That's funny. I mean, that shot is him running. I mean, I don't know. I guess because I grew up on the stupid rubber suits, but just the image of King Kong riding on the back of Godzilla, like my inner 8-year-old loved it, and we bitched about it. But there was a kid behind us who was annoying the whole movie. But he was so happy. He was having every second. A good time. He was having like that moment where Godzilla's standing on the ledge. He was like, oh, wow! Like he was just so into it. So when I think of this movie like bringing in a whole new generation of Godzilla fans, it does make me happy. But my question is, my one beef with, and Jordan had a similar beef, is he's just a gorilla. They're just fighting a gorilla and another lizard.
He's a gorilla. He's a gorilla with a beard.
Yeah.
I noticed. That makes him badass. That makes him a Viking gorilla. And I noticed a couple of times where he's like, I'm like, did King Kong just stroke his beard?
I mean, the thing that I was kind of is when people are like, I kept the thing. I mean, you obviously like a lot of my TikToks, but the thing I come back to a lot is when people are like there's too much humans. There's too much humans. The movie should be all Godzilla, and you want to know why an all Godzilla movie wouldn't work because of that like 15-minute chunk of the movie where the apes just grunt at each other and Scar King is monologuing in ape grunts.
Which is particularly annoying to me because in this movie, King Kong knows sign language, and like you could have him be doing sign language at them, and like just have subtitles for us, so there would like at least be some form of dialogue. Like it's there, you could do it.
Guess because that bugs me too, but for a different reason. So, and okay. So I'm going to circle back. This is going to happen a lot on this podcast. So the Hollow Earth thing from Godzilla versus Kong. So you're at that time. There's, let's just say, a baker's dozen worth of kaiju on planet Earth, all wreaking havoc, and cities are still building skyscrapers for some reason.
They haven't moved underground yet.
Yeah, like insurance companies are just making bank over here. Actually, no, they're not making. They're losing a shit ton of money.
They're losing a lot of money.
Yeah. That didn't jive. So, but then there's this whole other place in the middle of the planet, which don't even get me started on how that's not even feasible. And we know it's not.
You're not a fan of the Hollow Earth theory, Jake?
Well, okay, but they can make a portal to Hollow Earth, right? Why did they not lead all the kaiju there and dump them into Hollow Earth?
Okay. To my understanding, to answer that question, do they not in this one sort of explain that the apes went into the Hollow Earth and underground? And the Godzilla rules the upper part. So isn't it just like there's a division of territory? Is that not at least that's how I thought I understood it.
They allude, yeah, they certainly allude to that in the New Empire. But okay, who made that decision? The humans clearly didn't.
The monsters.
My thing is like you've got Scar King who is very anthropomorphic and has like he's too smart for the way he acts in that movie.
All the apes are too smart. And actually, when they first revealed Scar King, the whole time I'm thinking like, how is this dude gonna take on Godzilla and Kong? Because I don't even think he could take Kong, much less non-power. And then they're going through the whole like. And they're going through the whole, like, ancient culture who's can't have been there for more than 20 years, but they're like, in the dawn of time. I'm like, Godzilla wasn't even... it wasn't radioactively transformed until 1954. How could this have happened thousands of years ago?
Have you seen the show?
No, I have not. I didn't have any desire whatsoever.
I hear it's good.
I've heard it's good, but...
There's a show?
Yeah. What is it, Monarch?
Legacy of Monarch, yeah.
Legacy of Monarch.
It's got Godzilla in it, and it's apparently it like does an alternate perspective of the 2014 movie. So sorry, my point of bringing it up was just to be like, did they maybe explain some of these questions on that show?
Maybe, but
I thought in the first Godzilla movie that they said that maybe I'm remembering wrong. It's been a while since I saw it, but didn't the Asian dude say something to the effect of that Godzilla had actually been sleeping in the planet for like millions of years and the nuclear bombs just woke him up?
Sure, yeah, and okay, maybe, but they say that Godzilla beat Scar King before, but then they're also talking about how Scar King is like this unbeatable monster.
I mean, I don't buy that. Like that drives me crazy.
What I'm saying is they established two different. Not timelines. They established two different chains of events that do not make sense with one another. Because maybe because it is established that before he was radioactive, Godzilla was just a prehistoric monster in many adaptations. Because again, when you're talking about Godzilla canon, it's like
what is
which one, right? But in most of them, and certainly the well-known ones, Godzilla was a monster that then got radioactive and became a giant radioactive fire-breathing monster. So back when he was just essentially a dinosaur, he beat Scar King and said, bitch, go to Hollow Earth. But now,
I see. I didn't pick that up at all. I didn't. I thought it was. I thought he beat him when he was Godzilla. To be fair, the humans exist in this movie to just say exposition.
But he can't. But that's my point. They say it as though he did beat him when he was Godzilla, but they're like long ago. I'm like, bitch, it was 1954.
I see what you're saying.
Wasn't that long ago.
My issue with Scar King that I have in terms of this movie is, so at one point, King Kong has the whole tooth issue. They have to take it out. They use anesthesia on him, which means that they have anesthesia that they know works on a gigantic ape. The quantity of it, like, okay, Scar King escapes to the surface world, and they pelt him with like a shit ton of anesthesia. He really just doesn't feel like a world-ending threat to me, which I guess is why they had to give him the dragon from How to Train Your Dragon. Because when I saw that, that's immediately what I thought of, the ice one.
I can see why you say that. Now that you've said that, that image is now in my head.
No, it totally is. And let me walk you through what was going on in my brain when that happened. Because the whole movie, I'm like, this guy doesn't seem that threatening. What is keeping all these other giant apes in line, any one of whom take 3 random ones and they could probably gang up on him and kill him? 4 maybe.
Beat him to death.
Yeah, just beat him to death. What's keeping them in line? And then they pull out the fucking ice kaiju, and I'm like, oh, and then I went, what?
Yeah. Well, I knew that ice kaiju.
How did he get the ice kaiju under his control? That's what I want to know.
They say pain.
I don't believe the ice kaiju was weaker than him to be subjugated in the first place.
He had the arrowhead that was on the end of his right.
But I'm saying, how did he get this? I think that's supposed to be a scale from the ice kaiju, which lets him control it. How did he get that? I don't believe he's strong enough to overpower it.
Where did he get the whip sword? That was my question.
That's clearly a spine of one of his enemies that he never killed. But the crystal thing was something he would have swiped from, and I can't remember the tribe's name. The Mothra tribe, which Mothra being in this movie was completely pointless. But I know because they established.
I love Mothra, so I was happy to see it come back.
If there had been more Mothra, it would have been fine. But she was just.
I thought the little deaf girl. I was positive. I thought it was going to turn out that she was going to walk up, and someone was going to walk up with her, and it was going to turn out she was like the reincarnated version of the twins.
That's what I was expecting too, and I'm like, okay, that I can buy. That I can buy, because this is something that's been established not only in Eastern folklore, it's a thing that exists, at least as far as
a larger issue that points to a larger issue I have with this franchise is they're too chicken shit to use Godzilla characters. It's like they want to, and it just kind of seems like they want to make it more Kong focused because he's an American character.
This movie was not a Godzilla movie. This was a King Kong movie.
Oh, yeah. I said that right from the trailer. That's what it felt like.
It's like you said, they're too scared. They're too scared to call it King Kong: The New Empire featuring Godzilla. It's like, they're too scared because we all know who the draw is.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Especially since he just won an Oscar.
I was just gonna, you're not wrong about that.
Totally different Godzilla.
But I will admit the very basic bitch level of me is like, you know what? Human characters, I don't care about them. I just love watching my toys get smashed together and suplex each other.
Well, that's just it, though. I don't care about these human characters because, first of all, I know I've seen, and she's a good actress. She's wasting this, and I forget her name, obviously. The main female lead. I've seen her before in this franchise. I don't know who the fuck. Yeah. I don't know who the fuck she is. Can't remember.
She was. It's like I think all the human characters from this one were predominantly from the last one.
The last one, I think, yeah.
I don't think any characters from the first two have made it. Like certainly Millie Bobby Brown was like, I'm done.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I guess
you want to talk about waste of potential actor. I hated in what was it, the second one with King Ghidorah, when Bryan Cranston is in it for like all of 10 minutes and they like he was in all of the advertisements. Was that the first one?
That was the
first one.
The first one? Yeah.
Yeah, the only interesting human in the movie is gone.
Yeah, within like what, 10 minutes? I think it is.
Maybe 15. 10-15. And there was a part they made you think, and this could have been so cool. And don't get me wrong, I liked the 2014 Godzilla after Minus One, not so much, but especially at the time, I liked it. But I was so amped to see it because I thought, based on the trailer, it was going to be a thing where, like, basically Bryan Cranston was going to be the human focus of all this, and his thing was they're lying about Godzilla.
Yes,
it was going to be spent with him covering up the deception and then finding out what Godzilla really was, right?
Yes. Yeah, like a conspiracy drama about
exactly.
Hiding,
That could have been so awesome. It could have been Minus One before Minus One.
Truly, it could have been. I used to be more forgiving of boring human characters. I used to be way more forgiving because I was like, that's just Godzilla. And I made a video about this where I said, the Japanese haven't always hit it out of the park when it comes to making interesting human characters. So it's just like the bar is not, well, it is now, but it was never high.
I know. We're talking from a place before December 2023. And because now even I'll correct myself. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, nobody's cared about human Well, okay, before Minus One, nobody cared about
Minus One. Yeah.
And you see those internet film bros who are like, who you could clearly tell haven't watched a Godzilla movie before Minus One, who have this like wrong perception of this franchise.
And that's true. And that's what, because you had said before, and I agree wholeheartedly, I didn't love this movie, but I'm so glad it exists because I remember when I was young, Godzilla vs. Megalon used to be my favorite Godzilla movie, period.
Mm-hmm.
And now I watch it and I'm just like, oh, Christ.
Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla will always be one of my favorites.
Yeah, that'll always hold a special place in my heart.
I didn't watch the original. I tried to watch it when I was much younger, but it was the original 1954 Godzilla. And I'm like, this is boring. And of course, I saw the American abortion.
I've seen the American.
It's okay. So this is part and parcel to virtually every English dubbed Godzilla movie that's been brought over from Japan. Is they take what is either a pretty good movie or at least a decently okay movie, and they get rid of everything that makes it a good movie because they're worried that the audience just wants Godzilla.
Interesting. I know that they added like some American actor or something.
They added Raymond Burr in randomly, and it just doesn't. I mean, to be fair, I'll give credit where credit's due. The edits are pretty seamless to an ignorant audience. But if you think about it, if you think about it for more than like 2 seconds, you're like, wait, why is he there?
Yeah. Doesn't he just react to the Japanese? I've never seen it. I've only heard about it. I just heard he reacts to the Japanese actors. That's all he does.
Pretty much. But the thing of it is they completely. It's funny. They add in scenes with Raymond Burr, and then they take away everything that makes Dr. Serizawa an interesting character.
Interesting.
They get rid of the love triangle entirely. So you're like, why is she? Because the way, and again, I'm going off of memory. It's been a while since I've seen the Americanized version. But if I remember correctly, he hangs around with Dr. Serizawa because in the original she's engaged to him.
Mm-hmm.
But then she clearly has a boyfriend who's the other guy, and you're just like, this woman's a hoe.
Yeah, she's clearly cheating on her.
But they don't go into any of it, right? Weird. So it's a thing, and then they do the same thing with the first garbage popcorn fun time movie, the Godzilla versus King Kong versus Godzilla, the original one.
Yes.
Because honestly, well, but see, here's the thing. So the Japanese version, it knows what it is. They know we are here to get King Kong and Godzilla to smash each other. But we have to get there in a quasi-logical manner. Now, I'm playing very fast and loose with the word logical here. But in the context of the original Japanese movie, it's wacky, it's goofy, it's zany, but it works.
I would also argue, though, that movie is also more of a Kong movie because a significant part of that movie is them going to Skull Island and getting Kong. And it just kind of becomes a King Kong movie at that point.
Well, King Kong does get top billing.
He does, which is odd because that is a Japanese-produced movie. And I think that led to they were gonna make they were gonna make, or had something to do with, they were gonna make a Japanese King Kong, and Universal wouldn't let them do it. There's a whole thing about it.
Can't remember the why, but yeah, the goal was to get Toho to do a. I think there was one other Toho. I could be wrong because this happens every time I'm on a podcast. I can remember
Yeah.
everything, but then I'm talking about. I want to say there was one other Toho film that King Kong was featured in.
Yeah. There's one where then that there's one where it's straight up just he's like Mecha King Kong or something.
Yes,
And then
yes.
they were going to do a follow up. They did one where it was King Kong versus Frankenstein. And that was supposed to have Godzilla in it. Yeah.
So I know that originally it was supposed to be Godzilla versus Frankenstein's monster.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes. That's why he has the thing with the electricity. Why he eats electricity. It's because he was supposed to be Frankenstein's monster. That's right.
Well, and they also have to, which again, Godzilla has very much the same problem that Super Saiyans have, in which the power scaling has, and Godzilla was right out of the gate because Toho said, "Fuck it, we're going big or not at all." So whenever you have a new enemy for Godzilla, you have to be able to make them ridiculously powerful, especially if it's a pre-established. Like they had to do it for Anguirus too.
Yeah.
They had to give Anguirus a bit of a power boost because you got to compete with Godzilla, which is a walking nuclear reactor that makes shit blow up.
That's what eventually led to King Ghidorah, who he basically is evil Godzilla, and not so many.
I love Ghidorah.
I love King Ghidorah. He's one of my all-time favorites. But so here's my question to cycle back to Kong versus Godzilla. One of my major beefs with that movie is that it just it doesn't go enough with the Godzilla monster. So what would you do going forward, like in order to, I mean, if you to change, or maybe, I don't like the word fix, but fix the franchise? My thing is
this current franchise.
Yeah. Like which character? Who should they fight? I know that they're talking Destroya for the next one, but who should they fight? Because obviously they're going to stay teamed up.
Well, I think to fix this one, honestly, you have to come up with something quasi-original to reset the power balance. Now, I think you can. I think what would be interesting, and I just came up with this right now. So, one of my favorite Godzilla movies, which again hated as a kid, loved as an adult, is Godzilla versus Biollante.
Oh yeah. I that was the one I was about to watch last time I was on.
Podcast. Because the concept is Biollante is it's a human created monster. Oh, now, granted, it's science goes awry, right? But you have somebody, and the motivation, it doesn't have to be Biollante ripoff. I just mean there needs to be someone or some organization, which, okay, gonna bitch about Monarch as an organization later. Someone needs to, and they've done this across various mediums, and it works most of the time. Who watches the Watchmen sort of thing. We need a counterbalance to the Titans, because effectively we're helpless. If Godzilla decides fuck humans, we're done. We can't stop it. Yeah. And they had it with Mechagodzilla, but they've already killed that. So I guess you could kind of rip off the Japanese, because they established they found an older Godzilla skeleton in the first movie, in the 2014 movie, I believe. Maybe you do a thing where you integrate those bones into a new Mechagodzilla, like they did prior, Toho did prior. And like the bones, I think that's a bit hokey, personally. I would much rather see like a Biollante ripoff. Yeah. And the cool thing about that is you can kind of turn it into a Saiyan, where the more you've heard it, the stronger it gets.
Mm-hmm.
And
so your idea is basically, sorry, I was just going to say, your idea basically, to summarize, is to ground it more. You want to go in the direction of grounding it more.
I think you have to, because what's next? They've already, in the span of, what is it, 4 or 5 films if you count Kong Skull Island. Yeah. They've already had King Ghidorah. They've already had Evil Kong. They've already had Ice Kaiju. They've already had Rodan's not dead, and he wasn't an enemy for more than 10 seconds. The Mutos, which I thought were really interesting. I think the Mutos get a lot of hate from the first movie. I thought it was a good way to start. frankly.
I like them because they made me think of Cloverfield. So it felt like Japanese versus America, Japan versus America. It definitely gave me that. Oh, these are our kaijus. This is what our kaijus are like.
Yeah, these are our kaijus, and
yeah,
except they lose to Godzilla. But yeah.
Except for they lose. I mean, that's a sweet death. He rips off their heads.
See, you say what should come next. I'm throwing my proposition out there. Space Godzilla.
That was gonna be. See, it's funny, Jake. See, this is why we have a podcast together, because we share a brain. Because I was literally gonna say Space Godzilla.
And that would be another. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with that, because again, that's an external threat. I'm just a fan of humanity being so dumb and hubristic that they end up. Yeah, but not intentionally. It's always like, yeah, we can control it.
The direction I want to go in, and it's funny. I've been holding off on this because I knew we were going to be doing this today to talk about it with Jordan off air. But I saw someone talk about the blonde hair Dan Stevens, the doctor. They had said, oh, he should be Jet Jaguar, and that's where I made that video where I was like, well, Jet Jaguar doesn't really have a pilot. So I don't know how that works, but what if, and this is crazy, we bring a threat from space and we continue that plot line, and we use this as an moment to introduce American Ultraman, and we do American Ultraman, because they've been talking about doing American Ultraman for years, and I feel like this is our way into American Ultraman, because I want American Ultraman.
So, okay, get this. So you have some sort of, and this could work with Space Godzilla interchangeably, right? But again, this ties into humanity being so hubristic. And actually, this is just me being a fucking nerd. So you could call this other organization. This is foreshadowing. You can call this new organization the counter to Monarch, Icarus.
Okay.
And the Icarus project is creating a kaiju or a titan that they can control just in case they need to unleash it against Godzilla, right?
Interesting.
And simultaneously, Monarch, and see, okay, we could actually fix part of this franchise, right? Because remember the convenient glove?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
well, yes, I do.
Yeah. Well, part of that project was the Jet Jaguar project or the Ultraman project, whatever you want to do. So, so the first stage of that development was augmented body armor, which would then give way to, as the project progresses, the plan was to give way to a completely like Gundam-esque cybernetic, thing, a suit, a mobile suit, right? And Kong proved that stage one was a success, even though they scrapped it. So they're like, oh, well, we should bring this back because it totally worked, right?
I mean, I love Jet Jaguar. Don't get me wrong. Like, if the next movie is like Jet Jaguar is there, I will. I love that movie. So I love Jet Jaguar.
Yeah.
I always thought Jet Jaguar was a reference to Ultraman. So I'm with Jet Jaguar.
I mean, he kind of is, and like I said, interchangeable. And so, but Icarus creates this kaiju using, and they think they're secret because this ties into Biollante. They think the key is to use human DNA as the base. So, and again, this is Godzilla logic here. Makes no fucking sense if you think about it for more than 5 seconds. But you get 5 seconds instead of 2, right? So they figure that if they use a human genome as the basis, which then you can get, because again, Godzilla is also all about social commentary, right? Or at least sometimes. I was going to say, and then I have flashes of Godzilla versus Megalon, and I'm like, well, sometimes it's about social commentary. So, but then you can have kind of a tertiary discussion about like, I don't know, like cloning and stem cells and how far is too far. Should science do it, even though science could do it? That kind of thing. So, but then this monster, obviously, because for those who don't know, and I know I'm jumping all over the place, Biollante was created by a scientist who wanted to try to bring his daughter back from the dead, or basically create a clone of his daughter. And it was a mixture of human DNA and I believe a rose, if I'm remembering correctly.
I haven't actually. I don't think I've ever seen Biollante.
It's good.
I don't recall it if I have.
It's dark. I mean, it's dark.
That's Heisei era, right?
I believe so. No, it's not Show. It's Heisei. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, because I've only seen. I remember the one I've seen the Godzilla, the Heisei Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla, and we grew up watching whatever the one that has Dark Mothra. I only
Batra?
remember it because it was bloody. Yeah, I remember the one with Batra. That was a Heisei one as well.
Is that Destroy All Monsters or All Monsters Attack?
I can't remember which one that was.
I want to say it was All
pretty
Monsters.
sure it was Heisei.
I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Yeah, that's another. If you're watching this podcast, you know how long, storied, and not complicated, but different the Godzilla continuities are. But
yeah.
But so anyway, yeah. So long story short, and I do believe this franchise needs fixing because they went so big so fast that they need to bring it back down somehow.
Interesting. See, I'm of the opposite opinion, and I think
bro, they had to create a hollow planet to go further. Yeah. They're done.
I mean, it is wild that we got the 2014 one, which is this grounded, serious take on an American Godzilla, and then 2 movies later, they've got floating hover cars and a Mecha Godzilla. I do get it. I just think.
I mean, on a certain level, though, when you have a gigantic thing like Godzilla wandering around, I do kind of believe that would rush forward the development of certain technologies to combat against such an unrealistic, unrelenting force. So them being more advanced than us isn't, to me, inherently unbelievable.
No. What speaking of, though, is unrelenting and unstoppable force. Why did they still shoot Godzilla? They know better.
Yeah, I've never understood that.
At least
it just makes him mad.
At least,
and I'll give pissing him off.
Well, but I'll give credit where credit's due. At least in this movie, they used drones.
That is true.
Because I never understood why anyone would willingly get into a plane and be like, "All right, guys, thousands have died before us doing exactly what we're about to do, but this time,
this is going to be the one."
This time it'll work, I swear to God.
This time it'll be different because Tom Cruise is in the plane.
This is the one. He's willing to die on camera. Like he's hardcore.
We have plot armor. It's okay.
It's okay. We'll be. This is the American Godzilla. Not everyone's up for grabs like the Japanese one.
I feel like that's a South Park episode waiting to happen.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll defeat the Godzilla this time because we have plot armor.
We have plot armor. But my thing with the American Godzilla, I think because we have Godzilla Minus One and it's ultra serious, ultra dour, and ultra upsetting, I feel like the palate cleanser of having Pink Godzilla is like they balance each other out almost in terms of the universe. Like one can exist so the other one can exist.
Well, I think they have to, frankly, because it's like you said. The crazy, wacky, kooky Godzilla gets kids into it, and I get it. But then they grow up. You start out loving Godzilla versus Megalon, and then by the time you're in your 20s or 30s, you appreciate your Godzilla Minus One. I can see how children absolutely despise Godzilla Minus One.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah,
for
absolutely.
Sure.
Even though, aside from the first one, and more so, when Godzilla destroys Ginza, that is
upsetting.
That is legitimately terrifying. I remember the first time I watched it. Which, by the way, did either of you guys watch Godzilla Minus One minus color?
No, I just don't have an interest in black and white stuff. That's been...
Okay. So here's the thing. There are, and I'm convinced of this now. There are scenes in that movie that you may not realize are nods to the original until you see them in black and white. So I was shocked how much I liked it because I don't hate black and white movies, but I'm not one of those people who's like, I don't watch it if it has color,
Yeah.
But I was shocked. So first of all, it wasn't. I'm sure you guys are aware of this, but for those who may not know, it wasn't just a case of them desaturating every shot. I forget the process they did, but it was a very deliberate. And I mean, I'll be frank, I don't really know which version I prefer. There are some scenes that I think play out better in black and white, and there are some that obviously when Godzilla does the first atomic breath, way better in color.
Yeah.
But the moments, the human moments, many of the human moments, and like the aftermath of destruction, I don't know, man. They seem to play much more interesting in black and white. So I recommend seeing both. But the point I was making, That's the first time I would call a Godzilla movie, except maybe the first one, and back when it came out, not so much anymore, as legitimately terrifying. Because you have to remember, in 1954, like, there were people who watched this movie that were in Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Sure. So I can imagine that being some PTSD-inducing shit.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm of two minds when it comes to Godzilla Minus One, where it's like, I like that movie. It's a very good movie. There were points where I was like, it just is a little weird that the Japanese people are like, well, what if we maybe won World War II? And it was like, oh, I don't maybe know if that's the point you want to come to, but
well, you think that until you see, which this is not widespread, so I'm not like anti-Japan here, but I watched a couple videos where they were asking people in Japan what they thought of Godzilla Minus One, and some of them were a little bit more, and to a certain extent, I kind of get it, because it's not, Japan then is not Japan now, but it's still Japan. It's the whole apples and cucumbers thing again. It's like, these are not the same people, but at the same time, they kind of are.
Yeah.
And there are people who, still to this day, which, spoiler alert, American, who still view, I don't want to say favorable, I almost said something terrible, who still view the atomic bombs as completely unjustifiable. I'm not going to say 100% justifiable, but I mean, I'm of the opinion, which again, bias, but I've read a lot, I've listened to a lot of people who are way smarter than me talk about the differences and what the casualties would have been on both sides versus, and again, it's the choice between a bucket of shit and a pile of shit. Mm-hmm. But at least with the bucket, your shoes don't get dirty, right? So
it was Oppenheimer that kind of did sort of, to a degree, changed my perspective on it a little bit. Where in that movie, he was sort of like, they were never going to stop. Like, they were never going to stop. You needed to make them stop.
Well, and I'm glad.
I'm not arguing for the inherent morality of dropping a nuclear bomb. I'm really not. But from that perspective, I do see. Man, I'm having the same issue. Canadian having the same issue you were, but I do kind of see the point.
For me, I the way that I've always looked at it is like, I get it. It's a sticky, complicated, sticky, messy issue. There were never going to be any winners. It was just about who was the losers, and
what Well, no, it's true. And what I always say about that is, it's like, I get it. I'm glad I wasn't Truman.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because
he was in a position where there were no winners, and he had to pick who the losers were going to be. And we could argue right, left, center, whatever about what the decision was, but it's history, and it is.
Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to block out a window that's making me look like I'm holy.
Oh.
So welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast. They can hear that. It's okay.
But yeah, so God, where was I going with that? Because I'm again American nerd, love history, particularly. There's just so much content and things to learn about the Second World War out there. But the point I was making is they were interviewing some people. And even today, I'm not even going to call them apologists, because believe me, I'm sure they're out there. Again, American. There are still apologists for the Confederacy. So I'm sure there's a few people in Japan that are like, you know what? Hirohito had something going.
Yeah. But that's a big part of, and there's, because we did an episode on Kamen Rider. And there was a big question of, like, there's just certain things culturally that, like, I just don't relate to on a cultural level with this. So, like, the idea that everyone's shaming him for not kamikazing himself was just kind of like, yeah, I don't know that I relate to this.
Well, and that's just it. So this is why I love consuming international media, particularly it seems Japanese media, because it's one of those things. Very often it's an if you know sort of thing. But if you don't know, it makes no sense to you whatsoever. So there's it's actually a concept in biblical study, but I like to bring it up because it's very present in film, especially if you're either foreign films or films about history, especially in a foreign place. It's called Sitz im Leben, which literally means where you're sitting in life. And all it really means is when you're looking at anything, consider the situation in life of the people that you're observing or learning about. In the case of Shikishima, I totally freaking get it. And it's something we can't fathom because even if you're not a practicing Christian, you grew up in the West. You grew up with at least the base moral code of English common law, which is derived from that Christian ethic, where the very core we view life differently than they did back then.
Yep.
I
know exactly.
And it's something that we can't really wrap our heads around because it seems as strange to us as the idea of running away to fight another day was for them.
Yes. Yeah.
It's completely foreign, although I do question how you could ever possibly think you're going to win a war when your strategy is death to the last man as opposed to strategic victories. And I mean, it shows, right?
They didn't win. It's interesting that you say that you have to examine a piece of media with the place with which it takes, the place
and the time.
And the time, that was a lesson I had to learn when I was doing the video where I repost them a lot, but I did a series called Top 100 where I watched a bunch of movies.
Is this Birth of a Nation?
Yes, Birth of a Nation. I have such a beef with that movie, but
it's that's another one where like you and I living in 21st century U.S. and Canada, which I imagine for you guys even more so, is like how the fuck could people be behind this? And yet there are people who, sadly, I don't know any of them, but I'm sure there are people that today still scream "Birth of a Nation" on the day that Lee surrendered at Appomattox and be like, "God damn it!" Actually, when I was growing up, not to cut you off, but so I live in Indiana, which was not part of the Confederacy, but Kentucky, which wasn't part of the Confederacy either, but it's close to Tennessee. It's not super far. There are people who still have which is not even really the Confederate flag, but that's a whole nother thing. They have the Confederate flag bumper stickers and shit. And I remember when I was in grade school, there was a kid who had a Confederate flag shirt and kept saying things like "the South will rise again." And even in grade school, I was like, you lost. You realize that you lost, and you lost hard. Not at the beginning, but eventually you lost hard.
Today I favorited a video I was going to do a stitch on TikTok, but some of the comments were like, "Oh, putting the racism aside," which is a crazy sentence in and of itself.
So they're like, putting the movie.
Putting the racism aside, they're like, "It's still a great movie," and I'm like, "Look, all right, look." It is a 3-hour-long silent film. It is an agonizing. Okay, have you ever seen Birth of a Nation, Jake? Jordan hasn't. I'm not going to ask him this question.
No, I can't.
You have seen it. So there's individual shots in that movie that, when you consider how many extras you had to wrangle and control as making a movie in the 1820s, whatever, that I appreciate. But the content of it vastly overshadows all of that. Sure, you can say a nice thing about anything, and
it does now for sure.
Yeah. In that video, the point of my rage wasn't so much of its existence; it was that the person who made it was super proud of it, which was weird, and the fact that it was on a top 100 American Film Institute's top 100 movie list of all time. To be fair, it was the original version of the list, but it's still too late in history to say that's a great movie. That's where my rage came from. But more to the point, a lot of watching those movies was being that's just how people felt back then. You can't hold it against them.
Product of the time.
Yeah, they don't have the social knowledge that it's wrong that I do. So it's not fair to hold the movie against that.
not for those at the time necessarily, but for people now who hold it up, yeah, you can totally hold it against it.
Yeah.
But it's worth noting too. Again, and I'm not trying to turn this into the America Power Hour. You stupid dog. Sorry. But
just well lit.
Like I'm a proud American, but I'm not so naive as to sit here and say that we've never had issues. Like, come on.
Oh, I mean, we're the same way about Canada.
Yeah, it is worth noting that the first movie ever screened at the White House ever was Birth of a Nation.
Really? That I didn't know.
Well, and to be fair, it was done by arguably the worst U.S. president in history.
That makes sense.
Fucking Wilson. Which, for those of you who don't know about Wilson, I remember when I was young, everybody was like, oh, Woodrow Wilson was a great leader. And the more I learned about him, just as I go over, I'm like, this guy's kind of a piece of shit.
But what about, to be fair, I don't know my American presidents. Obviously, I'm Canadian. I barely know my prime ministers. But like, didn't Lyndon B. Johnson show his Johnson to people and be like, isn't it big?
Show his Johnson.
It's just something
God damn it! What did he name? He named it too.
Yeah.
He named it. Oh, that's
it wasn't Johnson either.
No. I can't remember.
Was it
he used to show it to people in the bathroom, didn't he? Wasn't that a thing that LBJ used to do?
Yeah.
Willie. He needs to name it Willie.
I don't think it was anything that made particular sense. Here we go. Don't Google this at home, kids. Lyndon Johnson's penis.
Ooh, boy.
Oh, he called it Jumbo. That's right.
Jumbo.
Apparently, if report, and remember your Sitzenleben, kids. If accounts are to be believed, Johnson was packing.
Yeah. It was an impressive Johnson.
I mean, it's not Godzilla, but it might be Scar King.
It might be Scar King.
Stop moving.
Oh,
that's
no.
Funny. Once again, welcome back to the Moment Podcast. But just to tie back to one of your previous podcasts, your one of your Toon Talk 2.0, when you had Haley on, you guys were talking about Disney conspiracies. Talking about a person in his time, you guys were talking about Walt Disney and his alleged anti-Semitism, and that ties into kind of what you're saying, in that you have to put him in his time. He was a man in the 1940s when anti-Semitism was fairly common, so it's widely considered. Yeah, it was widely considered that he wasn't like crazy anti-Semitic. He just had anti-Semitic tendencies. So yeah, you have to kind of treat people in the time from which they were from, at least in my experience.
Yeah, and that's
fair.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment for you to make. And anti-Semitism, historic anti-Semitism, is one of those things where it's hard to judge because it was just so common.
Yeah, exactly.
Back in the day, so it's like, just because you had somebody that might throw an inappropriate slur here, have a really kind of bad set of beliefs here, which was kind of the argument I was making to Virus, where he was like, oh yeah, Disney totally worked for the Nazis. I'm like, no. Like, no anti-Semitism is good, but not all anti-Semitism is the same.
Yeah.
Because people in that time, just because somebody would say something like, oh, those Jews, doesn't mean they're gonna
do a Hitler.
for example. It doesn't, I think a lot of people in Europe specifically, I think this happened to a lot of people where they had to kind of come to grips with it and make a choice.
Yeah.
And it is a tough fucking choice. But I think that was a moment which, if you can take any silver lining from something like a Holocaust happening, which I'm not suggesting you do, I'm just saying that after the Holocaust happened, the world had to have that really difficult conversation about anti-Semitism and be like, okay, well, clearly this can happen, so maybe just thinking that these people are just the other isn't actually a great way to live,
Yeah, it's not not productive, no. But that post to go tied back to Godzilla, the post World War II conversation and Godzilla Minus One. Jordan actually he suggested this on an episode of our podcast of what do you do going forward with Godzilla Minus One? Do you do a sequel? What do you do if there is a sequel? And I know that the director has said he wants to do Monster versus Monster. Jordan suggested this doing a Mecha Godzilla, having it where that's a nuclear deterrent, like they've created their own nuclear deterrent and kind of do it as a metaphor for the Cold War almost.
I think that's a path they could certainly go down eventually. I think you have to wait to at least in that continuity, because the other thing I liked about Godzilla Minus One, which I did a video where I went into all the things that Minus One could possibly mean, but you got to remember this movie takes place mostly in 1949.
Yeah.
So to get to a Mecha Godzilla.
Sorry, I wanted to cut in and say that in my suggestion that Justin just said there, I did specifically say that the people that made Mecha Godzilla, America, is the ones that make it, and it's it's literally in this universe their version of the nuclear bomb is kind of what the thought process was.
Well, just to clarify, in that universe they did still have the nuclear bomb,
right? But the words are difficult. And it's been a while since I've seen the movie, so I'm just going off my memory, which is not great at times. But my thought process was basically that this in this world they now have heard that Godzilla exists, and so America being America, they're going to want to jump on top of it and have a way of wrangling things so that it's under their kind of control.
Sure, and they kind of allude to not so much the control, but they allude to America dictating what Japan does in Minus One. So that'd be an interesting play off of that. But yeah, to answer your question, Justin, I really don't know. I'll put it this way. Having Monster versus Monster continue that franchise wouldn't be my first instinct, but I forget his name. I'm spacing on the director's name, but if anybody can do it, I think he can do it.
See, someone said they should just straight up do a remake, because this is a remake of the first one. The next one should just straight up be a remake of the second one. But my thing is like this version of the franchise is so good at taking things that are supposed to be fun in Godzilla and making them upsetting. And I think yeah, he's got the talent to do Monster versus Monster and make it truly just like upsetting, seeing people collide in there. Like my favorite scenes. Ooh, this sounds dark. But my favorite scenes in Godzilla Minus One is when you see it switches the perspective and you see him walk through buildings and you see human collateral. And I think seeing human collateral get caught between two monsters, I just think he has the ability and the talent to make it like harrowing.
Well, and
that traditionally is fun.
Yeah, and what you could do very effectively is, so again, like you say, the human cost. It would be very easy to draw a parallel between two monsters battling as two superpowers battling, right?
Exactly.
And who loses every time that happens? It's the normal people. Which exactly. I loved the message of Godzilla Minus One, where it ended up being the normal people that saved the day, and Japan's ever since Shin Godzilla, really ever since Fukushima, which Japan. I couldn't tell you when it starts because I'm not Japanese, but it seems that for a while now, Japan as a society has this kind of like the U.S. has always had, the kind of this inherent distrust of their own government.
Yeah.
Japan seems to be more of a incompetence rather than malevolence, like a lot of Americans just believe that the government is evil, whereas Japan seems to think that their government is largely incompetent or uninterested.
Yeah, that's what Shin Godzilla was about. Was about political incompetency,
and it was so good.
I would argue in most cases that it's a little bit of both, little bit of greed and a little bit of stupidity.
Well,
you have my sympathy. Your government is a senior citizen home, so like at least we don't have that problem.
kills me though every time people talk. Which I mean, it's true. Don't get me wrong. Biden is way too old. But whenever a Trump
A lot
supporter
of them
says that,
are.
well, but whenever a Trump supporter says that, I'm like, well, Trump's not exactly young, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the vast majority. Like, we had I think she was a senator, Dianne Feinstein. She passed recently, but we had a case where this woman was not legally allowed to take care of her own estate, but she was allowed to vote.
Yeah, they like wheeled her in a wheelchair. It was depressing. Like
it was
And
sad.
there's a
And
lot of senators that are like that too.
yeah, there's a lot of geriatric, which God, this is so well. I mean, it kind of you. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can do this. I think I can tie this back to Godzilla somehow. I think this is a symptom of that generation so used to being in control that they don't want to give it up, coupled with the fact that the younger generations don't have the proverbial balls to say, nope, you're done, step aside.
Yeah.
And when you have that, you're going to get a lot of old ass people in power, which they're eventually going to die, but then the younger generation are. What? Oh, no, I'm not free. Sorry, somebody. Yeah, so even when the old guard leaves or dies or whatever, the young guard will be ill prepared.
Yeah. You know, yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I mean, I just yeah, that's pretty much yeah.
And so Godzilla shows up and is all like,
and so it's made your government incompetent, just like in the movie Shin Godzilla done it. There we go. Tied it back in.
And then there's one old man who left politics decades ago because he knew that it was going to be the younger generation's responsibility, but he just couldn't fathom how ill prepared they would be, and they wheel him in and say, "Well, we put Godzilla in an iceberg."
we got him with the anti-atomizer. I mean, I saw so many great memes when it won the Oscars. Like, don't worry, don't give up on your dreams. You could be 70 years old and still win that Oscar.
Godzilla.
Which that was great. Actually, I was so it was funny because I wanted Godzilla Minus One to win because I knew it wasn't going to win Best Picture, but I wanted it to win Best Foreign Film. But it won for VFX, which turned out to be an even better thing to prove my point. Because I had this discussion with Virus when we were talking about who was going to win what for Oscars. Which actually, this year's Oscars, I was pleasantly surprised because even if I didn't agree with a pick, I could understand how they got there.
I was my thing with the Oscars this year is I mean we've already talked about my discomfort with, but I was just the Oppenheimer. It winning so much kind of made me go, oh, I don't know. There's just something that feels kind of weird about like patting ourselves on the back about making a movie about one of the about something that was that tragic. I don't know. It felt kind of I like the Holdovers way more, and I was really rooting for the Holdovers. I think that's a modern classic.
That's fair, but we all knew Oppenheimer was going to clink. I mean, because it's Christopher Nolan.
It didn't surprise me. It did not surprise me, but
I was legitimately shocked that Barbie didn't win production design, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I personally believed I like Barbie. I think I know you guys did a review on it. I couldn't. It was a comedy thing. I couldn't glean the opinion off of it. But I actually like that movie. And I felt that the wrong song from that movie won the Oscar. I think I'm Just Ken should have won because that song was way more viral, way more popular, and it's, in my opinion, the best part. I love how that movie comes to a grinding halt so the boys can sing a little song. Like I don't know. It just the movie completely stops so they can sing a song, and it's amazing.
So what's funny about that is I know a lot of people complain about that. I actually like that moment in the movie. I agree, it's totally random, but at the end of it's also Barbie.
It's Barbie. It's supposed to be ridiculous.
So but ridiculous. I think actually that's a movie where I was pleasantly surprised by the beginning, but by the time I got to the end, I was eye rolling because again, that movie could have been a 10. It actually had all the ingredients to be a 10, but they just couldn't. There were too many moments where they said, from the script perspective, they'll say, it'll be fine. Or they just couldn't help themselves to get on the soapbox.
Yeah.
My issue, honest. I'm going to be honest with that movie. The thing that sold me on it was Margot Robbie. I like Margot Robbie. She's fun.
But I mean, okay, so this isn't just Barbie. This has been movies for at least the last decade. So they have a moment in there where Hollywood thinks their audience is stupid and can't get a joke. So there's a moment in that movie where Margot Robbie's talking about inner beauty, and the movie can't let that sit and let people realize why it's funny and ironic on their own. They have to throw in a voiceover talking about, we're totally aware that Margot Robbie is the worst person to be saying this. It's like, no.
That's fair. Yeah.
But you just ruined it. You just ruined the joke.
Yeah, don't patronize me. I get the joke. I don't need you to explain the joke to me.
And then, which this is a point we made in our bar, when I say review again, really stretching review. That whole thing was basically because we wanted to use dolls, and when I was coming up with the idea, I was like, but how do we end it? How do we end this in a funny way? My freaking dog. And I thought, what would be funnier than... It was actually originally going to be Hulk Hogan, but then I thought for some reason Macho Man Randy Savage would be 10 times funnier. To have a pro wrestling doll come down and give them a lecture on egalitarianism.
I mean,
that is funny.
One could argue that it's funnier than ending your movie on a vagina joke. I mean, granted, a funny vagina joke, but a vagina joke nonetheless.
The vagina joke would have been fun, which actually is probably my biggest issue with Barbie as a movie, where they spend the entire movie talking about how women are more than just our one-dimensional parts, right? And then the end of the movie, he becomes a woman by going to the gynecologist. It's like, no, okay. If you wanted a vagina joke, have her become a gynecologist.
Oh, that would be fun. That would be funny.
I mean, to be fair, there's a number of moments in the movie which make me roll my eyes, but like I said, I like Margot Robbie. I'm willing to look past certain things.
My thing with that one was it bothered me how much it was like the corporate CEOs are the good guys. Actually, the corporate CEOs aren't the bad guys, and I was like, this feels weirdly pro corporate. I don't like that. I don't like how pro corporate this is.
Like, again, the movie
Mattel produced it.
Yeah, but I mean the movie can't. I'm actually shocked Mattel greenlit some of the stuff in that movie because it cuts itself up. Like, I love how they say the Mattel board is all men. The Mattel board is not all men. Mattel knows that.
Yeah.
Mattel signed off on that joke, knowing full well that their board... Now, granted, I think it's like 60-40, but there are plenty of women on Mattel's board.
I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure there are plenty of women. Well, I mean, there were women involved in that. So, yeah, I'm sure there were.
But that's just, like, okay, really offensive joke. That movie proves that, like, women aren't funny. Like... Because they can't.
I mean, my favorite part of that movie is Ken. So, I mean, what does that say?
Oh my God. That was so... I mean, I'm sorry. The joke wrote itself. The fact that Ryan Gosling... What was it? A Golden Globe?
Yeah.
Ryan Gosling won a Golden Globe, and nobody else in that movie won one for Barbie. Because Ryan Gosling was the best part of that movie.
He's the best part of that
made
movie.
It.
My favorite bit was how that movie came out, that made $1 bajillion, and they're obviously thinking about a sequel, and they're going to Margot Robbie being like, oh, are you going to be in the sequel? And she's like, well, I don't really see a point in doing a sequel because we already did everything we had to say. And then it came out, I was like, well, they're going to make it without Barbie and just deal with Ken. And then the next day she was like, well, maybe I will do a sequel. Maybe I will. It's interesting how you changed your mind real fast there, Margot.
Barbie 2, The World Is Not Enough.
Someone made the point that they don't really need Margot Robbie or they just pick another Ken and Barbie and make it about another Ken and Barbie. They don't need them.
And again, they could do that, but the whole movie thinks it's being like really funny and it is, but not in the way they intend. So like they think they're making fun of all the Kens. Like, okay, the Kens are all allegedly dumb, right?
Yeah.
They take over Barbie Land in an afternoon.
I thought that joke was that joke for me was so funny, where they're like they have no concept of this, so they're not inoculated to it at all, so they're instantly vulnerable to it. I thought that was funny. I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
That part is funny, but the Kens being completely incompetent doesn't work
About it.
because they're. And then I love the fact, which again, I'm criticizing the writers for this one. So the Kens basically wrestled control of the Barbie society, and their plan to stop them is to prevent them from having a vote.
Yeah. At the end, where they're like, it's just gonna go back to being. I was like, okay, that kind of feels like we didn't really have much of an arc.
Since when do you foil a dictator by having a vote?
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. It's a fair
And the
just means he's not a very good dictator.
he's clearly good enough because he wrestled. But I mean, and I'm sorry, the song bit where they were all playing the same song is that to me was hilarious.
They're all playing. For me, that was the way he says. He's like the way he pronounces, but I will, but I laugh every time I hear him sing that song. It was so good. It drives me crazy when people like being on TikTok. You get a lot of like people who have just the most absurd opinions, where they say the most like exaggerative things, where like it's the greatest thing or the worst thing ever, and it's like, what happened to nuance?
Like, that kind of hyperbole. Geez,
yeah, you can like you can like a thing and still criticize it.
I do it every day. I do it every day.
I give plenty of things compliment sandwiches.
Yeah.
You know, not everything. There's no such thing as perfect, and I get tired when people are like, "Oh, it's a perfect movie," or "Oh, it's a terrible movie," because it's not perfect. And it's like a thing can be good, and you can acknowledge that it has flaws. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
When did this stop being acceptable?
Every day of the week. Like Rockadoodle is simultaneously embarrassing and awesome. Sometimes at the same time.
Absolutely.
I watched that for the. I'm guessing that you're picking that up from the last episode. I watched that for our podcast, and yeah, that movie makes no fucking sense. It
None
is
at
an incomprehensible nightmare.
And yet,
but it's got funny moments and flashy lights, so the kids love it.
And it's funny because in terms of film language, there are several scenes in that movie that are just downright good. I.e., when Chanticleer, where do we lead up on this? It's when it's at the end, the climax, basically, when he gets his throwing powers back.
Yeah, that's a really harrowing moment.
That shit is awesome. That was Super Saiyan before Super Saiyan.
Yeah, but that's part one of the things of that movie that doesn't make any sense. Is it magic? Does he have magic? Like, why did he turn into? Is it a metaphor? It's really confused.
And the answer is yes.
Yes, all of the above,
and all of those, and it all works, and none of it works.
This is still fresh for me because I watched this movie recently.
Well, because that was from a time where it wasn't that long ago, but it was long enough ago where films had metaphors, not examples.
Yeah.
So Chanticleer being able to crow could have been anything for a child. Could have been more direct, been like the ability to speak up, stand up for yourself, stand up to the bully, blah, blah, blah. Or it could be like, well, no, you actually, like a kid might be able to sing, but thinks they sound like ass. And it's like, no, sing. Or it could have been anything. Nowadays, Barbie's like, well, I have a vagina, so I have no flaws.
Yeah. I mean, thinking about also movies from that time though, is they're short. They like thing when we talked about those movies was like these all need. That one was an hour and 10. It was an hour and 10-minute movie, and it was like this needs like extra. I also watched We're Back, A Dinosaur Story, and that one was like, we talked about how you could make that movie longer, or to tie to one of your videos, the Once Upon a Forest.
I was so happy when I saw that clip of yours.
I was inspired. That was inspired by you. Was the reason why I watched it, because I was like, I went into that with the absolute intention of being like, Jake is wrong. That is a good movie. It makes sense. It has logic, and it was terrible. I was shocked by how bad it was. I was like, "Oh my god, my childhood is a lie."
It was stuck in the mud.
Wait. So when you did that podcast, had you watched it recently? Is that what made that what
No,
prompted you
no,
to? Because I only saw that clip in isolation.
no. I had actually watched for the first time in a while the Neverending Story. For the first time in a long time. I'd seen it before, obviously, but when I was a child, and that's basically I have been referring to the Once Upon a Forest effect since 2008 because that's the last time I
Interesting.
watched it. And you're actually the fourth person who's done that where I've explained it and they're like, it's not that bad. And then they watch it and they're like, oh my God. Because, like, here's the thing I'm not confident in it because I loved that movie when I was a kid. I loved
Yeah,
that movie. And then I
I
watched it as an
loved
adult.
it.
And then I watched it as an adult and I'm like, this is he's shit. Like it makes no sense. The animation is There's a random
Yeah,
musical number when it's not a musical.
it's terrible. It's a terrible musical number.
You
Yeah,
you guys are making me feel like I need to go back and rewatch this movie because I haven't watched this movie like in
oh,
years.
well,
The moment.
actually, a slightly
Yeah.
more enjoyable experience that is the same effect is the Neverending Story, which Eric still argues with me, and I keep saying, I'm like, when's the last time you watched it, though, dude? When's the last time you
Yeah.
watched it? This movie makes no sense. It doesn't. It's as though they're rewriting the script as the movie is going because it starts
Oh,
out. It starts out with a premise in mind, and it shifts said premise no less than three times in the
interesting.
movie.
Wow.
I've never actually seen it. The one thing about Neverending Story that I
No,
know
I don't think I have either.
is that it randomly has like it feels like it's like two separate movies putting it on once, and it's the bit with the girl and the horse and all that. But then it's also shit, what's his name? Fred
Falcor?
Savage and the grandpa reading a story, and those feel like two completely different movies.
It's in reality, what it effectively. So it is kind of similar to the Princess Bride. That's what you're thinking of,
Oh,
where
am I thinking of the Princess Bride?
yeah, well, the main kid is reading the book, right? But then he realizes, spoiler alert, but it's an old ass movie. He realizes that it's weird because he's reading the book, but he can also influence the book, and it doesn't really
Oh,
tell you how this. Like, it's a magic book. It's again, it's kids. It's a magic book. Don't think too hard about it.
yeah. Don't think. My thing with Once Upon the moment I went, oh my god, Jake was right. With Once Upon a Forest was there's a moment where they're running through a field and a bird attacks them, but like not like a magic bird or like a clothes wearing bird, just a regular ass bird. And you're like, okay, so maybe it's just these particular animals who are wearing clothes, and that's just a normal. And once you get to a certain size, you become a normal bird. But then they meet other birds who are this black like congressional church who are singing about the crows, yeah, who are singing how their son has died because he's trapped in mud. I'm like, okay, so they're wearing clothes. This movie doesn't make any sense.
So why doesn't the owl wear clothes? Is it like once
Yeah.
you hit a certain size threshold? What's the logic? Oh my god!
So
Yeah,
I
that was pretty much
imagine
the moment.
it's one of from what I can ascertain in my twisted brain, it's one of two things. Either these movies are guilty of major animal racism, or or it's much like how there are still tribes on planet Earth that are like cannibals, right? Or
Yeah.
primitive cultures. So maybe there were just a group of animals that were like, you know what, fuck this living off the earth crap. We're gonna, like, why are we cold in the winter? Let's make sweaters. Like, come on, we're evolved.
That makes sense. What's funny is that there's a lot of those movies that I learned were based on books, and that's based on a book. I can't find the original book. There's no hider like tale of it on the internet that I can find. But same thing with We're Back. I watched that one as well, and yeah, that's also apparently based on a book.
Yeah, I did not know that
my,
was based on a book. I learned that from your podcast.
Yeah.
my headcanon going forward is that in this world, the ones that can't speak are predators, and they could speak, but they're too busy trying to eat you.
Yeah, and
You know what?
if they would just evolve and realize that you can just eat pellets.
If you just put on a pair of pants, you'll be fine.
They just don't want to.
No,
they could have talked, but
these are just extremist animals that have just gone too far. Like these are the human equivalent to Liver King, but if Liver King just decided to become a prepper and move to the woods.
There's also a weird moment at the end with the mole who like he winds up in a trap and he winds up just completely naked.
Oh, but he ends up naked very conveniently, right? Because once he's in line of sight of human beings.
Yeah. And so it's like, wait, so did they not see him with clothes? Like, what's the deal?
And I love, what was the point of him being, like, again, kids don't think about this, but it's like, what was the point of him being trapped? Because they get him out of the trap. The trap is clearly there to trap animals and make sure that they're okay, but he doesn't get more than a passing glance. And he's like, there you go, little fella. And it's like, what was the point of giving that poor mole a heart attack?
I guess it was to,
because it was in the script.
It's to, well, I mean, yeah, but I guess theoretically, I should say, the idea is that the traps are there so that they can move the animals out of the
sure. I imagine
area.
I imagine so, but again, I love how he loses all of his clothes. Like, it seems like a scene that should be really reminiscent to a movie like The Hangover, where he conveniently loses all of his clothes, and then when he gets released, they're like, "Oh, here are your clothes."
Yeah, here are your clothes. It's
cool.
The thing I discovered about all of those movies is, and we were not afraid to traumatize kids in the 90s. We weren't. We were like we're back. The entire back half of that movie is just upsetting.
Have you seen Ferngully?
Yeah. Hexus is he's upsetting.
He is simultaneously upsetting, and when you first meet him, it's like I could like if you were a parent in the early 90s when this movie came out, I think 93 or 94. And you think, oh, we're just going to see, it's like Disney because it's a cartoon. And then you hear Tim Curry going,
yeah.
And then every adult in that theater just like,
oh no, what have I done?
But all the kids are like petrified. Hexus is legitimately scary, especially at the end.
Oh, wait, when he turns to the skeleton and stuff.
That's horrifying. But you're right. We were not afraid to traumatize children. I was one of them, damn it. And I'm okay, I guess.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm just over here overthinking Godzilla movies and talking about them on the internet. Literally nothing fazed me.
I mean, I watch children's movies and I talk about them on the internet, so you know.
Clearly, nothing fazed us at all.
Clearly, nothing fazed us.
So actually, this is a good time too, because you guys are the sponsors of today's podcast. But before you dig into telling people about your podcast, I'm going to bring up one other movie, and I'm curious if you've seen it and what your opinion is, because this was a movie that I loved it when I was younger, and I put off because I was afraid of the Once Upon a Story effect. Now, some movies make it pass. Like An American Tail is not an example. An American Tail is a great movie still. Holds up.
Mm-hmm.
The Pebble and the Penguin. Loved that movie as a kid. I watched it and I'm like, oh, it's not quite as bad as Once Upon a Forest, but there are moments. But I bring it up because they're the leopards. Whoever animated the leopard seals, I hope you got therapy. Because there's clearly something wrong with you.
So, okay.
I recognize the name.
I'm going to answer your question with another question. If you remember that you've seen the movie, but you couldn't say a thing about it, does that count as having seen it? We've discussed this before on our podcast, because yes, I have seen that movie. And funny enough, that was on my list of ones I was going to do for, when we did obscure animation. That was going to be one I did, and I just didn't get to it. So I don't remember much about it, other than like, I think the main character is like a Dom DeLuise style character. Like, he's kind of a goofy guy. That's all I remember.
I just have a picture in my head of a penguin wearing a hat, and he's got the orange and yellow scarf.
Yeah, he had like the weird Russian hat, right?
Yeah, like I know who you're talking about, but I have no memory of what the movie is.
Which, funnily enough, Tim Curry again is the villain, although much less scary. But that's a movie that really bombed when it came out, which I never understood when I was a child, because I'm like, this is fucking great. But that's probably because when I was a child, I was Hubie, the main character. Like, that was me. So I definitely saw myself in that movie. But the animation's good, and the score, the soundtrack is actually pretty good.
Who does it? Who's it by?
It was I know this too. Hold on, I'm like, this is so
one
dumb.
of those, like, the 90s is really
Barry Manilow.
The singer?
He did the sound. Well, he wrote the soundtrack.
Really?
I think.
That I did not know. That's amazing. Yeah, the 90s, there's a bunch of those like smaller company animated movies that like
they're not Disney, but they want it to be Disney, but they're not Disney.
We've got a lot of those.
Music by songs by Barry Manilow and score by Mark Waters.
Huh.
So yeah,
interesting.
And I mean, this like it's they threw money at this movie. Like again, directed by Don Bluth and Gary Goldman.
Starring Don Bluth.
Yeah, it is a Bluth Animation Studios.
Okay.
Starring Martin Short, James Belushi, Jim Curry, Annie Golden, who you may not know her, but she's a Broadway singer.
Yeah.
Produced by distributed by MGM and Warner Brothers internationally. So MGM in the US. And produced by MGM and Don Bluth Limited, which this was at the tail end of Bluth's independence, because after this movie bombed, they would start basically working through and force Fox Animation Studios.
Okay, so what is this? Is this one of his last ones? So is this?
I think it was his last one, actually, his last independent one.
Oh, interesting. Because I know his last major big budget movie was. I'm pretty sure it's Titan AE. I'm pretty sure that was.
I think you're right, but that was Fox Animation, wasn't it?
Was that Fox?
I don't know.
I think it was. I think it was Fox because I believe it's on Disney Plus.
Yeah, Anastasia. Yes, it would have to be. Anastasia was Fox. I know that. That was Fox Animation.
That was Fox.
Which I pointed out. I pointed out Anastasia is the only Disney princess who is a Disney princess by marriage.
That is true.
Or by merger, I guess technically. But that's a perfect segue before we get back on track with Godzilla, because we barely talked about Minus One really in relation. Yeah. But so you gentlemen have a podcast.
Yes.
Take a moment and tell the internet.
Well, we have a podcast. It's on the Arete podcast network, which we shout out every episode. I clip it at the start. It's a lot of this. We start off with the news. We talk about the news because in conversations that we would have privately anyway. And we talk about it. We discuss it. We give opinions on it. That's the first half. And then the second half is I give Jordan and the audience, should we get more than 23 subscribers, and the audience is welcome to participate in. I give an assignment. And I ask you to go watch. I used to say movies, television, video games. We have since discovered that television is is kind of a big thing to do in a week.
It's a special occasion thing now.
Yeah. we did the Kamen Rider episode, and it was kind of a miserable experience. It was 48 episodes of television in a week, and it was a lot. In Japanese, it was a lot. And then it's new, so it's kind of evolving as it goes on. But we have a section called Rapid Fire where we talk about usually stuff we've seen. We go through and we pick a different thing. We talk about it. We say one or two things of it, and then we have the main book report where we each pick a thing we haven't seen and we have seen, and then we talk about it. The haven't seen tends to turn into one of us. We try to prevent it from becoming one of us summarizing. Like today, I spent a great deal of time summarizing Frankenstein.
It's an evolving thing. We're trying to find the perfect way, growing pains.
Yeah, trying to prevent it from becoming one of us talks at the other one for 20 minutes.
And the other leans his head back and just closes his eyes.
Well, I will say the type of podcast that pretty much everybody does, except Haley does hers recorded, which hers is much more interview, so I get it. But you guys, Average Intelligence and Toon Talk, are very heavily just like riffing most of the time. Like we might have a quasi format, but audience interaction is where the magic happens. So when people are actually having a conversation with you, which I get, because one of the things that I get criticized for on my podcast is they're like, well, yeah, but there's no structure. I'm like, that's the point, man. If you want structure, you watch CNN. If you just want, if you want a conversation that could turn out to be really funny, really fast, you do what we do. Because Virus, when we started Toon Talk, he had a very rigid, segmented,
really?
And I told him on day one, I said, my mission is going to be chaos.
That's incredible. Because, as someone, sorry, I was just going to say, as someone who is a new viewer to you guys, he goes off the rails so fast.
So fast. Yeah. I think
not have said that. So that's very fascinating.
I think initially, which I don't know, he'll probably correct. I'll ask him this on the next episode. I think initially he felt that a podcast should be regimented, but that's also not at all who he is. I was literally, I was like Butters as Professor Chaos. I'm like, I'm going to destroy this. He's literally like, okay, today we're going to go through the Oscar nominations, and I'm just like, bringing chaos, fellas.
That's very fun. For us, we need a skeleton, so like a basic format to help like direct us. What's funny for us is like we've attempted many. It's funny you talked about versus that will always hold a very special place in my heart because we did I think that was the second episode of a YouTube series we tried to launch.
Way back when
we had to watch so much of that movie so many times, like just sections of it. The fight section. Jordan edited a really long sequence of them fighting to Mortal Kombat music, and so this is our third attempt at a podcast, and the first one was like we did 10 minutes, and it was awful, and it was called Live from Justin and Jordan's Couch. And the entire concept was it was just me and Jordan sitting on the couch shooting the shit. And we were like, what do we talk about? And it just we were like, and now you're done. And so it's just so funny. Now we're putting out 2 hours a week.
And if we don't time ourselves, it ends up being like 3 hours.
Yeah.
The whole reason I do the Arete podcast is because I like, and I understand I'm in the minority here, but this is for me and short fodder for my solo channel. Is I love obscenely long, and they can be in depth or just riffing conversations with people that are actually entertaining. Though that's the key.
Yeah.
But I do it for me, so the bar's my bar. So like if I find and what's really interesting though, because it's risky, right? It's risky doing a live podcast in particular because I did not the last episode I did, but the episode before that. I did one with a guy I've known for a long time, actually, through my day job. And then we both just were randomly talking one day, and we both came out that we both do podcasting. I was like, oh, shit, you got to come on now. And not going to lie, and you could probably, if you watch the episode, you can probably tell I kept my composure fairly well, I thought, but it was pretty obvious that I didn't really know what to talk about per se. Like there wasn't a clear mission. But then literally about an hour and a half in, we start talking about entertainment, and then it's just like there's a moment where it just goes, boom, okay, here's our thing.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, entertainment's so easy to the movies, television, so it's much easier to talk about. I will say, like, doing the news, that's honestly the toughest part, because it's like, oh, man, there's so many, like, cast announcements that, to him, are essentially meaningless. So it's like, oh man, a lot of the time, is useless to me.
There's sometimes where
like, this person's gonna be in a thing.
He'll mention, like, he'll do that, and I'll be like, oh, okay, I don't really know what to say about that, but I have to try and think of something. And
very rarely does this feel like work, but yeah, there are weeks where it's like, oh,
it depends on the topic you give me.
Yeah, I gotta watch 4 movies. Oh man!
So, like, for example, if you were to say, "Yeah, we're doing westerns this week," that would be a chore for me.
Oh, yeah.
See, you can turn it, but you can turn it on its head, though. And nobody said a western had to take place on Earth. There are plenty of space. There are plenty of space westerns.
That's probably the route I would go, quite honestly. I would choose like the Cowboys versus Aliens, or like I like to pick ones that are like this week when we did Dracula, and I did Bonnie and Clyde versus Dracula. That's a weird one.
But then you've which actually Cowboys and Aliens was a surprisingly good movie. Again, for what it was. Again, for what it was. It's kind of like. How would I'm trying to think of a good example. It's when you go into, actually I can't. So have you guys watched Arthur the King, the Mark Wahlberg movie about the dog?
No, I don't think so. No,
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So
added to the list.
Got invited to watch the movie, and I was like, "Fuck it, it's free." But I was expecting nothing.
Yeah,
it's actually like a pretty good little movie. I was shocked. Like there were no glaring parts, and Shang-Chi's in it, so that's fun. But yeah, it's a cute little movie. Which again, for what it is, it worked pretty well.
There are times when we're doing this that the challenge for me is picking a topic where he's seen movies, because I could pick a topic where he hasn't seen movies, and it would be like the Japanese, the two-parter Japanese. That was tough, because it was like, oh man, hard. The live action stuff was a challenge to think of stuff that he had seen. But for me, as a person watching stuff, it's a delight when I pick something and I love it. Like we did Robot Jocks for 90s, and I fucking love that movie. It was so good. And it's always nice. It's when you have a pleasant surprise of a thing. We're like, oh man, this movie is so much better than I was expecting. It's so much more fun than, because like an episode I want to do is I want to do classically bad movies, or famously bad movies, because I watched Troll 2, and it was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. And I want to get him watching The Room. I don't know if you've ever seen The Room, the Tommy Wiseau movie, but he's never seen it, and I need to get an excuse for him to see it, because I think he would enjoy that.
There's probably a reason.
I mean, yeah, I watched that at a party, and I didn't get that. I didn't understand what it was, and I was so mad at how bad that movie was. I was like, and then later on, I was like, oh, he's insane.
Yeah, so this is, I do highly recommend, which I started watching your TikTok content, and I'm like, why doesn't this guy have a podcast? Because I love your takes on stuff, because you talk about things that like they're in the zeitgeist, but for some reason a lot of people don't really have that conversation. Like I was floored in your episode when you brought up the random like McDonald's OVA. The Treasure Island OVA. Because I'm like, I didn't know anybody else knew that thing even existed.
There's been a few times where it's like, I thought I was when you said the exact opposite direct, when you were like, I used to have this, I was like, I thought I was the only one. That was a truly fascinating experience. Learning about that.
It's always fun. It's always fun when that happens.
Yeah, and then you learn, like, your podcast is genuinely good. I think everybody should definitely check it out, especially if it. I'm not saying that like there's no information, but especially if you just want something to. You don't turn your brain off necessarily, but it's like listening to an interesting conversation. That's a better way. That's a better way to put it, because I'm not trying to say that there's no substance there. That's not true at all. But you learn a bunch of really cool stuff, but it's fun. You don't feel like you're learning stuff, essentially. And it's pop culture.
I have to give Justin credit. He's the substance. I'm the sugary sweet stuff that looks good.
I like the thing is with Jordan, I like your guys' your average intelligence podcast, where you're like, we're just two average guys. I like that perspective or approach to stuff where when it comes to an average person's perspective or a normal person's perspective, I typically go to Jordan, even though he's not a regular person, because he's connected to me. He knows more than the average person because I tell him about stuff. So he's probably a bit more educated, but he has the most, like, I don't want to say like mainstream opinions, but it's the closest thing to like a regular opinion that I get.
I'm sort of in between. I'm in between the less average or the less intelligent, I don't know how to say it nicely, average, I guess. I'm in between the average and the non-average, where it's like I can see both sides. I can see it from the average side, but because I live with you and you feed all this information into my brain, I also see it from your point of view. So sometimes to the detriment of, it's like, oh, this would have been better if I could just turn that part off.
Yeah. That being a movie person definitely like impacts your ability to just watch things.
Sometimes
it really does. And I don't know where it came from for me, but I am literally that person. I'm trying to think of the best example of this. Probably the Batman, because Eric and I went to go watch the Batman.
The Robert Pattinson one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But and I made the joke. I made the joke solely because it's Robert Pattinson, Twilight, right? I just said, as going in, knowing nothing about this movie other than Robert Pattinson as Batman in it, I looked at Eric and said, I bet you money that there are several points in this movie where you could insert random Twilight lines and they would fit. And
like a drinking game.
Oh my god, the whole movie almost. Yeah. But and then there was another one that was probably a better example because we went with a group, right? And everybody came out of that movie. I'll think of it because it was a superhero movie, I think. But it was going to be this big. It was a big spectacle thing, and everybody else came out of the theater. We're like, "Oh my god, that was awesome!" I'm like, "What movie did you watch? That was a piece of shit."
Oh man, I for the longest time I've had so many. I used to be called I was called a bad take Jake for a long time because I used to really be like
stealing that, by the way.
Yeah, it's just, there's a lot of like I think I mean my most famous one that I'll never forget, and this has changed because I'm a more of a cinemaphile now than I used to be. But I used to say that The Godfather was a bad movie, and I'll never forget it. I was talking to a friend. We were in the line for tickets, and I was saying, I don't think Godfather is a very good movie, and X, Y, and Z reason. And the guy in front of me turned around and just started screaming at me, like telling me how wrong I was and how I had no idea what I was doing. And basically was like, you should leave. You should never watch another movie again. And I've since changed my opinion on that. I actually think that's quite a good movie, but I just, yeah. So I'm definitely known for having it. I'm telling you.
Movie now. It was the 2021 Mortal Kombat.
I see. I like that movie.
That movie was so we'll actually tie it back into Godzilla. It's worse in the aspect of if you turn your brain off, you can probably enjoy it. But if you think for 1 second, the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure that is. Yeah,
I mean the whole thing just unravels. That's what I said. I jokingly call that movie Mortal Kombat Preparation because there's no, and you can make the Preparation H joke, but there's no tournament. Mortal Kombat is a tournament, and they have no tournament. And by the end of the movie, Goro's dead, Kung Lao's dead, basically all the Scorpion's dead again.
Yeah.
Sub-Zero's dead, which Sub-Zero's supposed to die in the first tournament, which granted, I guess, and who the fuck is Cole Young?
Oh, that's my thing. That character was clearly that character is Johnny Cage.
Like, I said Johnny Cage is in the next movie.
I know. That's just like certain things you want to talk about, like not being able to enjoy a movie. There's certain times where I can see like this is the third or fourth version of this script, and at some point in the first draft, that character was Johnny Cage. You could just see that. That happens to me all the time.
Well, what's really funny, which actually I did see a bit of this in New Empire legitimately, is when you're watching a movie and you can tell that it's been edited and things have been edited out that would give you context to what's going on, but it's missing.
Oh, for sure. The last Shazam movie, that movie got butchered in the edit.
I didn't even watch it.
Oh, it was bad. It got destroyed in the edit. There's sometimes, you can tell it. Oh, this got butchered in the edit. There's a subplot that's been cut out here.
The entirety of I'm hoping the entirety of Wonder Woman 1984. I'm hoping that's what happened, but actually, upon further reflection, I think it was just a shit script. But yeah,
that was another one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that one got butchered in the edit as well.
Well, they did a lot of reshoots, so that wouldn't surprise me. But again, Godzilla X Kong, to me it seems like there was probably a little bit more explanation of how. Because we already got the explanation of how Mothra works, which again, here's the problem. So we already have. Oh no, it's the same girl, isn't it? The one that can talk to Mothra. Yeah,
but it's the same girl who can talk to Kong.
But she is chummy with Mothra too, isn't she? I thought they established that.
Yeah, from the other one, I think.
King of the Monsters when she was younger.
Oh, I don't remember.
It's been a while since I've seen that one, but I want to say you're right. I want to say that's the same girl.
I think so. I'll give credit where credit's due, because if it's not the same girl, this movie just took an even worse turn. But
yeah.
But okay, so I guess here's my thing. So why is the podcast guy there?
I don't know.
because he was in the last movie.
I mean, yeah, because
they could get him to come back.
But as someone who does podcasting, I'm like, okay, here's the thing. If I did, like, for example, okay, we did a podcast episode where we talk about Titanic. Does not qualify me to go down into a submarine and look at the fucking Titanic.
I mean, to be fair, you don't have to be very qualified to get in a submarine and go down to Titanic.
You have to be you have to be qualified or rich, and I am neither of those things.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair. That is fair. Yeah, that is completely fair.
In terms of this movie, in terms of the in-universe reason for like in this movie, I got nothing, man. I have no idea why.
See, so this is what I was talking about. My whole issue with Monarch so I thought Monarch was a government agency. Apparently that's not the case, or at least they allude to in this. Well, they allude to it in this movie, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, that to be fair, that is what the show is about. It's about the foundation of it and like how they met Godzilla, where it came from, and all that stuff. So having not watched the show, I can't say one way or the other. But
my argument to the not having watched the show comment, though, would be much like in any Star Wars movie, you shouldn't have to read any books or have any other supplemental material to explain things. It should just be in your movie.
That's my complaint with the Disney Plus shows, because I actually had a friend of mine, I don't know if you guys watched it, actually it was Virus, I don't know, he asked me, he's like, hey, if I want to watch X-Men 97, do I need to watch X-Men the animated series? And I told him, yes. I was like, well, no, not really. I said, you'll get more out of it if you've seen it, but don't feel like you have to watch the entire X-Men the animated series, because anything you need to know, they fill you in on in X-Men 97 in and of itself. Like, don't get me wrong, you'll get way more out of it if you've seen X-Men the animated series. You know what you need to know, because
it gives you the gist. Yeah,
it gives you the substance, because like I thought my memory was playing tricks on me actually when they alluded to the whole Magneto Rogue relationship. I was like, wait, what? Watched X-Men the animated series? The fuck?
Yeah,
and like I know that it existed in the comics, right? But in the context of X-Men the animated series continuity, and I actually had to look it up. I'm like, okay, no, they didn't establish this prior, but again, if they drop it on you and then they give you the context you need to understand what's going on as you need it. So,
I mean, that show made me go, wait, maybe I didn't watch all of that show.
Right?
I've seen every episode of Spider-Man. That I know for sure. But I was like, did Professor X die at the end of that series? I don't remember that.
Technically not. Technically, he got taken away by Lilandra, but the Shi'ar, which is funny because whenever I hear that, I think of Tal Shi'ar, which is Star Trek, and I'm like, I think of Romulans, and I'm like, wait, that's not right. But
I mean, they're both from space, technically.
I mean, they're both from space, and they both have really homogenized clothing and looks. So, I mean,
that is true. That is true.
Yeah. But yeah, so I agree with you, Jordan. Is if you have to watch the series, the streaming series, to understand what's going on in a movie, you're not movieing properly.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, Marvel wound up with that problem as well.
Or read books, or like play games, or like any supplemental thing. It should just be self-contained in the movie that you're watching.
Yeah, I shouldn't have to do homework in order to understand what's happening in this, this thing.
I can understand needing to see, because like Star Wars is this way. You can still enjoy Empire Strikes Back if you haven't seen A New Hope, but you really should have seen A New Hope but that's a direct line. But I will say this though, if you would love to do this experiment with somebody, but knowing what I know about the movies, I'm pretty sure you could sit somebody down and just show them Empire Strikes Back, and they would understand what was going on.
I think you'd have enough that you could get by.
Yeah, I think so too. And my issue isn't so much like when, for example, like with Empire Strike Back, is not having need to see the first movie, because as far as I'm concerned, that's part of a movie trilogy. If you're going to watch a second movie in a movie trilogy, you're the one who didn't go and watch the first movie. That's on you. My issue is more like in like the modern ones, for example, there's that purple-haired chick who's really close to Leia, and it's like, she wasn't in the previous movie. Who is this chick and why should I care? And you find out like she came in one of the books, and I had to read a book to understand what's happening in the movie. No, that's where my issue comes in.
I always go
things
to
like that.
I always go to C-3PO with the red arm, where he's like, "Hey, you want to know how I got this red arm? Go pick up a book."
Another perfect example.
That is some bullshit. That is the world's worst retcon because the only reason they did that was to make a bad robot joke.
Is that because like
I cannot confirm or deny, but that is
I
because
know.
that's the first thing. That's the first thing I thought of when I saw that. I was like, JJ, really? You had to sneak in a reference to your production company in there.
I totally didn't get that. I just know that there's a book or a comic book that explains where he got the red arm, and it's like in tribute. He doesn't need it. It's like in tribute to
that he knows or something.
Yeah, it's like a tribute to a robot friend our droid friend of his who died. It's like it's supposed to be symbolic, and I'm like, how am I supposed to pick that up by you being like, check it out, I have a red arm?
But it's also gone in the next movie, isn't it?
It is. It is absolutely gone in the next movie. Yeah, there's no explanation for it.
Great friends. That's like a Tenacious D tribute.
Yeah. It was just a tribute.
Which actually, that's actually one of that's the podcast title that I am the most proud of. Because actually it has to do with that Mortal Kombat episode. Our friend Benji, I think it might have been after the Mortal Kombat one, actually. We did an episode with him, and after the episode was over, we sat there and talked for like an hour and a half about just entertainment, and it was genuinely the greatest podcast we've ever done, but it was never recorded.
Oh man,
no!
So that happens. That used to happen to us all the time.
I realized it about almost an hour, like 45 minutes into our conversation. I just looked at Eric and I said, "We should have been recording this the whole time." So we had him back on, and we named the podcast "Tribute to the Greatest Podcast in the World."
That's awesome.
Trying to replicate it.
We had a similar experience. We did another podcast attempt. We did it was going to be called The Fix, and the premise of it was that we were going to fix bad scripts, and it began with the Disney sequel trilogy. We hated episode 9 so much that we rewrote it. Like from episode 1 on, we completely rewrote it. I don't know if you've ever seen Belated Media. That What If Star Wars was good? The prequel trilogy was good.
I saw the video they did. I think it was for The Force Awakens.
Oh, he's done one. Oh, that's interesting because we did one.
It was legitimately better, way better.
Our idea was that number one. I think we mostly kept it with them. We kept all the characters that we had access to. So
the idea was that we wanted to try and change it as little, like to fix it basically. So take what was there and change as little as we could, while still making it like good.
Yeah,
our perspective.
The big twist of ours was that Luke was going to be the Emperor. Basically, he was going to be the bad guy. It was
instead of being Snoke. Basically, it would have ended up being Luke.
And it would have been like this mystery of who's the Emperor. And then at the end of the second movie, we would have revealed that the Emperor was Luke. And we had a grizzled old, like you know what Luke is like in The Last Jedi. We had one of those, but instead of it being Luke, it was Mace Windu. And he was like missing an arm. He had robot arms. And it was like, hey, you get Samuel Jackson.
Because I'm sorry.
He had red robot arms.
Yeah. Because I'm sorry, but you get like Darth Maul can fall after having his body chopped in half, and they find a way to survive him. And Mace Windu just has his hands chopped off, and he died. No, bullshit.
And that was
in a universe where the Force exists and people can survive from high up. That man is out there surviving somewhere, biding his time.
Well, I think they've alluded to that in even the Disney canon. I can't remember right. I think Mace is gonna reappear.
He wants to come back.
He had said for a long time that he'd love to come back and do more.
Woman, where is my purple lightsaber?
Where's my purple? Yeah. We also, I think we didn't have her be from a desert planet. We had her be from. We didn't say it was Coruscant, but it was like a Blade Runner
planet.
Like a city planet that was really rainy, like kind of like Blade Runner. So that we could do something different visually.
You know what we should do? Because I love these kinds of videos where they take, usually they're artist renderings, but with AI being what it is, maybe we should collaborate and put some stuff like that, not as podcasts, but as like what if media.
I mean, look, I'm down with that. I think we all need like long form like
Yeah.
content for our
Well,
channel.
actually, we should get Virus in on this because Virus has gotten into producing audiobooks. So I think between the four of
Oh,
us, yeah,
interesting.
between the four of us, because there's I don't know if you guys have seen it. I think I sent you the link. The proposed Back to the Future Part 4 that
You were talking about it, yeah.
yeah, I went from someone who was very, very against ever touching Back to the Future ever, leave it
Yeah.
alone. I watched this proposal. Here's the thing, though. I watched this proposal and I listened to the idea. Not only did I think it was good, if they could do it, I would want Back to the Future Part 4. If it was like that, I would want it.
Interesting. I might have to go watch this video.
Yeah, it's so good, and I love videos like that because I watched one that was similar to The Force Awakens, where they did the same thing. They fixed it, and I was like, "See, I would love that movie."
Yeah. Oh, I mean the amount of times that Justin and I have sat down and like thought out like what if ideas for different stories, or just thought out story ideas, and we're like, man, why aren't we writing for Hollywood? Our ideas are great.
That happens so many times.
Tell you why, because I have the same problem. I have an editor brain, not a writer brain. I can't come up with original shit to save my life, but I can fix shit like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, see, that's so interesting.
For me, it's like I'm an idea guy.
Yeah,
I can have great ideas, but like when it comes time, like if I had to sit down and write that script out or that idea out into a script, doesn't work. Can't produce magic.
You just don't have the pros yet. Yeah, I'm the guy who I have very much an editor brain here this will be fun. Let's fix the Monsterverse.
Okay.
Real quick, starting with 2014, because I think we've already got a solid foundation, and we can take some ideas that we've already. So here's my proposal, and again, feel free to edit this. But so we go with the idea that oh my god, the actor's name, Walter fucking White.
Oh, Bryan
Cranston. Bryan Cranston. We go with the espionage angle, where his wife died.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, she didn't die; she died. But he doesn't accept, much like in the original movie, he doesn't accept the explanation that was given. Why did this reactor, why did it go wrong anyway? There are safety controls, blah 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 blah. Is this incompetence or malevolence? Bryan Cranston is the focus of the film, and Serizawa is a secondary focus because he represents the old guard of the Japanese side of things. Much like but in the current Monsterverse, he basically just exists to be Japan.
Yeah.
That's essentially his goal. Now, which actually is a great line, but then we flash forward to present day where we see the Muto site and all that. Now, Bryan Cranston, and this is where I would need help connecting the dots. So Bryan Cranston is in Japan, and he keeps trying to break into this thing. And you can even incorporate his son, but maybe his son, instead of being in the military, is like a security contractor or something like that who works for Monarch. Blah, blah. Actually, that would be interesting. Works for Monarch in some capacity. And basically you have it to where the story that was told was that Godzilla was created in its current form after the nuclear testing on Bikini Atoll, which is the normal thing. But the twist could be is that they did that intentionally, or they created Godzilla by replicating it, and they can create a new Godzilla whenever they see fit. They know how to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe, and again, I don't know who would be responsible for that, but the Mutos, because again, I like the Mutos could be. So basically, maybe the premise is that the United States government created Godzilla to keep Japan in check.
Yeah.
And the Japanese government is trying to create the Mutos because Godzilla obviously went awry.
Yeah.
Godzilla was not under the control of the Americans like they thought, and he wreaked havoc. So now the Japanese are trying to create their own monsters to be able to take out Godzilla, but where they fucked up is they made a male and female that can breed.
Interesting. So here's what I would I like the idea of the espionage thing. I think I would do, and I like the idea of, I don't know that I would have it where it's Japan's creating the Godzillas. I would maybe have it where Godzilla was the one who attacked the nuclear reactor when Bryan Cranston's wife was there, and they have covered it up and made it look like a regular nuclear explosion. and then I would have it. I just no, but I do like the Japanese because the Japanese angle just makes more sense. Whereas like they're the ones covering it up. But then I'm like, how do we? The problem is like they're Americans. So I'm like, how do we now we have to fold in the Americans into this?
See,
So
I would actually inverse it and have it be where Japan created Godzilla in this one, and the Menudos is America trying to compete with Japanese creation, and the thing that Bryan Cranston is investigating, the place exploding or whatever, is caused by the Americans.
Yes, they sabotaged it because the cover was it was a nuclear power plant, but it was actually a research facility.
Yeah.
And the twist could be his wife knew about it. His wife was one of the scientists.
She was like the head. She was the head scientist or something.
Yeah, because his wife, if his wife is Japanese, that makes perfect sense. Even though she wasn't in the movie, she could be.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like the idea of having Godzilla almost be like a cryptid, like an alien, like a cryptozoological character or creature, or almost it's like the Godzilla attack happened, like he attacked the city or he attacked the nuclear explosion or whatever, and the Japanese government are like covering it up, and it's almost a critique on like alien sightings almost, where it's like all these people saw this creature, but the government has like covered it up. And they're like, oh, yeah. And it's like, oh, how do you explain all these sightings? And they're playing it off like it's almost like, yeah, like you had an alien sighting or something like that.
I think you can do that with Ghidorah in the next movie.
Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Okay.
Because I think, again, this is Godzilla, right? So you have not really rules, but you have certain guidelines that kind of have to be met, whereas like Godzilla has to be the result. Well, I guess he doesn't have to be, but generally speaking, Godzilla is the result of a nuclear test.
Yeah.
Gone awry, but I like the espionage angle. I really like the espionage angle, and I love Bryan Cranston being more involved. Now, so I guess we're speed running through this. If we were doing this seriously, we'd have to fix the first one. We'd have to like really crunch this out. But so we all agree we like the espionage angle. It's much more interesting. Yeah. And I like his wife being. So here's the question, though: why would he be? Because he's a scientist too, but in the original movie, he worked with his wife, which it made no sense. Why are two Americans working at a nuclear power plant in Japan?
Get that. Yeah, I didn't get that either.
Especially
because that movie moves to America anyway.
Right. Yeah, but it has to take place in Japan because it's Godzilla, right?
Yeah.
So
that connection.
So okay.
So I guess one question that would be is if we're remaking it, do we just remove that element? Do we just be like, all right, it's an American one, let's just have it be in America and just cut out the them needing to be in Japan part, which doesn't make any sense.
I think you could, but then you would have a tough time justifying the Serizawa character, and you run the risk of repeating Godzilla 98.
I think though, if you do it where it's like it takes place in America and you do the thing where it's like Godzilla attacked that nuclear reactor in Japan and the Japanese covered it up, and now he's come to America, and then Serizawa can be a representative from Japan to basically acknowledge this conspiracy and be like, oh, they covered it up. And this is what actually is happening, and this is what Godzilla is, and this is where he came from. He could be the guy who explained Godzilla's background and maintain that
Mr. Exposition.
Maintain that connection to Japan.
Hey, Exposition Son.
Exactly. Yeah. You can for me, I wouldn't begin changing that franchise with the first one. Other than I would leave Bryan Cranston alive, and I would have.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe we're trying to change too much. So we can all agree the first one is pretty good.
It's pretty good, yeah.
So
foundation.
How do we get more Bryan Cranston? I think you just add the espionage element.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, the first thing I would do is in the second one, I'm cutting Millie Bobby Brown and her family. They're gone.
No, because if you had more Bryan Cranston, you can then start with Bryan Cranston.
True, but I would carry him over to the sequel. I would bring him back.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if you keep Bryan Cranston in the first one as the focus, you can even if you want to shift focus, enter into the second movie.
I love a good father-son story, so I would keep the son there. I would keep him
Yeah,
there, and it's about the father-son trip across America, trying to get back to the wife. I largely wouldn't change much about that first movie, apart from Saving Brian. All my changes come later.
actually, yeah, that would be very interesting because you can still keep the theme of him trying to get back to his wife and son,
Mm-hmm.
but now he's got his dad along for the ride too.
Yeah,
And his whole motivation, obviously, he loves his son, but his other motivation is, you know, even if I was lied to, I still couldn't save your mother. I'm not gonna let you go through that
yeah.
too.
Make it so he's obsessed with finding Godzilla. So like defocus it from his beef being with the Mutos and put his beef onto Godzilla. So he's looking for he's trying to find he's been researching Godzilla for like 30 years, and maybe he's got like a board, like one of those, like you know, the yarn boards
The what? The
Yeah.
wacky, the conspiracy
the
board.
conspiracy board. Yeah, he's got one of those, and he's been tracking Godzilla for 30 years, and then that gives him a motivation and reason to go with the son, because he wants to. And maybe they're still estranged, like based on this obsession with Godzilla, and he's like, I'm trying to
Oh,
get back to my wife.
and his son can call him out at the end because his dad can be like, "Wait a minute." Like it's not his, again, the key to writing good characters is that they're complex, right? He's
Yeah,
not one dimensional. Like he wants to follow Godzilla's trail, but if he just so happens to help his son get back home, he's going to go right into the trail of Godzilla. So it's a
yeah.
win-win. Like we're not saying he doesn't want to help his son get home, but then later in like the third act, when you have your falling out, the son can come out and be like, the only reason you went on this trip is because you wanted to follow that fucking lizard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. You have that big, and then I mean, I don't know that I bring back both the father and the son for the next one, but definitely Bryan Cranston. And yeah, to me, the big problem with that second one is nobody cares about. Like you're introducing new entirely new cast of human characters. Why did you not? And then in the third one, to skip ahead, Millie Bobby Brown has nothing to do in that movie. Nothing to do. So
I
cut
just
her. Get rid of her.
I just picture a scene in the second one where it's like if we're still doing Ghidorah and we've carried Bryan Cranston over, and it's like he's now a disgraced scientist who nobody believes because like he's been obsessed about Godzilla all this time. And I'm just picturing a scene where it's him standing in front of the conspiracy board, and like he's got the picture of Godzilla in the center, and then like off to the side you've got Rodan, and you've got a picture of Ghidorah beside it, and it's like he's like, it's all connected somehow. I just like I can't figure out how, something
I
like
would.
that.
Calls him because he knows all this information.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why he's back for the sequel. Yeah, because he's been called because he has this, and what I think maybe out the back, like have it where maybe Godzilla is an antagonistic force, and have it where yeah he has been attacking Japan. He has been going for Japan, because I'm going to borrow this from Godzilla Minus One just to tie it back. One of the things I liked about Godzilla Minus One was why they finally explained what Godzilla's beef with Japan is, why he's going for Japan, because Godzilla has never explained why he constantly goes for Japan. And it's like, oh yeah, he's a big animal and he's territorial. So it's like, make it so yeah, he's been going for Japan, and maybe he's more of a bad guy, and he comes to America because he senses these Mutos, and he fights and he beats them. And then in the second one, have Ghidorah there, and have it where a Ghidorah is attacking Japan or whatever, and they think it's Godzilla, and Bryan Cranston has to come back and prove that it's not Godzilla, and be like, oh no, Godzilla's a good guy now, he's going to help us out. And then that way Godzilla can come back, and Godzilla can have a character arc where now he's a good guy and he has to fight Ghidorah.
Which again, it can stand from being territorial, but now it's escalated to planet wide. And I like the idea of Bryan Cranston not being a fan of Godzilla, but caring about being not accurate. What's the word? He doesn't want to scapegoat Godzilla if it's not actually Godzilla. So
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah.
like, "This is clearly Godzilla," and he's like, "No, this isn't.
No.
This
Yeah.
doesn't.
no,
This
no, no,
doesn't make
no.
sense."
Godzilla has this pattern of habits that he does, and this doesn't fit into his pattern. He doesn't go after X, Y, and Z. He does what like A, B, and
And
C.
and then they can have a really cool moment of dialogue where it's like, "Well, why should we believe you?" And he was like, "Other than the fact that you guys called me because you're completely stumped, is the
Yeah.
fact that nobody wants that thing dead more than me."
So here's the question though: do we keep Mothra and Rodan?
I think you kind of have to because in order to establish Ghidorah as that big of a threat. Now, what you could theoretically do is have this is really shooting things in the foot. Is maybe you have a movie between those two because it does seem like a really large um, escalation.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. My thing is like I just the part where I'm kind of like,
I think what they could have done is they could have had that in between movie where those other that's where you first see those other like Rodan and Tila, the spiky one, and like all those different ones. I'm not as big of a Anguirus, thank you. And you have all of those, and that's what like Godzilla is fighting and claiming his territory in that one. So that way in the next one, when Gideran shows up to disrupt his territory, it's like, okay, we've had that movie where he's extended his territory and his dominance over the other monsters. So now Gideran is coming in and upsetting that balance, and it kind of means more at that point because we've had an entire
because
movie
you've established the hierarchy by then, and that gives you time to. It just gives you more time to play with Bryan Cranston's character, and maybe he takes not necessarily a back seat, but maybe he's less involved in this. He has to be there to make sense for him to be called for when Ghidorah comes to town. But yeah, man, there's so much you can do.
Are you suggesting like a movie where Rodan and Mothra are like the good guys and it's them versus Godzilla? Is that the idea there? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I would be suggesting, and me personally, I would be suggesting something like a triple threat where it's not necessarily not necessarily Rodan, but Mothra is clearly the good guy. And this is totally ripping off the older Godzilla movies. Mothra is clearly the good guy. There's another monster that's clearly the bad guy, and then Godzilla is kind of this force of nature that's there to just wreck shit, and he doesn't really care what direction he does the wrecking.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think the way that that I would tend to lean if it was my choice is like Godzilla is more of an animal. He's not good or evil. He just is.
My thing is that's what Godzilla Minus One. For me, I like. For me personally, my desire would be to give God, because I do like the fact that Godzilla is a good guy. One of the things I don't like about the Monsterverse is how we kind of started off as like a stoic noble character, and then it's kind of like, oh no, he's kind of an asshole who doesn't really care about collateral damage, where he started off as a character that kind of cared a little bit about collateral damage,
but yet at the same time didn't, because he fucked that bridge up.
I think for me, I want to see him have an arc where he starts off as a bad thing and then becomes a good thing.
Well, he can start off, you can take an angle from All Out Monsters Attack or something like the one where Godzilla has like the dead eyes, like just where in that movie he is clearly a vengeful something spirit animal, what have you. He is there to destroy, and then maybe that's where our proposed second movie can make him more of like that sort of animal rather than not a bad guy, but not really a good guy per se. But maybe Mothra has the ability. Well, actually, historically, Mothra has the ability to influence him. But it's going to take some time, right? And then by the time you have Ghidorah come around, Godzilla, in his own twisted animal way, is like, you know what? This place sucks, but it's mine. So fuck you.
I mean,
like,
it's my swamp. The way that I kind of see the series going is basically like you start off where it's just Godzilla and he's destructive and he's bad, and so in that movie he's the bad guy, if you will, when really he's just a force, kind of like Minus One. And then second one is him like the other ones, and him kind of becoming the top of the ladder, and so at that point it's like he's still like he's not good, but he's like animal, so it's like not good, not evil. And then like you get to by the time you get to where Gideran shows up, and Gideran is just objectively bad and like going after and destroying and all that. So by that one, Godzilla's the good guy, like what Justin wants, and he's kind of had his journey over the movies and worked to that point. And then any movie you have after that, whether it be like the humans get tired of his shit and make Mecha Godzilla, but it's like a good Mecha Godzilla that's a little bit better than the one that they did.
Well, I think that's where you can very easily tie my Icarus idea into, because if Godzilla's a good guy, you need to have a bad actor create the adversary, and what better way to do that than humans that are so naive as to think that they can make something like Godzilla and control it.
I didn't. That's definitely a thing. I don't like the design of Godzilla and the Mecha Godzilla in the Monsterverse. I did not like the design.
It doesn't move like a machine. Like it moves like a monster. Yeah, I didn't care for it.
it's like the first version of the thing. It's not the final. It's like it's the thing where you're like, oh, that kind of looks like it, and then in the climax, you get the actual thing where it's like, oh yeah, that's what it. Yeah. That's what it looks better in Ready Player One.
It feels like they had the prototype Godzilla, and like the sixth movie or whatever should be like the actual Godzilla, which looks like Godzilla and is Godzilla, and it looks good.
Yeah, and then again, if we want to give ourselves rigid rules, which for this exercise I think we should, I think we should give ourselves the rule that until we get past New Empire, we can't insert new movies. We have to work with the bones of what we've been given. Yeah, because to me it seems like if you just rewrite the whole thing, you're not fixing it. You're just making something new.
So that's why, with our Star Wars one, we had to we made the rule where it's like you can't entirely delete characters. Yeah. You have to like stick with the characters you have when possible, unless like it's like urgently needed to fix a problem.
You have to be able to justify. Like, for example, changing, if we wanted to go that certain route, we can change Bryan Cranston's wife's ethnicity.
Yeah,
but he still has a wife.
Theoretically,
the thing is, for me, it's funny. You're like, oh, I hate that Hollow Earth stuff. That is definitely something I would change. My desire has
been to rid of that shit.
You introduced the concept that Ghidorah is an alien. Why did we not go back to space? Why? You imply that there's a whole universe of kaiju out there. Why have we not seen Gigan or?
So there's that, and then plus the fact that we already had Skull Island, which I understand it's an island, but it's a big island, right? Yeah. And there's clearly other things there, and so to me, one of the biggest faults of the Monsterverse as a whole is they make the Titans, just at least the main ones, they make them way too human.
Yeah.
Because like Kong being able to sign, I mean, it works if you're talking about an actual ape, but if you're talking about a giant monster, it kind of takes away the scariness, because if you can communicate with Kong using the English language, then he is kind of not scary at all.
Yeah.
Unless he chooses to do bad shit, but then that's a whole different genre, right?
Yeah. I feel like that's why in the Monsterverse, though, that's why he very rapidly wasn't the bad guy.
Like which is fine. Immediately. Yeah, which is fine, but
immediately made him the hero.
Yeah, but even then, which I just, to me, and I know some people are going to disagree with this, but to me, they step over that line, like they give him an axe, like a literal axe.
Yeah.
And
I mean, in Kong Skull Island, he's pretty immediately a good guy in that movie.
Yeah, by the way. And that's fair. Which, I mean, it's assuming, which we can't change this according to our own rules, but that's assuming that you want to integrate Kong into that universe, which they clearly did. But
yeah, I do. I would integrate him into that universe.
I do, but I think again. So to me, the Kong stuff in the Monsterverse very quickly got a little too reminiscent of the new Planet of the Apes.
But I like the new Planet of the Apes.
Oh no, I don't get me wrong. I like them, but the difference is in the new Planet of the Apes, they're normal sized apes. In Kong, in the Monsterverse, Kong is and they're all giant apes. So if these are all sentient apes, right? Because they're clearly able to understand at least basic sign language.
Yeah,
very smart. Yeah,
they could just come wreck everything. Like there's at least 100 of them.
Yeah, it's not made clear as to why they can't leave Hollow Earth. Like that is an issue with that movie.
If my understanding is right, which it might not be, is like, so there's Hollow Earth, and then the apes exist in a deeper part of a hollow Earth. Yeah, like a Hollow Earth that exists inside Hollow Earth, and they don't know that Hollow Earth exists, and that's like they're trapped there.
So they only
discover that Hollow Earth exists once Kong gets there, and that's why the evil beard monkey ends up able to go to actual Earth, right?
So the apes in Hollow Earth are like the flat earthers on the surface, where they're like, "This is all there is, and this is totally it." And then Kong shows them, they're like, "That proves nothing."
He hasn't seen the ice wall.
I mean, have you actually seen Kong, or have you just heard about it? Yeah, there's pictures, but I mean, Photoshop's a thing, right?
There's
fake
hairless
news.
apes, and they're like this tall, and no, there's no way they exist. They're not real. You kidding me?
And then they point out, like, see, here's Kong right here, and they're like, that proves nothing. In fact, that just proves that the Earth is flat and not hollow.
Yeah.
I love
because if the Earth was hollow, how would he have gotten here, huh?
I love how in the movie, the apes all live in this like lava fire area. So like the evil guy's plan, of course, he hates fire. His plan is to create an ice paradise. It just makes sense.
It just makes sense.
I heard somebody make a joke about how there are so many. Oh, it was the Critical Drinker. He was like, "There's so many movies with Empire in the title now." And when I saw the ice monster, I was like, I feel like they saw the Ghostbusters script before they like. Is this like did they reuse footage? Because I think they reused footage.
I haven't actually. I
had
no interest in watching that.
I heard it was awful. I heard it was terrible. But I love the fact that Kong gets his mech fist because he gets frostbite.
that was fun. That was funny. I was like, I'm sure it's convenient that the base that happened to get destroyed, that they just happened to be at, happens to have this prosthetic that Kong can just happen to use. That
not only makes him strong enough to fight against this gigantic monkey, but also cures his hand to frostbite. Boy, that's convenient that it was just laying right there for us.
It's also convenient that Scar King destroyed that base, but left that part intact. Didn't open it, didn't steal it, didn't destroy it, didn't do anything. And he's a reasonably smart guy. You know, you would think that he'd open up the box and be like, "Oh, this looks like my hand, and it looks like my hand can go inside, and this is kind of hard. I bet it would be really fun to punch people with this."
I mean, he has a chain sword, so he understands the concept of human weaponry.
Yeah, exactly. And does he strike you as the type that is a fan of moderation? No.
And also he knows that base exists, which is right by a portal. So why didn't he just go through the portal? What was preventing him from going? My thing is, like, it implies that he's been stuck there for 500 years or something, and they don't explain how or why he got stuck there.
That's what I was saying, though. Well, allegedly because he's afraid of Godzilla. But again, he's been there for 500 years. Godzilla wasn't created until 1954, at least in the capacity that would be strong enough to beat him.
I mean, so it's the implication that it took him the 500 years to figure out how to control the ice Godzilla. Is that the idea?
I guess. Well, and you fix this very easily, actually, by having Mothra be the one that trapped him there.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Because then it's like, okay, then you have a reason to bring back Mothra. Yeah, Mothra's just kind of there, isn't she?
Yeah, Mothra is just kind of there, and like I said, I don't hate Mothra. I love Mothra, but she is just kind of there. And I was gonna say one other thing, but yeah, the whole movie is just, and I don't so much have a problem with them, because I understand it's a reason to get Kong up to the surface and introduce the veterinarian guy. Which, first of all, there's not enough sedative on planet Earth to put a monkey that size down. So,
not without killing it.
I literally don't think there is enough sedative on the planet. That is a big fucking thing.
He's a big gorilla.
Yeah, to be fair, they would need slightly less because he wasn't fighting against the anesthesia. Like he was actively willing to let it, like if they used it against Skull King or whatever, they would have to use way more than they do against him there.
Well, the irony being is it's like, who cares about
quite a bit.
The irony there is, who cares about dosage? What's the worst thing that can happen? We kill him? Oh, yucks.
Who cares?
Right. No, gosh.
Oh, darn.
I did enjoy that scene, though, because it was like, oh, typical Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was bad. My only problem with it is they spent a shit ton of money to show you that they gave him a new tooth, right? When does it come into play in the story at all?
That's true.
It doesn't.
I think it's supposed to indicate. No, you're right. I have no idea. Yeah, and especially because, like, well, he can't go to the surface because Godzilla will kick his ass. Which, as an aside, when he goes up to the Earth and Godzilla sees him, he's like, "You motherfucker!"
Bitch,
like, wait.
We had a deal. I take the above land, and you get your monkey ass below ground.
We had a fucking deal.
So the other reason I laughed hysterically at that scene, where it's the same scene where he suplexes Godzilla, which put me in a wrestling mindset, but then I realized, so there's the hilarious, I don't know, do you guys know who Cody Rhodes is? I don't know if you know.
Yes, I do know who he is.
Okay, so Cody Rhodes tells this story about when I think it was his first Royal Rumble, way back when. And he tells the story about how he decides in the middle of the ring he's going to do something with Undertaker, and then Undertaker goes along with it, and he was super happy. He said, but later, in the same Royal Rumble, like Jimmy Snuka comes out, and then immediately after him, Roddy Piper comes out. And for those who don't know, they had a big feud back in the 80s, right?
Okay.
And so the story of that Royal Rumble moment is they're going to reignite their feud, apparently. And actually, if you go back and watch it, you can see it, so it's true. This happens. Roddy Piper gets rid of the kilt and the shirt, gets up to the side of the ring, points right at Jimmy Snuka and goes, "You fucker!" So I just imagine Godzilla looking at Kong being like, "You."
Yeah, we had a fucking deal, you hairy bitch. I
kicked your ass once, I'll kick it again.
Yeah, I do. I love how Kong is doing like the whole like wrestling here. Like, wait.
It really did. It really made me think of like a tag team professional, like it's like a heel and a face team up for the first time, and they got to get along to beat the bad guys.
I got massive Mega Powers vibes. I just like
I can see why you say that. Yeah.
I saw Hulk and Savage just
absolutely. Yeah,
except in this case, Randy Savage is like, "Come on, brother, shake the hand, yeah." And it's Hulkster who's just like, "I don't know if I can do this."
Wait, who's Hulk Hogan in this scenario? Is it
Godzilla's clearly Hulk Hogan? Yeah,
Godzilla's Hogan.
Because literally, when Godzilla shows up in or if you just hear Real American playing in the background.
That's funny.
I just love like when Godzilla and Kong are fighting or whatever, and then Mothra shows up and it's almost like Godzilla's like, "What's that? What's that, God? I should go kill the other monkey." Okay. I
got major Godzilla simp vibes in that scene. Mothra just comes in and she's like, "Now G." He's like, "Okay."
I thought for sure, I thought that was going to be a reference to one of my favorite Godzilla scenes, which is in Godzilla Destroy All Monsters, where Mothra goes and convinces Godzilla and I want to say Rodan, but it might have been Anguirus to fight.
I think it's both actually, but
is it? Yeah, she's like, "You should go fight. You should go to Planet X to fight Ghidorah," and Godzilla's like, "Fuck those people! Like they suck." No, I'm not gonna help them. And she's like, "But okay, consider this. Maybe do it." And he's like, "Oh." I thought maybe we were gonna get a reference to that where it was like, "Yeah, you gotta help the humans." But I don't want to.
They suck.
They suck.
But they keep trying to shoot me, and it's like it doesn't hurt, but
it's like really annoying, man. It's like I hear that they have these things called mosquitoes, and they sound really annoying. That's what this is like for me.
That's what this is like.
This is very similar. And there's a hairy ape guy. He's like them, but he's not. Another thing that was funny when Big Monkey he had the little monkey and he was like hitting people with the little monkey.
Oh, that was great.
Okay, so I have an issue with that scene too. How is that little dude still alive? Because Kong, okay, so if you did that to the equivalent of this, like if you or I did that with a proportionally sized human child, that child will be dead.
I mean, they're magical. I don't know. I got nothing.
It's the fur. It acts like a helmet.
The fur cushion, yeah, and then he's fine.
The fur cushion's it.
He fucks up the full size apes by hitting him with the little monkey, but the little monkey's fine. Because
totally fine.
That's totally a thing that can happen.
Makes sense.
Because he has evolved a thicker skull. That's clearly the answer. That's it.
Was the fact that the little monkey looked like Scar King, like the fact that nothing came of that was weird to me. Like I thought that it was going to be a thing where
when I saw it in the trailers, I thought for sure that was going to be Scar King's son, and it was like King Kong was going to like over the course of the movie be like, "Your dad's a dick. I'm not. Join me.
Join
It's
my
like, listen,
side, little."
yeah, because Kong's like, listen, I'm never gonna replace your father, but your mom and I, what we have. So you've never met my mother. Shut up, kid. I've seen her. I want this to happen.
I mean, maybe they did do that little bit of exhibition and monkey grunts.
Maybe that was just edited out of the film. Maybe there was this whole subplot about Kong was just trying to win the hand of the sexy monkey girl.
Yeah, maybe
in a bikini.
A fur bikini. A furkini.
A furkini.
It's basically what's her face from Candy Kong. It's basically Candy Kong from Donkey Kong.
Oh, why did I know you were gonna say that?
It's basically.
I'm saying, I think we just fixed that movie, guys.
We had a
and Godzilla literally, the whole reason Godzilla's fighting Kong is because he's like, "What are you doing up here? What do you mean you need my help? We had a deal. You were supposed to handle your shit down there, and now you're distracted. Now I'm gonna have to go turn pink and fuck shit up." And I was having a good nap. Okay, I was in Italy. I was on vacation. And you woke me up.
I was having a chill time in Italy. What have you done?
In the Roman Colosseum.
Yeah.
I simultaneously appreciated that shot a lot and was like, fucking why?
Oh, that made me laugh
I love it because both of them are just like, regular Thursday. It's just another day of the week.
Although I do love the fact that France was the country that got wrecked because, I mean, fuck France. But
it's France. It's France.
But I love how people are like surprised that the area is radioactive after Godzilla just took out a nuclear reactor, and they're like, "It's too radioactive. We must run away." It's like, no shit, Sherlock. Why are you even there?
Right?
It's like, a giant radioactive lizard just knocked over a nuclear reactor and resorbed it. It's like, oh shit, it is radioactive.
You don't say.
You don't say. Really?
Fucking M. Night Shyamalan. And then M. Night Shyamalan comes out and goes, "The twist."
What the twist?
What the twist?
Jesus.
My movies used to be good. And then briefly got okay again, and then got bad again.
I mean, Unbreakable was good.
I like Unbreakable.
It's a roller coaster.
I like Split. I even like Glass, even though that
Split and Glass were good. The only bad part of Glass was how fucking Bruce Willis dies.
I was going to say the ending.
That's such a bitch move.
I've wanted to watch that movie, but wait, Glass. I think I have seen Glass.
Yeah, that's the one where
that's the first one, right?
No, Glass is the third one. No, the first one's Unbreakable.
First one's technically Unbreakable, yeah.
With Bruce Willis, and I've seen Split. No, I think I haven't watched Glass because you actively discouraged me from watching it.
I probably said it was bad because it is bad. The ending's bad. The beginning parts of the parts that are the most fun are where they're in. Ironically, are where they're in the insane asylum and the lady's trying to therapize them. That one's fun. Do therapy on them. So
yeah. So parts are fun. Yeah. So I feel like we could tear Godzilla, X Kong, and New Empire all night if we wanted to, but shift gears, and I think we should revisit our Fixing the Monsterverse, but maybe do one of those collab projects we talked about. That's going to take some time, but we can have some serious discussion about that. Do you guys have any criticisms, big or small, about Godzilla Minus One? Anything you would have changed or tweaked?
Ooh.
I know that's kind of an unfair question because if you say you would have changed anything, it kind of sounds like you're complaining when you may not be. The only complaint I had, okay, so I have to explain what I mean by this. When you're watching it for the first time, the beginning of the last third of the movie kind of drags a bit, but in the beginning kind of feels like it's dragging a lot too, but they're laying important groundwork that you appreciate later in the movie. But I do remember being in the theater being like, it's not bad, but I'm not really sure where we're going here. But as we all now know, we're not used to seeing human characters be fleshed out in a Godzilla movie. And it's actually, it's way more enjoyable upon a second viewing, which is also pretty rare for a Godzilla movie, where you're actually looking forward to the human characters on a second viewing.
I only really have one. You're right. It does kind of drag in the middle a little bit, but it introduces the guys I like on the boat. I really like those guys, and they really kind of carry that little. But I will say, and I'd seen someone make this criticism before. But I was so swept up in the emotion of it that I kind of ignored it when you're in the theater. But the girlfriend being alive at the end is kind of silly and kind of undercuts it.
See, I loved it. I loved it in the best way possible because I wasn't expecting it. I think that's why I liked it.
That's why I like it. But like her surviving what she got hit with is kind of ridiculous. Like she was dead. She got vaporized. There's no way she survived that. But like,
well, no. To be fair, she didn't get vaporized. She got carried away in the rubble. And actually, it is. So I'm not. You're right. It's unlikely, but I think that's why
if I
works.
were to make one, that would be the one.
Yeah. Which again, I don't think the movie overall would have suffered had she not survived. So, like I said, that's a small gripe. I actually really dug that because I was convinced that she was gone.
Oh, I mean, so was I. Someone in our theater gasped audibly when that happened.
I did internally. I was like, that's so cool. And also, I had a feeling, which this isn't a complaint, but it's something that I saw coming and it didn't happen. And in hindsight, I think the way they did it was better. But I had a feeling that there was an ejection seat in the plane, but I thought it was going to be where, what's his name? The other guy, not Shikishima, the mechanic. I thought he was going to rig it to when Shikishima armed the bomb, it activated the ejection seat.
Yeah, it's like that kind of movie where him surviving is definitely a dice roll. It was like one of those, like, it could go either way.
That kind of
movie. Yeah.
And I like that. I appreciated that. I don't like it when characters feel too safe.
Well, because they make you, and this is when movies do this masterfully, is even when it defies expectation, they make you think that he might off himself.
Yeah. Because you're pre-convinced that he won't, and then you're like, well, there's
he might.
I thought up until he turned out he was alive, I thought that there was a chance. I thought that the payoff was going to be, because I'm like, it's Japan. This is just the kind of movie where the morality of it, or the moral is, he really should have killed himself. Like, I could see this guy, and I was prepared. I could like picture myself in the car on the car ride home being like, I don't think the moral of this should have been that he should have killed him. And then he didn't, and I was like, oh, okay, good. This was the morality I was expecting from this. Yeah. So, which is weird. I've never experienced that before.
Yeah, I thought another thing. Actually, I kind of after watching, I'm like, they could have gone this way too. Maybe he did kill himself, and then the twist at the end was that, God damn it, what's her name? Sad. This is sad. I know the girlfriend, that she was alive, and then that could have made it a little bit more tragic. Where like he killed him. He ended up killing himself. Yeah. But then at least Akiko would have had a parent. But and again, it's a real feel good ending, but it feels earned. It doesn't feel cheap.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, I would agree absolutely. With that.
It's like you kind of feel like, well, the other thing I love is how Godzilla Minus One is a very thorough examination of trauma, but not like the how do we say it, the overused type of trauma that you're seeing in particularly the United States and the West in general, like actual fucking trauma, like just lived through a war that you feel immense legitimate guilt and shame for surviving. And what I love is he wasn't necessarily ashamed that he didn't kamikaze himself. He felt mostly ashamed for his lack of action on Ono Island that ended up, we know the gun wouldn't have done shit. So we're sitting here like, we know that. But to us, the viewer, he might even know, like, especially now. But now we can say it's like, it won't work now, but back then maybe it would have, and maybe it would have. I don't know.
Yeah,
but the point,
I appreciate. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, but the point is, you can't assume that your involvement would have changed anything, but you also, I guess, can't assume that it wouldn't have.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can fault somebody for seeing a giant lizard and freezing.
Yeah. No, I mean the thing that I like about Godzilla, about this Godzilla, this movie is it's a classic example of survivor's guilt. He absolutely has survivor's guilt, and that plays into a lot of his decisions over the course of the movie. And it's
for sure.
to pick a thing. if I was hard pressed to pick a thing that I didn't like, I do remember when we left the movie. It's been a bit since we saw it, but I do remember saying there was, I think it was a section in the beginning, some of the intro stuff where I was like, it felt like some of the fat could have been trimmed a little bit there. They could have cut out some stuff, but not much, and not a lot of it, but just a little bit here and there to kind of thin it down a little bit. But overall, I mean, it's there's a reason it won awards. It is a great movie.
Which I do want to touch on one thing about the specific award that it got, but another, I guess, again, this is first viewing, and I changed my opinion in the theater while I was watching it. But initially, Shikishima, by the time you get to about the middle of the movie, he comes off as very annoying, but then he has his breakdown scene, and that's when the perspective all changed for me, because I'm like, oh, no, he's not being mopey. This is something, like, that's when I understood. I'm like, this is one of the best representations of legitimate PTSD that's ever been on film, I think.
Well, I mean, especially for them culturally, where everyone's telling them you should have killed yourself. That's gotta weigh on you psychologically.
That would weigh on a person immensely.
I was gonna say, I like the introduction of the other veterans who are saying to him, like, you're one guy. What have you blowing up your plane done to tremendously shift the war? And then the ultimate sort of idea of it is that these people aren't expendable, like that these lives matter, that you can't just throw yourselves at a problem and expect it. You have to be intelligent and clever and
that to me is why I think it's important. I think, what was her name, Noriko? I can't remember, but anyway, that's why I think it's important that the girlfriend is alive at the end, because the ultimate message of the film is that every life is inherently valuable, and Japan as a nation had to deal, especially at that time, had to deal with the fact that so many lives were treated as expendable, not just in the military, even civilian lives were. In the scheme of things, they were, because their strategy to go back to the whole justification for the atomic bomb, if there is one, is because they saw the lives of their civilians, women and children, the elderly, as expendable in the scheme of keeping the Americans off of Japanese soil.
Yeah, they would,
and they did.
They did. They were hitting a point where they were going to like use civilian. They didn't care. They would have fought to the last person.
Yeah. So I think as a whole, like, again, this movie seems like a lot of catharsis for Japan as a nation in a really good way. But touching on the reason why I was very glad that Godzilla Minus One won the Oscar for VFX was the fact the budget for this movie was $15 million.
True. But when you hear that, though, it connotates, people think it's $15 million in the Hollywood studio system.
Sure.
So like the Japanese movie system is very drastically, like they don't have celebrities there in the way that we do. So they don't expend a certain amount of the budget paying $50 million to Bryan Cranston to be in the movie. So that allows for budget cut.
But it's a criticism of the Hollywood. Well, it's not. I'm making a criticism of the Hollywood system, and that's one of the things. Like, sure, that's where a lot of the budgets go. But okay, so Godzilla Minus One. Name one famous person in that movie. Exactly.
That I couldn't say. No. But, well, I mean, for me, being a Canadian, like maybe in Japan there are.
Maybe, but
is it bad that when you said that, the first thing that popped into my head was, well, I mean, Godzilla.
Yeah, well, yeah, but then here's the other thing. So the budget was $15 million, and the movie looks like that.
I mean, yeah, for sure. It's definitely a commentary on fat when it comes to American budgets, for sure.
But then also compare it to, and this was the part that I don't want to make it sound like I'm criticizing the VFX of The New Kingdom, because I'm not. It looks good, but something happens when an entire scene is CGI.
I know exactly what you mean.
It all looks the same. It loses the luster, whereas you have a CG Godzilla in a real live place, which I know some of those shots were digital too, but it was done sparingly. Like, when they had the boat, they actually had a boat out on the water, and they were shooting out on the water, and then they added the VFX to it.
My thing with Godzilla Minus One is he looks like a guy in a suit. He walks like a guy in a suit. He moves through environments like a guy. Like
Well,
it really
you know
is.
why, right? Because they did the same thing they did for Shin Godzilla, where it is mocap.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I believe,
Oh,
which I think is the fault of some of the Monsterverse stuff, is it doesn't move like a real animal. It kind of moves like a CG character, which, I mean, it looks good, but
yeah.
so something you I don't think you intentionally alluded to this, but you kind of started to, is Godzilla running. That's
Yeah,
not
Godzilla running.
but that's not how an animal like that would run,
It doesn't look right. It
yeah,
just
and
doesn't look
it begs
right.
the question as to whether an animal that size would be able to run.
Well, that's my thing. Is like it depends, right? Because it depends on where the perspective is. Because from his perspective, yeah, he probably could run that fast. But from our perspective, no, he'd be moving very slowly. And
Right.
that's kind of what I liked about Godzilla Minus One is it would flip that perspective. When it's from the human perspective, like one of my favorite scenes in Godzilla Minus One is when they're looking and they can see him off in the distance and he's like 100 yards off. And it's like, well, he'll be here in like 30 minutes. So I like that because it sort of reflects the scale. And you're right, it doesn't reflect that with like, yeah, he's huge, and we're seeing him from the human perspective. He should be moving way slower.
Well,
It's the
yeah.
equivalent of, like, for example, when a fly moves from the fly's perspective, a human is moving very slow, and that's why it's almost impossible for us to nail the little buggers, and they fly in our ear and drive us crazy.
Exactly.
But that's when when you do catch a fly, it's like an Attack on Titan moment for him. When you're like,
Yeah.
I'm
they're
like
like,
Mr. Miyagi. That's
they're
what I
like,
would say.
and they're like, he shouldn't be able to move that fast, and then it's like,
God.
Got him.
and when
But yeah,
god, and when flies encounter like superhumans, it's like when they discovered the speaking Titan for the first time.
Yeah.
How is he
Well,
catching me so fast? Imagine what they
yeah,
must think of Mr. Miyagi. He must move like in an instant.
but yeah, so but just to point that out, I think, and I hope, it is my hope and prayer that, and I think Hollywood at least took notice, because I get it. You're never going to get away from the blockbuster mentality. It's been here too long, and I don't think it's going anywhere unless you just have a collapse of the studios and you have to rebuild, which I don't think is going to happen. But
I
I think
mean,
I,
they're on
I
the
would.
verge.
They're pretty close, but then somebody like Apple's going to scoop them up. Like,
Yeah, but then you wind up with a monopoly, and that's no good.
well, so I think you might have, because I know, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but Canada, you guys have the CBC, and I believe
Yeah.
it's codified in law that a certain percentage of your media has to come from uh, Canadian creators.
Yep.
I don't
Yeah.
know what that
Yeah.
percentage is, but
I can't remember. Everything has to have a certain percentage of Canadian content. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
remember the number.
Which, I mean,
I can't remember the number.
considering that the United States is the world's largest exporter of culture, that would be kind of stupid to do here. But I think you could do something to where, and again, I'm not really, I don't like dictating as a general rule. I don't like dictating how you do things. But again, if you get a situation where you have, like, if Apple buys Disney, for example, you're extremely close to a monopoly, because then
Yeah.
basically what do you have? What do you have? You would have Apple, Disney, Fox, all under one umbrella, plus a few extra
Yeah.
things, and then you've
Yeah.
got Warner Brothers Discovery, and then I'm sure
Someone's trying to buy that though. I can't remember who.
yeah, I
Trying to
can't.
buy Warner Brothers.
Yeah, shit. Who is it? I know who you're talking about too. But and then other than those three entities, what else is Netflix? Yeah, but what else
My
is
thing
that
is
really?
Amazon.
Oh, Amazon.
I guess?
Yeah, that's. I think Amazon is trying to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. Although, God, how
Yeah,
would you?
that would make sense to me.
Yeah.
they're a disaster right now. Like I've never heard of destroying movies for cat offs like that. That bothers me and I hate it, and I don't understand why that's now a thing.
Destroying what? What are you talking
Like what's happened to that destroying media, deleting like what happened with the Warner. Or have you not heard what happened with Coyote versus
Wile E.
Acme?
about?
The
Apparently
Wile E.
not.
Coyote movie, the Looney Tunes one.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay,
Very
no,
great.
I know, I
Yeah.
know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to delete it for a tax
Something
write-off,
like
and
when
then
they delete certain movies and they get a tax write-off for it of some sort, and it's
or
dumb, and they've done it. Haven't
Yeah,
they done
see,
it a
or
few times
Batgirl.
now?
With Batgirl, they did it with Batgirl.
Yeah,
The entire
yeah.
movie you will never see.
That was the other one.
Yep, and that's sad. So I think a couple of good ideas would be, one, I would I would go back to the kind of old copyright standard where stuff goes into the public domain sooner. Like, give them a reasonable amount of time. I think 50 years is plenty of time to capitalize on an intellectual property.
I think so, yeah.
And again, there are loopholes you can use to keep reinventing it so that like you at least always have the current version. But like Disney hasn't used Steamboat Willie Mickey, which this is in the public domain now, but just as an example,
Yeah.
like Disney hasn't used Steamboat Willie Mickey for the better part of at least 70 years, I think. Not in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
You know, they used it. They
it
used
stagnates creativity.
I mean, you have the Steamboat Willie Mickey in Kingdom Hearts, technically, but that's a video game.
Oh, and actually, I don't think it was Steamboat Willie Mickey. It was but what was it, Ink Mickey or something like that?
It took place. He wasn't. He technically just looked like old timey black and white Mickey, but it took place in the Steamboat Willie world. So you had the Steamboat Willie version of Pete and the boat.
Yeah.
He didn't wear the hat.
Well, but it's not like Disney can't still use Steamboat Willie Mickey. And I mean, everybody knows where it came from. But it's like you said, it opens up creativity in a way where Disney's not suffering by people ripping stuff off that they created a year ago. I think 50 years down the road is plenty of time to capitalize on your IP. And then, but then it's like, all the works of Charles Dickens are public domain, and we've gotten some killer adaptations because of that.
Yeah. And my thing is when you take a thing that's been done 1,000 times, and like one of my favorite Christmas movies of the last few years, I really like that Will Ferrell, Ryan Reynolds musical. That was basically Spirited. Yeah, that was basically a different version of A Christmas Carol. I quite like that movie. So like, yeah, you can like, I don't like it when people like are like, oh, you can't redo things or have remakes, or like, so long as you do something creative with it, then I think you can tell any story a million times, as long as I watched Frankenstein this week, and every version of Frankenstein I watched was different, but it was still Frankenstein.
Yeah. And then Virus and I have talked about this a million times, is everything is technically, you can pretty much say everything's a ripoff of the Bible or Shakespeare in some way, shape, or form. And just any ancient story has been told again and again and again 1,000 times.
Even the Bible. I mean, I recently got into a channel called Decoding the Unknown, and it's basically he goes through and he like picks apart different mythological and cryptozoological and aliens and stuff. And he did an episode on Noah's Ark, and it was interesting how like that story goes all the way back to the idea of guy, boat, flood was way before the Bible. And so the idea that every story has been told 100 times and embellished a little bit, and
because human beings are
human nature. We want to recount our stories, and they wind up way bigger than maybe started off at.
And we're really good at taking shit. Like the initial story the flood might have been secondary, but a lot because this is just how shit works. Like the dumbest stuff catches on. Some guy's telling this epic, and the flood is just something that happens, and then everybody was like, we want more of this flood thing. Tell us more about this flood, right? Like, it's a lot of water.
In the video, he made the point that he was like, we as modern humans tend to think of the world as being connected globally, and it never used to be. So when Moses wrote Genesis, when he said the world, he probably more meant his world, and as in his immediate area. So it wasn't necessarily a global flood, but it was like a big flood in a smaller area. And it's like, he didn't necessarily take like every animal on the planet, but he took every animal in his like local area, and he saw that as his world. And it's like, once you put yourself into the mindset of a person who existed in that time, like we have this tendency to like romanticize or think of people from the past as being the same as we are, and they just weren't. They just weren't the same as we are. It's just what happens when societies evolve. It's natural.
Well, and what I always like to point out, and there are people who are going to say I'm wrong, but again, this isn't coming from me. This is coming from a lot of scholarly people that are way smarter than me. Is like, we have this idea of racism, and we have this idea of racism in the West, particularly in North America, particularly in the United States, to get even more precise with it, where it's pretty much all about skin color for the most part. And then you have a society like ancient Rome where, don't get me wrong, there was rampant racism, but it just wasn't the same. It had more to do. It had more to do with what language you spoke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a reason barbarians are called barbarians. It has to do with what their languages sounded like to the Romans, because to the Romans, if you didn't speak Latin, you may well be an animal, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because Latin and Greek were the civilized languages, and Greek's all right, but I mean, it's not. Greeks aren't Romans, you know. I mean, you know, it was a very, very, very different idea. Exactly. So you could have had a Carthaginian, or somebody who not a Carthaginian, like someone who was like an Egyptian by birth, but you know, for whatever reason, integrated into Roman society and largely would have been treated extremely well. But again, not Roman, because they would have known he wasn't born a Roman, but like respectable enough. Skin color had very little to do with it. It obviously would have designated, it's like, oh, they look different from me, but you know, if you were treated like a good Roman. But it's worth noting that, say, like somebody like not Germanicus, shit, what the fuck is his name? He was German though by birth, but he was taken in as a child. He was the son of a German chieftain, taken to Rome as a ransom, rode through the military, rose to the highest rank he could go to as a non-Roman born citizen. Arminius, that was his Latin name. Oh. But very, very respected, but still wasn't a Roman. Spoke Latin, you know.
Yeah.
Was a Roman equestrian, but was still. I mean, but they didn't view it as lesser than. It was just how the world was. So you're 100% right. It's like, so you can't go past equestrian if you're not Roman born. But that had less to do with racism and more to do with just how the political system worked.
And it's just like, like you can acknowledge that a place and time was worse than it doesn't make them bad people because they had a different sociological view of the world. It's just it's just the way I always feel like it's just the way it was. Like, it doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it. It's just the truth. It's just the way it was. This is flawed, or place and time is flawed, and be like, yeah, they were just flawed people who didn't know any better. It's not their fault. Just because I have future knowledge, like, I don't hold my future knowledge against things from the past, because that's not fair to them.
Well, it's like you can criticize, like, oh, they used to just get in lines and shoot at each other. It's like, well, yeah, because back in the day, that was the only way you were going to hit anything.
Exactly, yeah.
That was it. And it's like, yeah, in the 60s, they put a guy in a giant lizard suit and had him run around miniature buildings, but they didn't have CGI yet, pal. They worked with what they had.
You know how I watched, you know how much that original suit apparently weighed? Apparently it was what did I say, Jordan? 800 pounds or something crazy like that?
It was really heavy.
Yeah, it was like, apparently it felt like you were carrying around concrete, is what they said. Like you were trapped in a concrete lizard suit. Crazy. Yeah, I respect those movies. I respect those movies. Those movies changed
220 pounds. The original.
Wow.
Yeah. That man walked around in that 220-pound suit so that the CGI one could be animated to run.
Yeah, right.
Well, no, actually, there's some killer behind the scenes photos from the first Godzilla movie where they periodically had to take the suit off so that he wouldn't pass out from heat exhaustion.
Yeah,
and they're like dousing him with white. He's dripping sweat. Like, that guy was a fucking warrior.
I can't even imagine.
And there's actual fire on the set because, again, no CGI. So if you see fire in a movie from the 50s, it was actual fire.
Yeah, so that guy was a legendary suit actor. If you're familiar with the industry, with that industry in Japan, he's a legendary guy. He died recently, I think, and there was a whole thing where they did a whole tribute to him.
I think it's wild that Godzilla's been around for 70 years, man. That's surreal to me.
Absolutely crazy. I love looking at behind the scenes photos of when I was in elementary school. Part of the reason why I'm such a huge Godzilla fan is there's this book. It was like a short little book that was about the history of Godzilla.
Did you find it in your local library? Because I did too, and I cannot find the thing anywhere.
Yeah, it was like an orange. It was not it's like about that thick, and it was orange, and it was just pictures of Godzilla, and it was like information about Godzilla.
Yeah, you know what's you know what's funny? That book has a lie in it. If it's the same book that I found in my local library, I checked that thing out probably like 100 times. Just kept rereading it because I was so into Godzilla. Still am, but I was obsessed. But that book actually says that in the original King Kong versus Godzilla, who won that fight depends on where you saw it. And I believed that until like 2 years ago.
Oh yeah, that's an urban legend. Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, but it's in that book, which is why I believed it, because it was in like the official Godzilla guide.
But there's some kernel of truth to it, though. Like it's not. There's something of there. It's like not that the ending. There's something that's slightly different about. I do know what you're talking about.
The urban legend goes that if you saw the American version at the end when Kong comes out of the ocean and starts swimming away, the urban legend was that was the end of the American version, but the end of the Japanese version was Godzilla coming out of the water. Turns out it's Kong no matter what. I think the Japanese might imply more that, actually, ironically, I think the Japanese version might imply more that Godzilla's dead, more so. No, I take that back. I think that's the American version because Toho has a rule with Godzilla that you have to give an out somehow, some way if you kill Godzilla. Yeah, it could be very, very unlikely, but there has to be an out, which is why -1 ends with Godzilla slowly regenerating. So even if they never made another Godzilla movie again, there's always a springboard. And Toho's so smart with this because they understand that franchise fatigue is a thing. And periodically they'll just be like, yeah, no, people aren't feeling it. Close it for a little while. And then and then here lately it's been America makes their version, and Toho goes, fuck this shit, no. We gotta fix this.
Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, let me show you how it's done, Uncle Sam.
Well, let us show you how America needs to learn that lesson where it's like just stop making them for a while. Just stop making them for a while, and people will miss them. Make people miss these things. I think Marvel definitely needs to learn that lesson.
So interesting thing you could do with
allow people to miss these things.
So here's the interesting thing Marvel could have done, in my opinion, is again, you end things with Endgame, and then you let it. You don't even have to let it set for a decade. Let it set for a few years at least. And if you want to introduce new heroes, it's the post-Avengers generation because like superheroes are still a thing, right? But now the original Avengers are more mentors. Yes. Where they're still there, but there's a passing of the torch movie or series of movies where it's like, okay, you want to have, what's her fucking name? Hawkeye's daughter. I don't.
Oh, Kate Bishop.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Nobody cares.
Girl Hawkeye.
Girl Hawkeye.
Hot girl. Oh wait, no, that's taken.
That is taken.
Artemis, no, that's taken. Arrowhead, shit. Wait.
Damn.
Robin Hood, but Robin's a girl.
But Robin's
get
a
it?
Girl
Red Robin.
See,
damn it, that's taken too. Shit.
Damn.
I actually like Kate Bishop, ironically.
Sparrow.
Really?
She could be Sparrow.
She's the only thing I like from that show, and an otherwise not very good show. Her and Miss Marvel are the only two characters I currently like. In that
I'm curious about Miss Marvel because I have not seen the show, and but I was intrigued in the trailer. I'm like, I don't know why people are cutting this up. This seems kind of fun, but again, I don't know.
It's not. Everyone who said it was the worst Marvel movie is a liar. That's
still Eternals.
That's still Eternals. But it's fine. It's fine. She's the best part in it. She's a lot of fun. Her actress fucking loves Marvel. She
brings an excitement and a passion and a genuine, like, you can tell she genuinely likes the comics.
Yeah.
And she brings that to what she's in, and it's refreshing.
She's currently actually writing it.
That's cool.
Fresh air.
Oh, you know what? I think I read that she was doing a comic run, which I thought, okay, that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's doing a comic run. So she absolutely loves it. She gives a shit, whereas a lot of these people, they're at this point where they don't care anymore.
Which I guess that's kind of my point when it comes to criticizing the studio system. And this isn't all the case because, I mean, like, you have your Chris Evans and your Chris Hemsworth and your Robert Downey Jr.'s who clearly, like, weren't huge comic book fans at the outset, but they cared enough about the characters to at least create them. But then you have, to be nice, they will remain nameless. It rhymes with D. Garson. Who just clearly didn't give a shit, or at least that's the vibe that I got.
Yeah.
And when people criticized it, took it personally. When it's like, well, why do you clearly didn't care? So why do you care now, right?
I called that movie I said it was a Marvel C+, which made it a DCA, and I got my asshole torn out at an improv class.
Deservedly so.
I was in improv class, and I said I thought that movie was a Marvel C plus. Like, I thought it was fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It is the okayest movie I've ever seen. And this girl in my improv class, she was like, "You don't understand what you're talking about." And it wasn't. Oh, the thing I hate the most. It wasn't made for you. I hate that sentence so much.
Well,
but it wasn't
clearly the case.
And it's like, I don't believe in that. I believe movies should be, anyone should be able to find something they enjoy about a movie. There should be no such thing as this just isn't made for you. Well, if it isn't made for me, I'm the one you should try to convince. Like, if it's not made for me, I'm the one who you should try to convince to see your movie. Like, not the guy who it is made for. They're going to watch it anyway.
See, but that's what I say. That's what I keep saying about when people are asking me, because they know I'm a Godzilla nerd and I'm very critical of movies. They're like, "So what'd you think about the new Godzilla movie?" I just say, it's like, for what it was, I get it, but I'm not. It wasn't made for me. I'm not its target audience. I'm minus one's target audience. I'm that guy. I'm the guy who's been a Godzilla fan since he was like 4 years old and has lived with the franchise for almost 30 years, 30 plus years if you're older. And by now, you appreciate the darker elements of Godzilla. So all the movies you hated when you were a kid are now your favorite ones because you're more jaded and cynical and fucking mad at everything. So
the same way, yeah.
So now
I'm the lucky one. I can appreciate both, and I like things about. I can turn my brain off and enjoy the big dumb monkey punch other dumb monkey in the one, while still being able to appreciate the, oh my god, this is a terrifying portrayal of a Godzilla, like a gigantic lizard destroying Tokyo. Like, oof. Godzilla Minus One is great. I have nothing like I have so many nice things to say about that one too. But I can enjoy both, and I'm lucky in that.
Yeah, regard. And I mean, I can enjoy it, but the whole time I'm just like, this. Clearly, I'm not the target here, and that's fine.
Yeah,
but I am clearly
happens to me a lot.
But they still took my money, so I mean, I guess the joke's on me, I suppose.
I felt the same way about when I saw Turning Red. I was like, I appreciate this for what it is. I understand what this is trying to do. This is not a movie for me. This is not.
What's funny about Turning Red, and I think when it comes to Turning Red, is I expected so little that I actually thought it was cute. I actually was pleasantly surprised by Turning Red, but even I'm like, this is a very niche audience that they're aiming for. But it's funny because that movie is so culturally specific, but at the same time has a universal element that is nice. But I gotta tell you, speaking of Turning Red, my favorite joke in that movie, I don't know if it was intentional or not. So the boy band is Four Town.
Yeah.
There are 5 of them.
That's funny. I never even picked that up. That's so funny.
But 2 of them are twins. So I feel like that has to be on purpose. But I remember, because I've only watched that movie once, but I'm watching it and I literally see that, I'm like, they're yes.
That's so funny. Okay, so funny thing about that movie as a Canadian, because that movie takes place in Toronto.
Yep.
It takes place in Toronto in 2003. And I was 13 years old in 2003, and I was a Canadian at that point. And they had a certain point
at that point, as if you're not still.
Now he's a citizen of the world.
I'm a citizen of the world now. But they use plastic money in that movie. We have plastic money in Canada, and they use plastic money, which we didn't have yet in 2003. In 2003, we had paper money still. So I texted my friend who was.
So seriously, okay. Pardon my ignorance, but seriously, Canada has plastic money now. When did that happen?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, I can't remember what year my friend said. A while ago.
It was a while ago.
So, but wait.
At least a decade ago.
Hang on, time out. Isn't your prime minister all about like save the earth, go green, rah rah?
He pretends to be.
Well, the petroleum product money seems to be problematic with that.
It is absolutely
what our prime minister does and doesn't believe in depends on who you talk to.
Yeah.
He he definitely seems to be about not making groceries cheap. That I can say.
To be fair to him though, plastic money precedes him. That was well before him. I want to say 2007. My friend told me she said that because I messaged her and she said that she was working at the bank because she worked at the bank.
That's weird though, because I went. So I've been to Canada once for 3 hours, and actually, since you guys are Canadian, you'll appreciate this story. This is quite funny. My then was I married? I can't remember. She would become my wife, but I think we were just dating at that time. We took a weekend trip to Michigan, and we literally were like, we wanted to go to the Upper Peninsula just to see it, and then we were there, and we're like, well, fuck, Canada's right there. And I mean, we have our passports, so we went to Sault Ste. Marie for 3 hours. The reason I went is because we didn't have a Tim Hortons in my state at the time, and we were big fans of How I Met Your Mother. So, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to Canada, and I'm going to eat at a Tim Hortons.
Oh man, what year was this? You probably got shit Tim Hortons.
It wasn't, and I've been told I must not have had very good. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it was all right. But I love telling the story because it's so funny because of the juxtaposition, right? So we get to the Canadian border, and this very, very sweet woman says, "Do you have any weapons, eh?" And she actually said, "Eh." I'm not doing an impersonation. We're like, "No, no." And then she goes, "Oh, welcome to Canada." And I'm like, "Oh, cool. That's it." Obviously, she looked at it, she stamped our passports, but then the only question was, "Do you have any weapons?" And I was like, cool. No. So then we bum around Canada for 3 hours, and then we're like, well, fuck, this is boring because we had no idea what to do, right? So then we just went back. We get back to the U.S. border, and we're sitting there at the border crossing for 25 minutes. We're not searched. Well, and I have a theory though, because it's now common knowledge that there are chips in our passports, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that there were chips in our passports then because I'm pretty sure they looked at our route because we literally just did a couple of circles around Sault Ste. Marie, and I'm pretty sure they were debating on whether or not they should search our vehicle for drugs. Because I'm like, I realized that sitting in the car because they asked us 3 times, "What did you go to Canada for?" And I was like, "Oh, we wanted to go to Tim Hortons."
Yeah, that sounds suspicious. Yeah,
I'm kind of surprised. I'm kind of surprised they didn't search our vehicle. Maybe they brought a dog that I just didn't see and it didn't register anything. I don't know, but I thought that shit was hilarious.
That's very funny.
That's pretty common for American border guards. They're just like that. They're like Canadian border guards, like whatever, hey, just come on in.
Post 9/11, it really does make sense, though.
Yeah.
It really does. It gets drilled in. Well, I mean, it makes sense unless you're working the fucking southern border today. But that's a whole nother topic of conversation.
That's another podcast.
Well, we've done a couple, but nobody seems to listen until now, and I can't believe the amount of seriously, read 1984, everybody, because it's fucking real now.
Yeah. There's a lot of times where I'm like, bad. No, bad.
I just can't believe that a lot of politicians, at least in the U.S. and I believe everywhere, but they act like YouTube doesn't exist. Like they act like we haven't. They act like we haven't recorded you saying this shit 2 hours prior.
That's the thing that gets me is a lot of these guys, again, right or left, it doesn't really matter. Even though
they all do it.
There can't be a person on this planet who thinks that Marjorie Taylor Greene is an eloquent person. There just can't be. There can't be.
So
anyone thinks she's eloquent.
This goes back to the birth of a nation thing. There are people, because I remind everyone now personally. I'm on record telling Marjorie Taylor Greene to shut the fuck up. So I call her the AOC of the right, and I think that's I think that's an apropos.
Yep.
And actually, my proposed solution for the deficit of the United States is pay-per-view politician MMA. And I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Charge $200 a pop to watch this shit. Main event of night 1, Marjorie Taylor Greene versus AOC, and Marjorie Taylor Greene's gonna fuck her up, but by God, do your part. Flip war bonds. I want to watch fucking Trump and Biden box.
our prime minister did a boxing match, so politicians aren't above it. He did a when he was prime minister, I believe he did a celebrity boxing. At least I think he did. It might have
I
been
think
before he was prime
I think
minister.
no, I think I read about that. Maybe it might have been slightly before.
It might have been slightly. He would
Was it?
to be fair, he's like a celebrity nepo baby. So
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, okay. As Canadians, I have another question for you. Okay, Fidel Castro's his dad, right?
I'm not one of those people who believes that, but I saw a person who there's a really funny video I saw where it's
I
like a
don't,
person
I
was
don't,
like,
I don't actually believe it, but I mean, if you
no,
put pictures up next to each other, it's kind of like
Trudeau's dad? I'd never
yeah,
heard that before. Is
yeah,
that actually a thing?
that is a
it's a
common
thing.
conspiracy theory. Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
no.
okay, fair enough. Hadn't
It's
heard
been
that one before.
Well,
apparently it's
apparently,
been thoroughly debunked, but
yeah, the story goes that Margaret Trudeau enjoyed more than a cigar when she was in Cuba.
yeah, that's what people were saying. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. I've
I
never
mean,
heard that
seriously,
before.
do yourself a favor. Look up a picture of like, especially a clean shaven Fidel Castro. They're hard to find, but they exist. And then next to Justin, I mean, it's. I'll
I'm
put it
gonna have
this
to
way:
do that.
this is one of those conspiracy theories where it's like I don't believe it, but I see where they're coming from. Like
Oh,
it's very uncanny.
that's that's so interesting. I mean, hey, to be fair, when it comes to Justin Trudeau, he's done plenty of embarrassing shit.
I mean, yeah,
So
he has.
I
So
could see
can I know we're getting way off topic here, but can you enlighten me? So how many times has he been caught doing brownface when he was younger?
uh
I think only twice. Okay, to
I
be fair to
mean
him,
that's once too many is the correct answer.
I don't like being to be fair to blackface, but like to be fair to him, he was a he was in his 20s, and who hasn't the occasional racism or sexism in their 20s?
I can
And
honestly say I've never done blackface.
and it was he
there's a
wasn't a
line,
politician. He was a
though.
yeah. And not to say, it's not to say he hasn't done embarrassing things. To me, the most embarrassing thing was when he went to India and he had a different outfit for every day he was in India.
The seven different days or whatever,
For
seven
seven
different
different
outfits.
outfits. Yeah.
Like what? No, what? Why?
So
No,
I he there's other things to hold him accountable
no.
for.
There's plenty
So
of things.
What
he
do you
I
guys what do you guys think if you don't mind talking about it because I know this
sure.
isn't we're not meaning to be political here but I'm just curious now and I always fuck up his name so I'm going to try to say it Pierre Polyev.
Oh, I can't stand the guy.
Really?
Yeah, his whole thing is he just hates. We have okay. You guys do have these people. You know the kind of person who just hates the opposite side and has no art can't really articulate or offer any viable or interest. So like you have those people who they just hate Donald Trump, but they don't have a better solution for him, or they just hate. So he just hates Justin Trudeau, and all he does is just criticize Justin Trudeau, but he doesn't offer any viable or useful solutions to for the things that he says Justin Trudeau does wrong.
See,
Um,
yeah, I'm curious about that because and again, not Canadian. So what I've seen, and I know this is true, what I've seen of Pierre Polyev is very, very limited. I like what I've seen, but I'll be the first to admit I've not seen enough to, uh, and
he
nor would it ever be important to me because I'm not Canadian. But the other thing that Canada does that I absolutely love, I think you guys have this shit figured out, and I don't know what you guys call it, but in your parliament, you guys basically your politicians basically just get up and have like non-musical rap battles with each other. I fucking love it.
yeah, I mean, yeah, they take a lot of that shit from if you really want to be entertained, British Parliament is amazing because
I've seen
it's
similar.
so good because
Well,
they're not
because
allowed to
you're
insult each other. Like
yeah,
you have to be polite.
because your guys' system is essentially just basically a carbon copy of the British
Pretty
parliamentary
much.
system.
So,
Yeah.
but we don't have, I don't know if we have a similar rule, but in the British parliamentary system, you're not allowed to insult your opponent. So you can't say anything mean or rude or disparaging. So you get a lot of backhanded sort of insults that aren't really, and so that it doesn't happen quite as much in Canadian Parliament, but you do get that, and those are
See,
always a joy.
I like that. I think the United States should adopt something similar because now there's no rule like it's frowned upon, but you can absolutely like make fun of people. But
Oh yeah, for sure.
but it's also not so much like we have we don't really have debates like that. We more have like, you're allowed to speak now, and then the next person gets a turn, and then the next person gets a turn, and it's very boring and droll, and there's not really a lot of back and forth. And
there's
I think
a lot of I find with your guys is it's a lot of bureaucracy. It's a lot of bureaucracy.
Yeah, which I'll be honest, I think is done on purpose because they don't like. Here's the thing: you can watch on C-SPAN every single session of Congress. It's live, aired live. They don't want you to, because I remember C-SPAN is actually very entertaining though if you're into politics. But I remember I watched one session. I was horrified because the whole thing was like a diversion, and then they called a vote on a very, very important bill, but nobody really. And I'm like, why isn't there more opposition to this? Like, this is kind of crazy. Now, granted, it wasn't going to the president, but it was going to go to the next House of Congress, which might be why there wasn't really a lot of, because they were like, this is going to get quashed in the Senate anyway. Who gives a fuck? But,
I mean, I find, I don't mean this in a demeaning way, a lot of you guys don't know how your political system works.
No, we absolutely don't. and so fun fact. I don't know. You guys are familiar with Ron DeSantis, I'm sure.
Yes, Ron DeSantis.
Yeah.
Ron DeSantis. Yeah, what was it? Fuck, what was the, maybe it wasn't Ron.
Issues with Disney.
Well, that shit's just hilarious.
Are we talking about the don't say gay bill?
Which I the don't gay say. I actually defend Ron on that one because that whole thing it was mischaracterized very, very.
Hey, people not understanding a bill. I'm a TikTok guy, so watching a ton of people misunderstand that TikTok bill was frustrating. I made a few videos about it while I was in Mexico because it was driving me fucking crazy.
God damn it! I'm trying.
When it comes to politics just it sends me into a spiral of they drive me crazy. It irritates me and drives me crazy and makes me angry. And I kind of have to get to the point where I'm like, I can't. So like when it comes to our politics, we want to pretend that it's a two-party system, liberal or conservative. And so for the past while, I vote for the NDP, not necessarily because I agree with everything, but because I really want to break us out of this whole, we're a two-party system thing when we're not. We're not a two-party system. There's other parties. We can go something other than liberal and conservative. Both have been failing us for as long as I've been alive. Like, let's try doing a third option. Just once. Just to see if something can happen. We've done it the other way for 32 years. Let's just go somewhere else, just once.
Careful. You're starting to sound like an American.
but like in your case, don't vote RFK, please. Like I couldn't do 4 years of trying to listen to that man speak.
Okay. So actually, you'll appreciate
this. He's about to pass out every time he talks.
I will send you. Actually, I'm very heavily considering voting for RFK. I don't know if I am or not yet. But fun fact about his voice, Eric dropped an impression randomly on a podcast, and I lost my shit because apparently, like, everybody enjoys it when I do my Trump impression, and then he just busted on RFK, and I lost my shit because he did the voice perfectly, and I was not expecting
that's impressive because that's a unique voice. It's incredible. He sounds like he smoked 30 packs a day for 30 years. I don't understand.
And I feel for the guy, but actually he's on record saying that he actually considered not even running because of his voice and not wanting to subject the American people to that. That's a quote from him. And I'm like, you know what? Respect.
At least he's self-aware. I give him that. Yeah.
But I remembered who I was thinking about. Vivek Ramaswamy. I don't know if you guys know who he is. All you need to know. He was in the Republican primary, and he's out now. And everybody was shocked, and I'm like, I'm fucking not. But so one of his things that he was really championing was he wanted to make it. He wanted to basically make it law, even though as president, there's no way he could have done this. But he wanted to make it the law of the land that in order to qualify to vote in the United States, you either had to be 25 or pass the immigration citizenship test.
I remember that. Yeah.
I remember hearing about that.
And what I kept, because a lot of people were like, "That's a great idea." I'm like, first of all, most of you wouldn't pass it. Secondly, like the fact that you are behind that shows that you clearly don't understand how the Constitution works. Yeah. But my caveat was, I was like, okay, not for voting because it's a blatant violation of the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act, but I'd be down for that for high school graduation, which ironically would cure the need for that to be a law anyway. Like, in order to graduate high school, you have to pass the same exam or some version of it that proves that you at least know the basic history of the United States and how the government functions. They will never do that. They will never do that, though, because if people know how the government works, then...
Well, yeah, the sheer amount of people I saw, to use an example that's sort of relevant to me, when that TikTok ban passed, and everyone's like, "Well, that's it, TikTok's banned now." Well, I was like, "No, it has to go to committee, and then it has to go to the Senate, and then it has to go to committee again." And they did. None of you listen to "I'm Just a Bill" as a child. Like, Schoolhouse Rock taught me a ton as a kid.
See, and you're not even Canadian, and you know.
And I'm not even American.
Yeah. That's funny. I have a
Bill sat on a set of stairs and sang a song to me about how it works.
Yeah. And I was a child when I'm like, okay, I get it. And I have a buddy Toast who lives in Toronto, and I did a podcast with him a while back. Actually, it was the second one I ever did on this channel, and he started singing the Canadian national anthem, and he couldn't remember it, so I finished it, and he was like, "How the fuck do you know the Canadian national anthem?" And I'm like, "That '70s show."
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, it's an easy national anthem.
He was like, "Wait, really?" I'm like, "Yes, that is," because it's one of my favorite jokes in the entire series.
That's very funny.
That's greght.
Oh, I loved it. Funny. But so basically, you have a similar view of politics as the Japanese public did around 2016.
Myself, I tend to. It's funny because I always said you remind me of myself in the sense that you seem to lean more center right, whereas I find myself, generally speaking, leaning more center left. In the sense that I think that there are people on the left hand of things that are obnoxious and annoying and awful, and there's also people on the right who are obnoxious and annoying and awful. It's like I find like middle ground is more of a
for me, it really does depend on the specific issue, but I found, generally speaking, in the United States, at least today, not necessarily historically, but today, the left, at least the far left, has just insane ideas that they clearly haven't thought through and and they've not thought past step one, because if they had, they would realize this is insane. And then the right, generally speaking, as a group, a lot of people on the right side of the aisle, more center right, but still have a lot of good ideas, but they're not very good at articulating them.
Yeah, I think in a lot of cases, both of the sides of these arguments are held back by their farthest extreme, like a weight and a chain dragging them back. The guys who are on, like I saw. I don't like the guy. I really don't. But I because I like to see alternate perspectives. I check in with the Matt Walsh every once in a while.
So fun fact, not to cut you off, but actually Matt Walsh is. I hate Matt Walsh with a passion.
Can't stand Matt Walsh.
I don't like him at all. I think he's a giant pretentious douche, and especially after I found out how young he is. He's in his 30s, and he's and he's that pretentious.
As a man in his 40s.
Yeah, I think he's like a year or two older than I am, and I'm like,
really,
bro.
Really?
I'm like, you're 10 times worse now because you're like the guy from Good Will Hunting who had the fucking sweater vest tied around his neck.
Yeah,
I remember that class.
For me, the moment I knew I was never going to see eye to eye with Matt Walsh, I started just as a point of being like, I started to watch What Is a Woman, okay? And I think I'm about 10 minutes into that movie. And I think it was the point when he said, the only emotional support my son requires is a BB gun. And I laughed so hard. I was like, I'm never going to be able to take anything he has to say seriously. Click, and I turned it off.
See, and that's part of the problem, because as a fan, like, it's to get back to sort of the podcasting world, it's no secret. I tell people this. In fact, I've had which actually that's some news for you guys, so I can share off air, kind of news. But I've had a couple of meetings with various people, virus included, and it's no secret, in terms of how I've structured this as a business model, I totally ripped off the Daily Wire.
Yeah, it comes across, but they have a successful, whether you agree with them politically or not, they have a successful.
I looked 100% at that, and I'm like, well, I watched the company go from basically one random YouTube host to now being a legitimate media company. And small, but yes, I mean, they're producing movies. They've got a kids network.
Worse, yeah, for sure.
I mean, some of them are good, honestly, but none of them are cinematic masterpieces. Like we did a review of Lady Ballers, which what's funny? You said Captain Marvel was a Marvel C, And I basically Lady Ballers I said was 70% of a movie. Like it could have actually been really good, but again, they let their politics get in the way of telling a good story.
Which they claimed it wasn't political anyway.
Come on. But I guess what made it so sad to me as a creative, or at least somebody who strives to be creative, is you had all the ingredients, right?
Yeah.
And you could have had, and they came so close so many times in that movie to having a genuine moment where the two sides could have somewhat met, but that's not what they were interested in. And that's why I think, because I actually suggested to a friend of mine that Daily Wire should start doing like an SNL style comedy program.
Yeah. Well, I will admit, Matt Walsh, he put out a series where it was him as a judge, and it was a Judge Judy style.
I've not watched it yet, and actually I loved his cameo in Lady Ballers. I thought that shit was hilarious. But my favorite cameo was Ben Shapiro as the referee. I lost my shit.
I will give Matt Walsh, at least he's a hair self-aware. I don't think Ben Shapiro is. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's not. I think Ben Shapiro is the kind of guy where I disagree with him, but I don't inherently dislike him. Of those right-wing commentators, I dislike him the least. For me, my Mount Rushmore of dislike is Matt Walsh, Steven Crowder.
I'm not
stand Crowder. I can't stand Crowder.
I kind of as a consumer of media, I sort of tolerated Steven Crowder because occasionally, to me, he's funny. He does the occasional funny.
Have you seen his stand-up? It's bad.
Yes. Oh, I'm not talking about his stand-up. It's actually
horrendous.
It's actually very hard to find his stand-up, and I did watch it, and I'm like, yeah, I know why you're doing YouTube now.
Yeah.
But my opinion isn't worth shit because look at me, like I'm not anybody yet, but one day I might actually have an opinion that's worth hearing. But they lost. Actually, it was funny. I lost what little respect I might have had for him when that whole fiasco with Daily Wire happened, and we did a podcast on that. And I was the only one, who was like, yeah, Crowder's a dick. And they're like, no, Daily Wire is blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, you guys you're forgetting that we're talking about a contract negotiation that he hadn't signed, nor had he started the negotiations. And you're acting like Daily Wire is trying to enslave him when last time I checked, $50 million was not a slave wage. And I know, and everybody's like, well, that was going to be his production too. And I'm like, okay, first of all, I understand that. But Daily Wire also has contracts with the bulk of their hosts where they cover the production costs. And granted, he wouldn't have been made $50 million then. But that's the reason it was $50 million was to cover his... And I'm sorry, working 4 days a week is not a slave job. It's not.
I mean, when I see like Fox News right-wing commentators talking about like people working at a fast food job and how that job is easy, I'm like, you know what's pretty easy? Sitting in an air-conditioned studio, sitting in front of a microphone and grieving or sharing your grievances with the world on the internet. Yeah. Like that's a pretty easy job.
Yeah. And I often say like the ultimate goal with all this is like, it started out as a hobby. I would love to be able to do it full time. If I was able to do this full time and support myself even reasonably well, not even being rich, but if I could just support my lifestyle, I would consider that such a huge win. And I would be one of the luckiest people on the planet. Like I'd be one of the luckiest people on the planet. And I don't think I could ever in good conscience complain about doing this as a job. It's like,
no,
because the alternative, I feel like people that do that have never actually worked fast food or retail.
Exactly.
Because
they haven't worked a job like that. For sure.
My worst day doing podcasting as a job would be somebody's like dream life.
Oh, for sure.
Stuck. So it's like I don't know how you could be. I don't know how you could be pessimistic. It's just kind of
I get more joy out of cutting together those shorts than anything, and like that's work, man. That's like 3-4 hours out of my day.
It's much more of a grind than you think it is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I clipped 5 or 6 of them yesterday. I was like, oh my god, it was like, it's more work than you think it is.
Yeah, my problem lately is having time to sit down and do it, and I'm doing it for not like again. I'm not complaining, but just to give you perspective, I'm doing that for 5 podcasts.
For sure. Do you just out of curiosity? Does Haley clip her own shorts, or do you do those for her?
I do a lot of them, helping her out for her.
That's what I figured. I could tell.
Yeah, I have a distinct look, yeah, but
yeah, I could tell the format looked just like yours. I'm like, this feels like he's giving her a hand, which is totally fair. I'm not no judgment. I was just curious.
well, it's funny because Haley has one of the concepts that I think could do really well, and I'm not sure. Like she's growing, but I'm kind of surprised she hasn't grown faster considering who she's had on.
I was just gonna say that her polls for guests are. I'm actually gonna be on her podcast next week.
Yeah, I know you guys are going to be talking about My Fair Lady.
My Fair Lady, yes. Sneak preview of that. That movie's very bad. It's remarkable to me that movie wins so many Oscars.
Is it worse than Godzilla X Kong: The New Kingdom?
I think it is, but I find the notion of classism to be inherently stupid. So
would it be better if the Fair Lady were suplexed?
I think so. Yeah. Well, no, I think it would be better. She was the one doing the suplexing.
Okay. Yeah. That's fair. My Fair Lady. Yeah. Would it be better if she had a metal glove that she could just?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. It would be. Yeah, it absolutely would be. It also would be better if she was 30 feet tall or 300 feet tall and crashed through a building and killed several people. I think it would be a better movie then too.
You know what?
I think had atomic fire breath.
And she had atomic fire breath.
And was just
pink atomic fire breath though.
Pink atomic. And she's a woman, so it would be absolutely make sense.
Well, that's awfully gender biased of you.
I mean, she's pink. Well, to be fair, that movie is like in the 50th or whatever 18th century, where it was okay to be sexist back then. It's okay. It was okay.
It was okay. It was the norm. It was the Sitzumleben. See how we bring it around? It's like a circle.
Yeah, exactly. It's all comes full circle. But yeah,
it all comes around.
I watched another sneak preview for that. I don't know if I'm going to get to talk about it, but I watched Dr. Dolittle, the Rex Harrison Dr. Dolittle movie for that podcast.
Oh, that's a wild ride.
That movie's also bad.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's historically bad. And I was like, when I watched, as an aside, the first time I watched My Fair Lady, I've now seen it twice, but I watched it for the first time for Top 100. And I had to send a video of it to my friends and be like, am I crazy or is he a bad singer? Like, is it me? And they're like, no, he's bad. I'm like, but he won Best Actor for this movie. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. That was an interesting series. That was I enjoyed doing that. I was midway talking about things that didn't work out. I was midway through season 2 of that, and I quit doing it because it was a lot of like, nobody's watching these, and TikTok squishes them.
Well, gentlemen, I will leave this up to you because we've been going for 3.5 hours.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. But
time flies when you're having good conversation.
That's the whole point of Arete podcast. Actually, this might be, I have to look, this might be the longest one yet, but there's a couple that have broken the 3-hour mark, so I'm not 100% sure.
The longest is 3 hours. That and it's always the ones like the ones that are when we're talking about decades of movies. So it's like our first longest one is the 60s and 70s, and our second longest one is the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, but there's a lot in there, so that makes sense. And I love how people who, of course, because everybody is a critic, even though they don't do this. They're like, "Oh, you do 2-hour podcasts? They're too long." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're acting like you can't pause it and then come back to it."
True. I listen to my 2-hour podcast while I'm working.
Yeah, I do. I do occasionally.
Your podcast I tune in live most of the time, but some of them I listen to while I'm working.
Well, I'm glad to hear that because I don't normally go back and listen. There's a reason I don't go back and listen to most of my podcasts because I also have to go back and rewatch them to cut the clips for the shorts. I'm gonna re-listen to it. And plus, fun fact: speaking of like RFK, I hate the sound of my own voice.
Oh yeah, me too.
Jordan, Here's what I will say. You kind of get used, for me anyway, I used to feel the exact same way. It wasn't just the sound of my own voice. I can't stand my own stupid face. So like that TikTok for the longest time was like me like having to treat the person on screen as a different person. So
you do kind of just have to get over it. And then it's weird when people tell you that you have a good voice and you're just like, I don't know what it's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but you're clearly lying to me. Yeah.
I don't see it.
Yeah, but I'll be one of those people who just he never watches the content he's in. I can't do it. Yeah, can't do it.
I know what you mean. I don't listen back to our podcast, but I have to. I don't sit and rewatch the whole thing, but like I go through like a minute at a piece watching it, and I'm like, is this worth putting online? No, next, cut. Is this worth putting online? No, next, cut. And then I just slowly whittle down my timeline, my podcast. And then yesterday I realized, because what I would do is like I get to a point where it's like, oh, I think this will make a good short, cut it out, edit it, add all the accoutrement, do that, and then move on to the next one. I realized yesterday, no, what I need to do is just pull the raw footage a minute at a time, go back to where I was, and just pull the clips that way, because it was much more efficient.
Yeah, that's because for me it's a two-stage process. Like I have the episode in a non-linear editor, so I can just rip the clips and then I transfer them to a Google Drive. Spoiler alert: this is how I do it, which I outlay in the tutorial video anyway. I use Google Drive, so I throw all those clips in a Google Drive so I can get them directly off of my phone, and then just edit them in CapCut, and then just upload them directly to the various platforms.
I know I've mentioned it before, but yeah, that shorts. I mean, it probably looks an awful lot like your format. But man, and it's so funny once you get good at, like, once you get the basic, it's so easy to just like, I have a like, not a format, but it's like to just know, like, to do it. It became much quicker. Like I can knock out.
Yeah, but it's still,
thank you. Yeah, give me a template.
Yeah, it's still oddly time consuming though, because it's like, this again, you get the occasional one, because I try to make it as interesting as possible, because it's it's short form, and you're fighting against this, right?
Yeah.
So tried to and it's a double-edged sword, because I honestly hate doing it, because I hate ripping other people's stuff off. And this is why I say things like I hate TikTok, because I use TikTok, and there are many things about TikTok that are great, but it incentivizes creators to steal other people's shit.
That is absolutely true. Yeah.
But I mean, you almost don't have a choice. I try to begin every short with like a photo or a clip that will catch people's attention, because if I don't, we won't get any views. And then but the irony is that people then criticize you for being like, oh, well, you're just, I'm like, first of all, no, I'm not just taking clips of movies and TV shows and just putting them up there as though they're my own. That I will never do. But yeah, I'm going to take a snippet with us talking over it to get your attention, because it works, and the algorithms incentivize me to do so. If it weren't that way, I absolutely wouldn't do it.
Do you find
it's cheap?
Inside baseball here, just talking to another creator. Do you find the algorithm on YouTube for YouTube Shorts and the algorithm on TikTok are completely different? Like
most of the time. Yeah. So we have it's funny, which is why I advise people to upload, especially in the beginning, upload content into lots of different places, because we will have shorts that won't do shit on YouTube and will blow up on Instagram.
Yeah.
TikTok seems to be the trickiest.
See, I guess maybe because, to be fair, I think I have more followers than you do.
Which is probably why, because Haley is very much the same way. Her stuff tends to do much better on TikTok than
that's what's interesting. That's why I asked, because it depends. Like you were like in the tutorial, you were like, oh, don't post it on TikTok and YouTube at the same time. But what I find is sometimes I'll do that. I'll post, and I've noticed that some of my shorts have my YouTube tag on them and my TikTok tag on them. I'm like, crap. But I've noticed certain videos do better on YouTube. Certain shorts do better on TikTok. It's kind of crazy. So like, I did a robot jocks, the video about robot jocks, that on YouTube has like 400, almost 500 views. On TikTok, it's like 200. So it's like certain ones just do. I find like the stuff that's more like, and I don't like the content to be overly negative, but I find on TikTok it's stuff when you have a really hot take, like when you have something really strong to say about something, someone will want to come in to tell you how wrong you are.
Yeah, well, just perfect example. I almost didn't make this short, but I found it personally funny, so I made it. It's one where we did an episode where it was pure shorts fodder. We even say in the episode, the only reason we're making this is because it's good shorts material. Where we went and shared just a bunch of random facts that we know. And Eric, which to be fair, he was right, thought it would be funny to just make a couple up.
Oh,
but one of them, he was like, fun fact. If you put sugar on a cucumber, it tastes like a watermelon. And my reaction was, why the fuck would you do that? And so that became a short. It got I think it got maybe 100 views on YouTube. We put it on Instagram. It got 1,200 in a couple hours.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, I've had similar experiences where I've had, that stupid goose video did almost 700,000 views on TikTok, and then on Instagram it did nothing.
Yeah,
So
it's
I've had
wild.
videos on Instagram do five. I think I had do 5,000 views on Instagram and do like nothing on TikTok. It's so weird.
Well,
I
and
like the
just
TikTok
yeah,
algorithm because it's random and fair.
yeah.
That's
Well,
part of why I like it.
I will say this to kind of clarify the statement I made in that tutorial on YouTube. First of all, not everybody's going to be the same, which you know that. But
Yeah.
the reason I suggest you do YouTube first is because YouTube has the feature of direct linking the podcast to the short.
Yes. I
So
really like that.
in terms of one of the best things they ever did, in terms of pushing your content for growth, it's
For sure.
advantageous to do it on YouTube first, at least in theory, because it's less work to connect to the long form content.
YouTube also rewards watch time. So like a
Yes.
really asshole on podcasts like this, YouTube doesn't care that nobody's as long as like one person watches it, as long as one person has it open, then it can they just consider it watch time. So like for
And
example,
we have the benefit that I'm in the chat on my account, so it considers that as us having one consistent viewer every single time, and
yeah,
it's like, yes, gaming the system.
yeah. Whereas TikTok is more
Not
about
really, but yeah,
Not really, but
it's more about frequency on TikTok, how often you post. Like you want to post
it
multiple times a
does.
day.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way, and I find I actually post on TikTok because I figured that out on my own too, and
Yeah.
I do. On a daily basis, TikTok is probably posted the most often.
Interesting.
But it's so hard, man. Because again, TikTok incentivizes certain things, and
Yeah.
podcasts, like at least the ones that I do, for the most part, are not one of them. I'm fully convinced that if I were under the age of 25 and had boobs, I would be much
Oh,
more
for sure.
successful.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I
we
know
have that conversation all the time.
and that's not me saying that. Well, I mean, TikTok is sexist, but I get it. Like, I
Yeah.
totally get it. If I were in control of TikTok, I would be incentivizing that
Oh,
too
for
because it's
sure.
making me money. But
I mean,
like,
have you got the another white guy with a podcast?
oh yeah, it's
I
my
got
favorite, and neckbeard,
yeah,
and all that.
neckbeard.
So I
Um,
actually I've
yeah,
gotten pretty good at responding to those, and it's like, well, you should get on your podcast and talk about it.
I got one of the ones today was
that's great.
you guys should take a shower, which made me laugh because of course whenever someone is mean to me, I automatically go to their page to see if I can find something I can make fun of them for. And he was the kind of guy who maybe should have a shower. So it was just kind of like,
He
but
looks
it's
like
so weird.
yeah.
He looked like the kind of greasy kind of yeah. It was like he's the exact kind of guy who he's making fun of.
Is a greasy.
So
I think my favorite one is when specifically Eric and I are called virgins because it's like Eric is married with 2 children, and I actually said on one podcast I was like, this man is married with 2 children, and if you could see what I did last night, you would not have made that comment.
that's I the thing that I mean part of it is I don't the ones who go for me who ironically go for you the hardest are the Snyder Bros.
Well,
Whenever
they're also just jealous. For the most part, they're all just jealous and resentful too. Because there's a difference. So we've gotten some comments that were like legitimate criticism, but it's presented in a way that's not dickish. So
yeah.
I actually read some, and I acknowledge some of those comments. In fact, I turned one into a joke, not at their expense, but somebody was like, "I said something dumb," which I'm known to do. I said something dumb, and they called me out rightfully, and I was kind of going back and forth with one of them. I'm like, yeah, I'll be honest. I shouldn't have said that. I don't know why I said it that way. I didn't. I just wasn't thinking. And then he joked and was like, well, I think a 4-page apology letter will do it. So next podcast,
That's funny.
I did just that. And but here's the beautiful part. He is now a subscriber and has contributed
Nice.
numerous discussions in the comments because
I've done that a few times.
yeah, because like I'm not inherently going to like I'll take good criticism all day long because
sure.
I'll be fuck. I always say it. The joke is there's a reason our podcast logo is a chimp in a suit. Like
yeah. Well,
we're
I think the
not.
thing for me was when you guys were like, we're the average intelligence podcast. We're not geniuses, and that really struck me. I was like, yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. That's totally fair.
That's the literal point. And sometimes we'll go off on a tangent and be like, now take this with a massive grain of salt because we're dumbasses, but
yeah, I mean, I always say like I'm not I'm not qualified to make this say. The funniest one for me recently was when we I knew it. I knew the moment I posted it, I was going to get one comment but when we said, we're talking about the Silver Surfer and how it's a woman in the new movie. And I was like, who cares? But
oh
we
yeah,
like,
I know you got
one condition. Yeah, our one condition is that Galactus wears stupid. He be a man and he wears stupid costume. And I meant human, like I meant a person. But I knew the minute I said that all people were going to hear was Galactus should be a man and just assume I was sexist. And I was like, but you didn't hear all the non-sexist parts before that. Like,
well, my absolute favorite though, specifically when it happens on YouTube, because you can post longer form content on TikTok. But my favorite is when people criticize what you say in the short, but clearly they didn't finish the short. But then, but then you also say it's like, well, to be fair, like we did address that later, but this is a short, and they're like, well, you could put it in there. I'm like, we can't.
Yeah, I got a minute to work with.
It is literally, and we even linked the original video in this one, so you can go see the context.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's, and one thing you'll learn very quickly in podcasting is most people are just jealous. Not even jealous. They're unhappy and unsatisfied. And when they see other people doing things that they love to do, they resent it. And
I mean, my
just
thing
want
is
to tear it down.
So, I mean, I was, to be fair, I was terrified of doing, because you've probably seen on TikTok, I love sharing it, but I started my TikTok journey as a lip syncer. Like I was a lip syncer. I love lip syncing. It became unsustainable as a form of content, but I love doing it. And I was terrified to do this because I was like, who cares? Who cares what I have to say? Who gives a shit about my opinions? And then I just started doing this kind of, and this is where it's led. It's like, turns out some people do. And that's really all that matters. And sorry, just real quick, in terms of Inside Baseball, I wanted to ask you about, because I did mention it about, you should make a video about this. For your when you and Eric are together in the same room, very quickly, as briefly as you can, what is your setup for that? Because we obviously want to get in the same room like you guys are.
So we are going to do that. There have been a lot of things. We were actually a couple Sundays ago, we were going to shoot the tutorial. But so in the most basic sense is we have multiple cameras hooked up to OBS. And you can switch between them. We actually have a control board, which is actually really sophisticated for how cheap it was. And where basically you just program buttons to do certain things in OBS, so we can switch. There's a little box. You can see us playing with it. Sometimes we've got sound effects loaded into it and everything. But yeah, so our original setup was just one camera that was just pointed at us through OBS. So instead of using your computer going through sharing your screen, you just have a camera hooked up as your input.
What camera do you use? Like a AV camera or?
No, it's a 4K webcam essentially. I can't remember the brand, but
so it is a webcam.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, you can. Well, again, it's a 4K webcam because our first webcam we started. Actually, fun fact: our first one, he accidentally bought a 4K webcam. He didn't know it was a high def webcam like that. And then we bought new ones that we thought were higher quality. They in fact weren't. So There's a couple podcasts that look a little shitty. And then we also realized that we didn't have it at the highest resolution setting. So we had 4K cameras that were shooting at 720p.
Interesting. Okay, that's good to know.
So that's the other benefit of joining the Arete podcast network is we fucked up for 4 years before you had. So
we made the mistake, so you don't have to. That's what we always say.
Well, I mean, shit. We average intelligence was stuck at like 55 subscribers for like 3 years, and then YouTube Shorts became a thing. Yeah. And then I learned how to do because YouTube Shorts had been a thing for a while, but we didn't understand them. And then I ironically took an online course for different reasons, but they went over YouTube Shorts, and I learned how to do it. And we went. I mean, we're almost to shit. Where are we at? I think we're almost to 2,500 subscribers in a little over a year. And I'm sorry, we're at 2,854. Oh, there's another thing. The YouTube algorithm has started doing it. Shorts used to take off fairly quick.
Yeah, now they take a few hours, I've noticed.
Some of ours take a few days. Like, I uploaded one, and I knew it was going to be good just because Dragon Ball content usually does well. This one took 2 days, but it went from like 200 to now it's rocking. Where are we at here? Almost 11,000
Interesting.
and 12 new subscribers.
I mean, my two in descending order, my highest view video, or our highest view videos are a movie where I talk about how much I hate Batman Returns.
Which, to be fair, you're correct. Actually,
Yeah,
it's funny. You think that's a hot take, but you actually make sense. It's like, so going back to the Batman, I hated the Batman. I thought it was the shits of a movie, and most people were like, "How can you say that?" And then I explained it to them, and they're like, "Okay, yeah, okay, that, but it was still good." I'm like, "But it really wasn't."
Yeah, I mean that one I have. Yeah, I thought that was an okay movie. I didn't think it was phenomenal. But yeah, that
I like the fight scenes in it. I don't like the Riddler.
my favorite scene in that movie is where he's base jumping and then he whiffs it and crash lands on the concrete, and you're unsure as a viewer as to whether or not that scene is supposed to be funny or not. Like it's shot as though it's supposed to be funny. Like you're supposed to find that Batman's incompetent. It's funny, but it's unclear. And then that was kind of the moment where I was like, yeah, this is probably not. But also there's stuff. I mean, I did a video where I talked about my review of it. There's I like the sound design of Batman in that movie. I love. It's funny how you're like, I don't like Robert Pattinson, but one of the subtleties I liked about that movie was how like he would enter a room as Batman, and then when he would enter the room as Bruce Wayne, he would still act like he was Batman. Like he would physically carry himself like he was Batman. And I like those little subtleties like that. But also the movie's way too fucking long. And the final scene of that movie is agonizing.
It goes on for it ends like a Superman movie, and it shouldn't. But then the other scene that was unintentionally hilarious, what I simultaneously laugh and give credit to the movie for this scene. It's when he's wearing his body armor at the end of the movie, but he gets shot with a shotgun, and he gets shot in like the lower abdomen and pelvic area, and he like gets blown ass backwards, which is something that would happen if you were wearing body armor and got shot with a shotgun that close range. Yeah. But it just, I don't know, the way it played out on screen was just so funny to me.
My thing was him and Catwoman, they both get on motorcycles. They both drive away from each other down the road for a very long time. Then they get to the end of the road and they each turn in a different direction and they go, and then it just keeps, you're like, okay, I get the point. The movie can end now. And at the time, I think I had to go pee real bad. I was like, okay, it can end any moment now. But it was that. And our second highest view video on our channel is an ad. It's an ad for, speaking of which, before off air, before we let you go, I want to mention it to you, but I don't want to do it here but I want to mention, I don't know if you noticed, we had a new sponsor. I do want to mention it to you, as an option.
But yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about, which, by the way, we're clearly, any final thoughts on Godzilla? Because you guys are about to take the record. You're 4 minutes away from 4 hours, but I figure we can end with Godzilla.
I think, look, okay, I think it has a right to exist. For me personally, I understand your inclinations. I understand your inclination to want to ground it more, but I'm in the opposite camp. I'm like, fuck it, go full bore Showa.
Which is fair, because honestly, the good point you make though is that we already have a grounded Godzilla with what Toho was doing. So you're probably right. I'm just getting bogged down by my own personal preference, but I think we can all agree though that the Showa era, while awesome many times, did go too far. But I think that's almost inevitable because, again, like I said, the problem with the Monsterverse is you've already gone out so big, so you have to continue to get more and more ridiculous until you get the 21st century version of Dancing Godzilla.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think we can. The way I see the Monsterverse movies, I see them kind of as like early days, like maybe phase 2 Marvel movies, where it's like they're dumb. You're not meant to think about them too much. And then we have, and personally, to go to our other Godzilla movie we were talking about, I definitely think they should continue with Godzilla Minus One. Let that director, let him do whatever. I mean, I the expression "let him cook," but like let him do whatever the fuck he wants. Like I heard he wants to do a Star Wars. God, just let him do a Star Wars.
Can't get any worse.
No, it can't. I like just.
Yeah.
I think he let him do whatever he wants. Just I think he would do a great job of scaled Star Wars. Like I would love to see him do a Star Wars.
Yeah, I think he. Yeah. Well, and then what I love about that proposed idea is you can almost create like a friendly rivalry between the legendary Godzilla and the Toho resurgence. This new.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun. And then, of course, it's great for people like us because that's just content we get to create.
So here's a crazy idea to end this on that I just came into my brain. For the Monsterverse, what if we just went full bore multiverse and we do Godzilla Minus One versus Monsterverse Godzilla and they got to do a fight. They got to do a big punch.
You kind of already have not so much a multiverse, but you've got a shared universe between Kong and Godzilla. So yeah, I don't think it would. Although I think that would mar the Godzilla Minus One timeline.
Probably a little bit.
I wouldn't do it with Minus One. I would do it with like the Shin Godzilla and like the other
fair.
older versions maybe, and like go back in time to like the Showa era and do
that. Could actually be a lot of fun. But
I'm sure they could recreate him in CGI.
Like, why would you though? Why bother? Get a dude in a suit. Like go full camp on it, man. Like
I would leave Minus One to be the Joker movie, like where it's like it can just be its own thing in its own bubble and it doesn't need to connect to anything, and we can just enjoy it for what it is.
True.
Well, and theoretically, you wouldn't necessarily, because again, there's multiple Godzilla timelines, so you wouldn't have to include all of them per se. Because again, multiverse, like you're not going to bring everybody in, but you can bring some in. Like you said, I would like to see probably like Showa era, Heisei era, and like Shin Godzilla at the very least, and then maybe bring in the '98 Zilla for to be another punching bag again because that was fun.
That was fun. That was fun.
That was a clear. Like that was one step away from like the head of Toho walking on camera, like in front of a projection screen and going.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. They bought that character specifically to do that for no other reason than just to do that.
And they haven't used it since,
which
I love.
They removed the god. I love my favorite part of this. It's just Zilla because they removed the god because he's unworthy of being a god.
Well, it's also
so I said that in Japanese. It was badass. It's not Godzilla. He was gonna be Godzilla. I mean,
I know. That's a whole. Oh god, that's a whole convoluted mess of like. Yeah. That's literally two Americans going. Okay, we have this intellectual property that has a fan base spanning decades. What are we gonna do with it? I know. Fish breath.
Big iguana.
Fuck yeah!
Like if you've seen the that's what's frustrating about that movie is if you've seen the concept art of it, like he looks like Godzilla. He's got the plates. It's a little different. It's got a little bit more of an American identity, but it looks like Godzilla. But that movie's bad.
I can imagine Toho executives, at least any that were around in any capacity in the company in like 1998, when another Hollywood studio came knocking, and they're probably just like, I don't know, guys. Like, it's a lot of money, but like. I mean, fuck, did you see it?
Apparently, allegedly, I heard somewhere that one of the Toho executives saw the designs, and one of two things was either they cried when they saw it, or I'm pretty sure one of them said, is it too late to change it? They were like, is it too late to change it? They were like, yes, it's too late to change it. And they were like, shit.
Which one? Are you talking about the 98 or the Legendary?
The 98.
I think that. So I think I've heard two stories for two different Godzillas. I believe the crying one you're talking about was the Legendary design, and
was it?
I want to say I read that somewhere, but I do know that
design.
But I knew no. I mean, crying like tears of joy, like they finally didn't fuck it up. But the one where they asked if it was too late to change it was the '98 design because Toho was like, "Are you fucking serious?"
Yeah, no, that's because they gave him very famously gave him a Godzilla Bible, which they completely threw out. They completely ignored.
Well, and that right there, why it's not Godzilla? Because like I'm sorry, not sorry. If you're given a franchise to add an installment to, and they give you a show Bible, you follow the show Bible.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
to the letter.
That's a great way to never make another movie with them again.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Which they didn't until decades later when they made the Monsterverse ones,
and it was
we can all agree are better than the '98 movie.
Oh yeah.
Okay, bro. If they made There's a lot of movies out there that are better than the '98 Godzilla. I mean, it's just the whole thing is.
I was gonna watch that for the '90s episode.
Why the fuck are the French there?
I mean, that's the question. Most scenarios you ask, why are the French there?
I mean, fair. That's true. There's a lot of movies.
Hey, I mean, we're Canadian. We've got French Canadians. The French so despised that even other French don't like them.
I was gonna say, so you guys might not be familiar. There's a comedian named Paul Taylor. He's an English French guy. That sounded stupid. So one of his favorite bits is he talks about, because what it is, he's an Englishman, but he was raised in France, basically, so he speaks both. He's bilingual. And actually, I think he speaks 4 languages, but for the purposes of this joke, he's bilingual. And he talks about how he studied French in university, and part of his education to graduate is he had to go study abroad somewhere for French. And he said, I had a lot of options, and I chose Quebec. He said, funny thing, though, is nobody told me that going to Quebec to study French is like going to England to study culinary.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's not the French would call Quebec French dirty French. They have no respect for Quebecers. It's quite funny.
It's not real French.
Yeah, as far as they're concerned, it's not real French.
I will say, in defense of the Quebecers, the French,
that's bold.
The French as a people are very, very snooty when it comes to the French language. They're not. So, like, for example, the Spanish-speaking people of the world are much more forgiving.
Yes.
And they acknowledge the fact that not all Spanish is the same, and there are numerous colloquialisms and different ways of speaking, much to mention different words.
As Canadians, we're bred from birth to make fun of Quebec. It's like you're handed a geography textbook, a math textbook, and a joke list of making fun of Quebec. It's just, in Canada.
And then a picture of Nelson pointing at Quebec.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
That, and if you're born in on the West Coast, you're told you hate Toronto.
Yeah, but Toronto is completely unaware of it. They have no idea.
I was going to say this feels like a one-sided rivalry.
It is.
But it is. So it's kind of, I used to make, I don't know how familiar you guys are with professional American football, but I'm from Indianapolis, where our team is the Colts, and yeah, I figured not. But then you're probably aware of you're probably aware of the New England Patriots, at least who they are. So
I know that. I recognize that name.
Yeah.
So the joke I make, I'm not a big fan of professional football. I'm a college football guy, but here in Indianapolis, we have a rivalry with New England, and my joke is always like, yeah, but does New England know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
probably not.
Because I don't think they do. I don't think they're aware of this.
I only know of
that describes it to a T.
I'm only familiar with New England because of that episode of Family Guy where he sings Shapoopy with Tom Brady.
Shapoopy.
And it's just like most people are only familiar with the Miami Dolphins because of Ace Ventura. It's the only reason I know who Dan Marino is.
Maybe in Canada, not so much here, but yeah, I can see that in Canada. Well, it's like I imagine a lot of people only know Notre Dame football because of the movie Rudy, which actually I was talking to somebody the other day. That movie's not it shouldn't be that inspirational, because it's not even like because it's not like he didn't even win. I mean, technically he won. He didn't even win the game. Like, they were winning when they put him in. Like, there's.
Funny enough, I was going to watch that movie for our sports ball episode, and then I ended up going with fighting movies. But yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, final thoughts on Godzilla, and then we'll get out of here.
I mean, they should make Godzilla -2. Make more. Here's the thing: don't stop making them. I'm really glad it made money. Is my big thing. I just want more of these movies. Yeah.
Well, it's the critical acclaim that I'm happiest with, because it did win Best Picture in Japan. So I mean, yes, obviously, but yes. I'm glad that it got the fact that it got an American Oscar. I think is finally like all the people. I'm actually not that surprised after watching the movie. I'm surprised it didn't win more awards.
When you see what it was up against, it was like, yeah, it's up against Guardians of the Galaxy 3. It's not really all that impressive. I can't remember what else it was up against, but nothing it was up against was all that remarkable. Where it was like, this is pretty samey shit.
Well, and I'll be honest too. I think that, and I feel this way for a lot of the different Oscars this go around, is a lot of more, I would call them symbolic Oscars, where it's not that the movie they wanted didn't deserve it, but part of the consideration was also what winning would mean to the industry.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
if that makes sense.
Robert Downey Jr. winning an Oscar was basically them being like, we can't give it to you for Iron Man, but
yeah,
give
exactly.
it to you for
exactly.
I mean,
Listen,
that happens.
You need to do a movie where if you could turn a scene black and white in that movie and people would be like, oh, this is very cultured, we can give you an Oscar for that.
Yeah, you need to do a real movie, Robert Downey Jr. You can't, and then you need to do a PR, a promotion run where you shit talk Marvel, and then at the back of it, you need to be like, no, I do another Marvel. They saved my career. I kind of forgot that for a moment when I said I was doing real movies now, but you know.
Yeah, it is funny. He had a bit of a Rachel Zegler moment there.
Yeah, bite the hand that feeds you. Don't do that. Don't do that, because then the Daily Wire makes a much worse looking Snow White movie. Sorry, I know you're a Daily Wire fan, but that Brett Cooper Snow White movie looks terrible.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: I'm cautiously pessimistic about that movie, but once again, Daily Wire's intent is to not make a good Snow White movie. Daily Wire's intent is to troll Disney. So
yeah,
in that regard, they've pretty much already won. However, I have been pleasantly surprised by some of Daily Wire's content. We're eventually going to do an episode where we go through and watch more of their movies, because I talked about the two theatrical movies I'd seen of theirs at that point were Run, Hide, Fight and Lady Ballers. And I said about both of them, I said they're very close to being movies, but they're not quite there.
Hold the phone. Lady Ballers went to theaters? That wasn't a streaming only?
It's a streaming only.
No shit. Oh, okay, I was going to say, and that went to theaters?
No, and I said they should have. I told them they should have, because that's the thing. I made a criticism of, not so much a criticism, but an observation. Well, kind of a criticism, because let's say the Daily Wire movie, Snow White movie, comes out and it's streaming only. Obviously, it's not going to compete with Disney because it's not widely available. I said Daily Wire should put their money where their mouth is and go for a theatrical run, because if your movie is that good and you really want to kick it to Disney, you'll hit them where it hurts. Now, a lot of people are like, well, they can't do that. I'm like, well, then they shouldn't be picking a fight with Disney then, now should they?
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, a lot of these movies, give them a small theatrical run. Like,
yeah. Well, I think
better than no money. I would say.
I think for Snow White, I think that should be a full blown. But I said with Lady Ballers, I said, if you did even a limited run, there are people who will pay to see that movie just to stick it to the lefties. Well, Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom did the exact same thing. Like, the movie, I didn't hate that movie, but I knew what it was as I was watching it. I'm like, there are so many people, and I'm not criticizing the movie for this, but it is what it is. There are tons of people that are watching this movie because of the not really political nature, more of the sort of like, not a religious affiliation, but like, there's a certain demographic of person that is very likely to see this movie for various reasons.
We all know the demographic. We don't want to speak their name, otherwise they'll come for us.
Well, I mean, it's a very evangelical Christian. It's funny. The irony is that the movie is not really all that over the top Jesus, but it speaks to that audience. And I mean, it is Angel Studios, but like, I mean, that movie outgrossed Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. So I figure, at least opening weekend, it might have totally. I know opening weekend it tanked Indiana Jones, but
interesting.
I said about Lady Ballers, I said there's enough people in this country that will go pay money to see that movie. And the thing is, when these are activist movies, they'll go with groups of people. So you'll get good numbers. And I've seen so many comments where it's like, there are parts of that movie that made me laugh, but I said, it's not a complete movie. It's close, but it's not there. There's a lot of things that happen in that movie that don't make any sense, and then there's a lot of moments where they're pushing the joke too far and they're stretching too far just to make the joke, which I hate when comedies do, no matter what the subject matter is. But my point is that there would have been enough people that would have paid money to see that movie that Daily Wire could have done at least a limited theatrical run and made a profit.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I mean, the thing about, I think why they didn't is because they want to shield themselves from, they don't want, as much as they say they want their movies to go mainstream, they don't. They know the minute it does, they're going to get torn apart critically. I watched I'm a fan of the YouTube page Some More News, and they did a very thorough takedown of like, yeah, okay, comedy is subjective, and you cannot find it funny, but it's also not a very good movie. And here's X, Y, and this is all the reasons why this shot is just not a good shot. And I think as much as they're like, we want to hear that criticism and take it in earnestly, I don't think they do.
No, they don't. And then that's what I basically said. I said, at worst, this is Daily Wire always having an out. And like, well, yeah, but it's just this. It's just on streaming, and it's behind a paywall. It's like, yeah, but it's your paywall.
Yeah, and they can also be like, oh, the numbers are like a million. Like it's like when Matt Walsh was like, what is a woman, was like got a million views on Twitter. It's like, well, yeah, but did people actually watch the whole thing, or did they just open it, put it on for a minute, and then turn it off, and that counted as a view? So it's like your numbers are skewed when it comes to that. You can't. There's nothing that tracks a thing better than box office dollars. Like that's the cleanest way to know.
Exactly, because it's how many dollars were spent to see this thing. And as someone who, generally speaking, is I'd say I'm overall a fan of Daily Wire in the sense that I want them to succeed, but part of that is I want them to get better. And it's like you said, to get better, they really need to open them. Now, to be fair, a lot of the criticism they'll get right out of the gate, they will get just because they're a more conservative leading news outlet. But, it is what it is, and you can, but the thing is, it's part of the process. You have to take that first hit and then show the world. But the reason I brought that up is more than a few people said in our comments when I made that clip that we need to watch Terror on the Prairie, which is that one, I guess Gina Carano stars in it. And I'm like, then I saw the trailer and I'm like, okay, this is interesting, because if it didn't say a Daily Wire production, I would not have thought for a minute. So it seems like that might be just a legitimately good movie. And then they did a horror movie too, which I was shocked by.
I mean, to be fair, I've heard that not all of their children's content is necessarily bad. I hear it's boring, but I don't hear it's bad.
Well, but I mean, the children's content. So, I mean, and I will say this. Conservative children's content is a fucking snooze fest.
I mean, yeah.
Like, it just
they want to take out all the teeth, all the teeth that they want to. I find conservatives, when it comes to conservative media, they want to sanitize stuff a lot, where it's like, this is just not very interesting. That's the thing. It's like, it's just not very good. It's just not like, I don't know.
I mean, it might be perfectly engaging to a 3-year-old, and it probably is. But
also real quick, I don't think that I think that conservative media exists, and like for example, we talked about this when we did Forrest Gump, but I think Forrest Gump is one of the most conservative movies in existence. Like, I think that is easily one of the most conservative movies of all time, and it's hugely popular and everyone loves it. So I don't think anyone who says that there's no space or there's no room for conservative content, I think is being disingenuous, because I think we have conservative content.
Oh yeah, no, there absolutely is.
If propaganda has taught us anything, it's that any message can be digestible if you put it in the right format. And it's just that a lot of times the format they're using isn't the correct format that they need to use if they're trying to get their message out.
Exactly.
And that's so, and like I said, which again, this is my I'm not even going to say it's a criticism, because I don't know that this is what happened with Lady Baller specifically, but it's like, okay, without getting into the ideology, I can understand someone's frame of mind if they want to criticize, because it's funny. The biggest criticism of that movie is people were like, but it's not happening. And I'm like, not to the degree, and probably not in Central Tennessee, but these kinds of things have happened. So it's something that's ripe for comedy fodder. Like, of course, they're going to take it to an absurd place. It's comedy.
Yeah, but, for sure.
Yeah.
It gave me the vibe of like a bad 2000s comedy that you watch.
Like,
this isn't very like, those movies have aged badly, and they're not as like, they kind of gave me that vibe of like, in like 20 years, this is going to be dated, but that's fine.
That's exactly what we did. That's how Eric described it. I described it as a like 2017 Netflix original.
Yeah, I can see why you would say that.
Either or, both would be an apropos description. But I said, here's the problem, though. Daily Wire's desire wasn't to take something that was culturally relevant and poke fun at it. It was to go after a certain group of people, which
stick it to the left.
not just the left. Like they went out of their way, and I think some of the jokes went a little too far. Like, don't get me wrong, some parts of that movie were fucking hilarious. Michael Knowles and the Native American bit, I lost my shit every time that happened. And some jokes I found funny at first, but then they went on. Like the first time they did the whole like balls to woman face moment, I thought the first one was funny, but then they do it 6 more times.
That's
in rapid succession. Yeah, that's far too many times. The rule of 3, guys, in comedy. It's the rule of 3.
I was just gonna say. Comedy comes in 3s.
I took 3 I took 3 comedy classes, so you know.
So you're now an expert. You know.
I know. I took two stand-up comedy classes and 2 years worth of improv, so I know.
So, but have you guys seen Lady Ballers?
No, I mean it's the kind of subject matter where it's like
I'm gonna be honest. I have had no idea what you guys were talking about this entire time, and have just been smiling and nodding.
I will put it to you this way: it's worth watching if for no other reason. Where, like, let's say that you just are completely against Daily Wire and conservative media. It's worth watching so that you can understand where they're at in terms of like their production philosophy, because the movie is technically sound. There are no glaring errors in production. There's some really glaring errors in writing. The one that stuck out to me the most was there's a character, he's their tall center guy, who they find him, and spoiler alert for Lady Ballers, but I think if you haven't seen it by now, you're not. And actually, it doesn't spoil anything because it's completely pointless. So they find this guy living in the woods wearing like badger furs, and this all stems from how he was playing basketball in college and somehow got insulted by a badger mascot. I don't even remember what happened, but basically he got taunted by him, and he went insane. And they find him in the woods, and then he's like, "No, I can't play basketball anymore, coach. I can't." So then they're all like shrug their shoulders and leave, and then he goes down to his basement. And these men are all clearly in their like 30s by now, at least late 20s. So he's been out of college for some time. So he goes down to his basement, and he's got the Badger mascot tied down in his basement. And I'm like, how long has he been there? What the fuck is going on? But then out of nowhere, he like completely from nowhere, he changes his mind. As the people are walking out of his little hut, he just runs outside for no reason at all to change his mind and goes, "Coach, I'm in." And then his house blows up.
What?
And the badger shit never comes up again.
All right, then.
Yeah,
never, right. That is bad writing.
Never comes up in the movie again. But they wanted to make a badger joke. That's
really weird.
It is kind of like, to close out with Godzilla X Kong, it is kind of like they wanted a monster Rock'em Sock'em robot, so they're like, okay, we're going to give Kong a glove, we're going to turn Godzilla pink, and we're going to bring an ice kaiju in so it's 2-on-2 instead of 2-on-1, because that wouldn't be fair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And poor Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, right? I was going to be like, poor Egypt. They got, thousands of years of history tied up in that pyramid, and monsters are just doing suplexes off of it. Like, I feel bad for them.
I'm going to say poor Romans with their Colosseum that's now just Godzilla's bed.
That is true. It's
you know what?
That's a fair point. Yeah,
it's still standing though. He did shave a bit off the side, but it is still there.
That's
although I'm calling bullshit. I'm pretty sure that if Godzilla was walking anywhere in the near vicinity of the Colosseum or any building that old, it would just crumble. But what do I know?
I mean, it's an ancient. I agree.
I was going to say it is Roman concrete, so I mean that's the thing. And it survived the Second World War, so
I mean it did.
Things were pretty sturdy back then.
They definitely were.
They were. Well, on that note, gosh, you guys take the record. It's been the official.
Yeah.
The official runtime is 4 hours 21 minutes.
Holy smokes, that's crazy.
It doesn't feel like it though. It doesn't feel like it.
No,
it does not.
But I will leave everybody with this. Check out the Spur of the Moment podcast, and watch both Godzilla movies if you haven't already. But I do recommend you guys. I do recommend, actually, only if it. I don't know if it works if it's not in a theater, but if you have the opportunity somehow, some way to watch Godzilla Minus One minus color, give it a shot. It's pretty good.
I was gonna try. It's funny because I saw this TikTok earlier today where the person was like, no one can find Godzilla Minus One anywhere on the internet, and he tried to find find it to watch it before this just to remind himself of what happened, and he couldn't find it. So when it makes its way onto the internet, I absolutely will.
I want to watch it again for sure.
Yeah, I hope that's one that they re-release, and which thankfully they've been doing this every now and again. Is they'll re-release a movie into theaters that did really well, like when it gets released on. Like I'll be honest, if they put Godzilla Minus One back in theaters, I'll go see it again. It's worth it.
I would consider it. I definitely would consider it. I'd be like, maybe, solid maybe. I'd like to own it on digital. That is the one thing. I'd like to own that movie on digital.
Yeah, I will. The one thing, that is a movie that's worthwhile seeing in a theater, which thankfully a lot of the movies coming out now are at least worth the theatrical experience.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think they kind of learned that after the movies weren't the fault, but pretty much any movie like Dune is like that. In Dune Part 2, I told people it's like, I mean, you can watch it at home, but it's not the same.
Yeah, there's certain movies that are just like that, where it's like you're losing something.
Well, I think there's more, because I would honestly say Godzilla X Kong: The New Kingdom is one of those movies too. Like, I can imagine that being a real lackluster on just like a regular TV.
For sure.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
We got to see Godzilla Minus One in IMAX, and it was incredible. It was an incredible experience. So it was great. I love.
I don't know. I'm a Dolby guy. I don't care for IMAX.
I like both. I like both. It depends on the movie for me in IMAX, but I do like both.
I also, to be fair, think it depends on your IMAX theater, and I think that my IMAX is shit. It's not. It's barely an IMAX.
The one we have two. So we have one that's 30 minutes out from us in a city called Langley, in a place called ironically, a movie theater called Colossus, and it's shit. It's terrible. It's tiny. It's not very good. But we have one in Richmond, which is 30 minutes to 40 minutes away, in a city 34 minutes away, and it's bigger, and it's a much better IMAX screen, because it's the full round. That's
what it is. I need to look around. I need to find one of those, because I've seen an IMAX theater like that, and that was incredible.
Have you ever seen? Are you familiar with? You might have seen it in movies, but in Vancouver, there's a place called Science World. It's a big silver ball. It's like a science museum. Maybe I'll send a picture of it to you. But in that, there's a big screen called OmniMax, which is in the top. It's in the top, and it's basically like IMAX on steroids. And
so I'm wondering if we have something similar, because it was actually. It wasn't the first, but I think it was one of the first public IMAX theaters. It's called the Children's Museum here. It's actually really, really cool. It was one of the early IMAX screens that was not a full round, but I mean, it was clearly angled.
Yeah. And it probably is, because it's in a similar style museum. That's what Science World basically is.
But what I thought was wild about that, and again, I was a small child, so but they were showing documentaries in it, but they did. Part of their intro was they showed like a biplane flying, and there's some weird optical illusion where it feels like you're.
Oh, then that's definitely OmniMax.
That's what it feels like. Yeah, but they called it IMAX, so it was the thing. But yeah, that was wild. If IMAX in theaters could do that, I would absolutely go to IMAX every time.
Fun. I remember there was one year, I think it was at the Omni theater that he's talking about, where they had this whole special thing when with Beauty and the Beast, which they did it in that gigantic theater, and it was huge. Like,
that must have been
cool. like you lean back kind of thing, and it's like it's all on the roof and stuff, and it's huge. And
it has that optical illusion you're talking about, where when you're in there's a couple of ones where it was like from the view of an eagle or whatever, and it felt like the whole theater was moving. It was super trippy.
It's cool.
It's crazy.
Cool.
It was so cool.
It's surreal, because you're actually not like, there are some of those like gimmicky theaters that will move you with it, but you're not actually moving, but you swear you are. It's wild.
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this discussion. I feel like we're just going to keep going if I don't cut it short. We'll find something to diverge. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. But thank you for joining me for this podcast, and I hope everybody enjoyed it, or at least the part of it that you finished. But come back for more. That's what I like. I like to have a central theme, but then you never know where the conversation is going to go, so it's worth checking out. Because if you know where it's going, that's no fun, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But as always, please like, share, and subscribe, support Spur of the Moment and all the other podcasts on the Arete Network. And if you have an idea for a podcast, don't hesitate to reach out because we can help you, or if nothing else, just help cross promote you so we can be as helpful or as little helpful as you want. That thing. I'm tired.
And real quick at the end of this, I also want to say from the Spur of the Moment podcast, Jake, obviously you're always welcome. If you want to come do a book report with us, you're welcome. You're welcome to come join us.
Give me a heads up on the topics because of my schedule, I'll probably want to do something that I'm very familiar with, but yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I usually come up with them on the fly, but we can negotiate. We can negotiate a topic.
Oh, you don't have to negotiate, but just let me know ahead of time.
We'll figure something out.
And the invitation is obviously open to everyone on the network. I know I'm doing something with Haley, but Haley is always welcome on the Spur of the Moment podcast. If anyone is watching this wants to come on, we film on Discord. So if you want to join our Discord, you can hop in and join the show at any point. That's what's great about Discord. So that's open invitation to anyone who wishes to join us. We have fun.
And by the way, an award-winning podcast.
Award-winning podcast.
He said it, not me. I was thinking it, but he said it.
I feel the same way because I don't know how it happened because I did not vote for myself. When Arete won Podcast of the Year, I was genuinely surprised.
I voted for you.
Okay, so okay. I know who the other one is now.
I couldn't in good conscience vote for ourselves. I wasn't familiar enough with the rest of the guy. I did. The thing is funny because I think it was Virus who was like, "I'm just gonna vote for myself." Honestly, the only episode of myself that I voted for was Episode of the Year, and that's only because it was the birthday one, and that actually required effort to produce. So otherwise it felt.
I think Virus voted for Arete too because
it felt. The Arete podcast is the reason the Spur of the Moment podcast even exists. And so it felt better to vote. And also, I think the best get, I voted Goosebumps Crew for one of them. I thought for sure they were going to win Podcast of the Year, Best Podcast, just by sheer numbers. There's more of them.
I thought they were too. I figured because how it's going to work
from a number standpoint.
How it's going to work this year is I haven't figured out how yet, but there's a way. I just need to figure out how to do it. Is to open up voting to the public, like on the website.
Yeah.
But because I came up with the idea so late, I just put polls up on the private Discord server. But yeah, I figured, I even said, I was like, this is kind of unfair because at the time there were 4 of them, but they did win 2 awards, but I was surprised they didn't do more of a clean sweep, which honestly at the time, best guess, they totally got. Like
they absolutely, they've got some great, The one thing is like me and Jordan, obviously we talk about doing guests and having guests on, and I'm always like, I don't know. We've got 23 subscribers. We do 6 views a podcast at this point. We're not getting huge numbers. So it's hard for me to go to someone and be like, you want to go do a podcast that probably 2 people will listen to? So it's like, whenever I see like Haley or those guys get these great guests, these great polls, I'm like, I'm so jealous.
You would actually be surprised because I'm next month, I'm interviewing an author. And I almost didn't ask her to come on the podcast. I'm like, she's not going to want to come on some small fry thing. But then somebody else casually mentioned it to her, and she was like, oh my God, I would love to come on a podcast. And I even told her, I said, well, listen, like, this isn't, millions or even thousands of views. She's like, oh no. And she's like super nervous to come on. I'm like, you clearly haven't watched my podcast.
Yeah, I would. I will say the first time I came on, because I'd never been on a podcast, so there's a little bit of nerves, but you make it so easy. Yeah. Like you facilitate great conversation and you make it feel comfortable. So don't need to be nervous.
as Virus reminded me when I told him that story, he's like, yeah, bro, but you're an award-winning podcast. And I'm like, which again, this is so stupid. This tells you how I view myself, because I say that, but yet everybody else that won an award, I'm like, yes, you are legitimately award-winning podcast because yes. Yeah. Other people voted for you, but
you're saying it the same way I am. It's like it's sort of like having your coworkers vote you as best employee. It's like, yeah, it's cute, but it's fun to say, but like, yeah, it's like, and I don't want to say it's not like it doesn't feel legit until the audience gets to participate in it. I guess maybe probably feel the same way.
And it probably has a little something to do with and believe me, this is so not bragging. We'll see why here in a moment. I am technically on paper, a national Taekwondo champion.
No.
But I know the size of the organization in which I won that, and trust me, it's not that impressive.
Oh yeah, I mean, doing that, I'm like, I say, I'm on a podcast network. And I'm like, it's a podcast network with like me and like 3 other people, and we're it's good stuff, but it's like it sounds like it's more like a bigger thing than it is. Not to say it's not a big thing. It's great to be part of the network.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah, it's
I know it. I know it. I know what you mean. But what I always tell myself is the Walt Disney Company started out as a guy with a goofy mustache drawing little rabbits.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
everyone's got to start somewhere.
That you even as much as like you and Haley and all you guys liking and watching our stuff, my stuff on TikTok, it all helps. It all helps. Like it's all again, rising tide, all ships.
Yeah, well, and not only, I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass, but like the reason I watch your content, and hell, the reason I reached out to you in the first place is because I enjoyed the content. I wanted to see more. Like, I don't just willy-nilly, like, yeah, I look out for people's content that are on the network, but I do watch it. Like, when I watch something and like something, I do watch it because, hey, I want you guys to get the watch time too, but also because I enjoy the content. Like, I legitimately laughed out loud during your clip about We're Back.
I mean, yeah, I love hanging out with you guys. Like, it's usually if I'm oh yeah, most times, by the way, it's me. I do all the production. I'm the producer, so I do all the I'm the producer and channel manager technically.
He made that very clear that was the division in
Jordan's talent
work here.
But so if you see Spur of the Moment podcast talking to you, it's typically it's me. But I just lifestyle. A lot of times I'll come and I'll hang out, watch, especially you and Virus. I think Virus is very funny. I enjoy.
Yeah, Virus is a.
I enjoy Toon Talk. I love that podcast.
I'm actually very proud of what Toon Talk has become somewhat recently. Like, I've never been not proud of it, but it seems like we've found a groove.
Yeah.
And it's working.
Yeah, you guys have different. You guys are. It's weird. Like, he almost seems like you would think he'd be less. He seems more conservative than you do, and it's sort of. Sometimes he has wildly out of the blue seeming conservative opinions that I'm like, oh, I would not have guessed that from him. That's very. But then it's like it swings back around where, yeah, like it's interesting. Watching you guys chat is interesting. But
I just like busting his chops because like he had that. I actually want to turn it into a segment where he had that whole thing. Is like I could go back to ancient Rome and I would be fine. I'm like,
that
you
was so funny.
Fucking Lutely would not. Like, he would die instantly.
So real quick for Jordan's benefit, would you Virus is a Hispanic fellow? Yes.
Yeah. Born in Argentina, raised in Mexico, moved to L.A. Has actually been all over the world, but now is residing in L.A.
So proudly in like one, not the last one, but the one before that, the one with Haley, he declared that he could be sent back in time to any point in history and succeed. And
no.
And he was like, I could go back to ancient Rome and I succeed. And I was in the chat. It was Haley and it was Jake, and they're all like, "Dude, you just show up speaking English, and they murder you for being a heretic." Like,
and then I pointed because he's like, well, I speak Spanish and it's based on Latin. I'm like, yeah, based on Latin. It ain't fucking Latin, dude.
It's not Latin.
It's not Latin.
It sort of needs to be Latin, and it's not Latin.
It's not Latin. It's like close enough.
No, it's not.
Yeah, typically if I'm I thought it was really funny, but if I'm hanging out watching your guys' podcast, it's because I'm avoiding doing work for our podcast. That's usually so. Like last week, I was supposed to watch Dr. Dolittle, and I just got sucked into watching you guys talk about. I think it was Titanic. I got really.
Oh yeah, when we did actually, I think that was the first. That was maybe the episode before that, but that feels like the first episode where we kind of like found this like magic groove that. Everything feels a lot more natural. Not that it was unnatural before, but actually, both of you guys have a standing invite to come on Toon Talk anytime you want to.
I would love to. You guys usually do that on Tuesdays, right? That's the one thing I liked about that one. It's consistent. And Average Intelligence seems to be like, is that Sundays? You guys do that on Sundays?
We've moved that so often. The goal is Sundays. The time's varying a bit. We're trying to be. Which again, and it's completely justified because there's a lot of things going on between me and him in our personal lives, like just that are fucking with our schedules. But hopefully we'll have it more zoned down. But our goal is to have the episode premiere at 6:30 p.m. on Sundays, whether it's live or pre-recorded. That's the mission. But sometimes.
So for the audience, we do ours on Saturdays, Saturday mornings. We try to.
Yep.
I should mention that.
That being said, check out Spur of the Moment podcast, watch Godzilla, and like and share and subscribe the Arete podcast. And we will see you guys next time. I've got to break it up so that we can get out.
Fair enough. Yes, we will see you all next